Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into the tragic lore of the Space Marine that damned his legion. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for the support. You have been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
The first warning came 9 days after the war had already been lost. It came as a contradiction in the orbital augurs, a pattern of cold returns moving through the void where no vessel could have survived. The Archive World's defense monitors classified the anomaly as debris. The machine spirits repeated their conclusion in faultless Binharik. Servitors scratched verification runes into wax tablets. Astropaths tasted nothing beyond the ordinary screams of the warp. By the time the first sirens sounded across the librarium city of Saratum, Ahzek Ahriman had already walked its streets in dreams. He had seen the gun emplacements hidden beneath the reliquary towers. He had watched the armoured reserve assemble in Transit District Heliocrates. He had listened to officers recite fallback coordinates in chambers whose walls were lined with psychic wards. He knew which commanders would obey orders, which would hesitate, which would flee, and which would put bolt pistols beneath their own chins when they understood what was coming. The future was not a road, it was a wound. Ahriman had placed his fingers inside it and pulled. The sky above Saratum ceased to possess stars. Great symbols of blue fire opened across the heavens, each sigil kilometers wide, their lines written in a language older than mankind. They revolved above the librarium spires with glacial inevitability. Wherever their light fell, shadows bent toward them. Statues of imperial saints cracked from brow to groin. Cherub servitors dropped from the air, their wings beating frantically as their vat-grown eyes boiled within their skulls. Then the Rubricae came. They advanced through the western colonnades in ranks of 9. Gold-trimmed plate caught the light of burning hab-blocks. Tall crests rose above their helms. Inferno bolt guns rested against their breastplates with the stillness of weapons carried by statues. No warrior spoke. No vox traffic passed between them. No breath steamed across their lenses. There was only the whisper. Dust stirred within sealed armour. The Tempestus Scions defending the colonnade opened fire at a range of 300 metres. Hotshot beams struck the Rubricae in sheets of ruby light. Ceramite blackened. Gold inlay ran molten. One of the silent warriors rocked beneath the impacts. A ragged cavity burned through its breastplate. It did not fall. The Rubricae raised their weapons as one. Inferno bolts crossed the colonnade. They did not strike like conventional mass-reactive shells. Each round carried a fragment of sorcerous fire within its core, a captive malediction released at the instant of impact. The first volley struck the Scion's barricade and turned plasteel into flowing slag. The second passed through the liquefying defense line and entered human bodies. Armour melted into flesh. A Scion staggered backwards with his breastplate glowing white. The metal sank through his ribs and into his hearts. He clawed at the buckles beneath his arms, screaming as his gloves fused to the cuirass. An inferno bolt entered his throat and burst inside his spine. His head vanished in a fan of red vapour, teeth and smoking vertebral shards. Another warrior lost both legs at the hip. The explosion threw his pelvis across the colonnade, while his upper body struck the paving stones hard enough to split his jaw. He lived long enough to drag himself through the steaming remains of his own intestines before a second shell opened his skull and scattered grey matter across the boots of the men behind him. The Scions held for 17 seconds. Then the western colonnade ceased to contain living men. The Rubricae continued forward, their boots crushed shell casings, bone splinters and faces cooked inside blackened helmets. Dust whispered behind their eye lenses. The damaged warrior walked with the others, the cavity in its breastplate glowing from within. Ahriman watched through all of them. He stood upon the shattered roof of the Hall of Indexes, the black staff held loosely in his right hand. His armor was the blue of a midnight sea, edged in gold and engraved with sigils that moved when viewed from the corner of the eye. The horns of his helm framed a faceplate without expression. Azure fire burned from the lenses. Through the minds bound to his will, he saw an entire city dying. Imperial artillery fired from the northern bastions. Basilisk batteries hurled shells into districts already abandoned by his warriors. Infantry divisions advanced toward feigned breaches. Aircraft rose from subterranean hangars, only to find their attack vectors occupied by screaming warp phantoms that existed just long enough to draw missiles and then vanished. Every response had been anticipated. Every counterstroke had been permitted. Below him, Sorcerer Kakhet stood within a circle of severed heads. Each skull had been placed facing inward, the dead eyes fixed upon a brass astrolabe turning above the center of the ritual. "The armored reserve has committed," Kakhet said. His voice came from his helm's vox grill as a low mechanical chant. Blood dripped from the fingertips of his left gauntlet. The blood belonged to the officers whose heads surrounded him. Ahriman looked east. Transit District Heliocrates lay beneath an artificial dusk of smoke and ash. Through the haze came the columns of the Imperial Reserve. Lehman Russ battle tanks ground along the processional roads. Chimeras crowded the intersections. Hellhounds moved among them with their fuel tanks protected behind slabs of reinforced armor. Hundreds of engines, tens of thousands of soldiers. A massed fist intended to break the invaders' western advance. The reserve commander believed he had found an opening. Ahriman had given it to him. "Now," Ahriman said. Kakhet drove both hands into the astrolabe. Every severed head opened its mouth. The dead officers screamed. The sound did not pass through the air. It passed through the city's foundations, through buried conduits and transit rails, through the forgotten ossuaries beneath the streets. Reality shuddered. Buildings leaned toward one another as if sharing secrets. The avenues of Heliocrates stretched, narrowed and folded. The Imperial tanks continued to advance. For the men inside them, nothing appeared to change. One moment they moved between the blackened statues of the transit district. The next, they emerged inside Ammunition Repository Primus, 6 kilometers beneath the eastern Hab zones. There was no room for them. Tanks materialized inside storage vaults, inside loading cranes, and inside one another. Adamantium tracks fused with plasteel flooring. Turrets intersected fuel lines. Human bodies became trapped within armor plate, flesh and metal occupying the same space for a fraction of a second before the universe corrected the error violently. Men burst apart inside their vehicles. A gunner appeared with half his body embedded in a battle cannon. His remaining organs sprayed across the turret ring when the breach mechanism cycled. A driver fused to the forward glacis screamed through a mouth filled with electrical cabling. One entire infantry squad materialized inside a stack of Earthshaker shells. Their bones became shrapnel before the first detonation. The ammunition repository ignited. The blast lifted the eastern Hab zones from their foundations. Towers rose into the air whole, windows blazing, before disintegrating into mountains of incandescent rubble. Firestorms rolled through transit tunnels and ventilation shafts. Roads buckled. Hundreds of tanks became molten shadows inside the expanding furnace. The shockwave crossed the city, struck the Hall of Indexes, and tore the remaining statues from the roof. Ahriman did not move. Burning stone passed around him without touching his armor. The black staff hummed in his grasp, its psychic field bending debris aside as gently as reeds parting before a current. Kaket raised his head. The repository is destroyed. Ahriman watched the eastern districts burn. Was the sealed vault beneath the repository of pre-Unity genealogies compromised? Kaket hesitated. The hesitation lasted less than a heartbeat. It was still too long. I do not yet know, Lord. Then the destruction remained strategically irrelevant. There was no anger in the words. That frightened Kaket more than rage would have. Ahriman descended through the Hall of Indexes without using the stairs. Gravity loosened around him. He passed through clouds of ash and fragments of burning parchment, his robes moving in winds that did not touch the rest of the world. On the 7th level, the Imperial defenders had constructed a warded redoubt. Hexagrammic plates had been bolted across the doors. Censers filled the corridor with sanctified smoke. A preacher stood behind a line of surviving scions, shouting litanies through a rebreather mask, while servo skulls projected catechisms into the air. Ahriman landed before them. The preacher thrust an aquila toward him. "In the name of the God Emperor, I cast thee back into the abyss." Ahriman examined the wards. They were competent by the standards of the modern Imperium. Their geometry descended from fragments of older traditions, much of the underlying theory lost beneath ritual repetition. The men who had placed them did not understand why the symbols possessed power. They knew only that the shapes had been copied correctly, and the correct blood had been used to consecrate them. Ignorance wearing the corpse of knowledge. Ahriman lifted the black staff. The hexagrammic plates screamed. Metal twisted away from the doors. Consecrated seals ignited. The projected catechisms became strings of meaningless characters, and then clouds of biting insects that swarmed around the servo skulls. The machines spun in confusion, colliding with walls until their casings split. The preacher continued his litany. Ahriman pointed the staff toward him. The man's soul caught fire. His flesh remained untouched for several seconds. He screamed as something invisible burned within him, his spine arching, his hands clawing at his chest. Light poured from his eyes and mouth. His shadow writhed behind him, tearing at the wall as though trying to escape. Then the preacher collapsed. His body struck the floor alive but empty. Ahriman lowered the staff. The scions opened fire. He turned aside their shots with a thought. Hot-shot beams curved around him and struck the men who had fired them. Heads burst. Limbs spun away. One scion was cut from shoulder to hip, his cauterized torso sliding apart as he remained upright for a moment, staring down at the steaming halves of his own body. Ahriman drew the Inferno bolt pistol from his thigh. He shot the final defender through the face. The shell entered beneath the man's left eye and detonated at the rear of the skull. The scion's helmet filled with blood, bone, and liquefied brain. The backplate blew outward, painting the warded doors behind him. Ahriman holstered the weapon. Sorcery was revelation. The pistol was punctuation. Beyond the redoubt lay the genealogical vaults. The doors were adamantium, thick enough to resist orbital bombardment. Ahriman placed his hand against them and listened to the thoughts beyond. Fear, prayer, pain. One mind burned more brightly than the others. Old, disciplined and layered with memories inherited through psycho-reactive conditioning. The Savant. Ahriman opened the doors. Metal folded inward like heated wax. The vault's defenders died before they understood that the barrier had failed. A pulse from the black staff struck them without flame or sound. Their nervous systems convulsed, spines snapped, eyes burst from sockets. Men fell in heaps, jerking as their limbs broke beneath the force of their own seizures. At the center of the chamber knelt Savant Helican Voss. He wore white archival robes, stained brown with old ink and new blood. Tubes entered the back of his skull, connecting him to a mnemonic throne carved from petrified wood. His face was narrow, his scalp mapped with surgical scars. "You know what I seek," Ahriman said. Voss spat blood onto the floor. "Damnation take you." "Damnation has attempted to do so," Ahriman approached. "It has not yet succeeded." The Savant tried to bite through his tongue. Ahriman prevented him. The man's jaw locked, his muscles trembled. Terror widened his eyes as invisible pressure held every tooth in place. "Your family has served this archive for 37 generations," Ahriman said. "Memory grafted to memory. Father into son, master into successor. You possess recollections that are not your own." Voss fought to speak. Ahriman released his mouth. "You will find nothing," the Savant gasped. "Only lies. Heresies buried because they deserved burial. Ignorance is not purity, it is infection." Ahriman placed 2 fingers against Voss's brow. "I have cut deeper infections from stronger minds." The Savant began to scream. Ahriman entered him. He passed through the man's earliest memories first. Childhood beneath the archive spires. Indoctrination. Surgical implantation. The first inherited memory forced into his skull while he thrashed against restraints. Then Ahriman went deeper. He found Voss's father, dying of radiation sickness. His grandfather crushed beneath falling shelves during a bombardment. His ancestor burned alive during a purge. Another hanged as a traitor. Another consumed by a plague that dissolved the lungs. Another executed by his own son, so the chain of memory could continue before age corrupted the transfer. Ahriman opened every death at once. Voss experienced them simultaneously. His body convulsed upon the throne. Blood ran from his nose, ears, and tear ducts. His fingernails tore away as he clawed at the armrests. Veins swelled across his forehead. Ahriman continued. The Savant's left eye collapsed into red pulp. His skull cracked along an old surgical seam. Still, Ahriman searched. "The text," he said. "The restoration of souls divided from flesh." Voss's ancestors screamed through his mouth. The answer came as an image. A sealed casket. A fragment of pre-Unity data. A thesis concerning mnemonic reconstruction. Hereditary identity. And the possibility of returning disembodied consciousness to a biological vessel. Ahriman released him. Voss sagged forward. Blood poured from the fracture in his skull. Grey matter showed beneath the split bone. "Did you find it?" he whispered. "Yes." "Then may it destroy you." "It is merely knowledge. Destruction comes from the hand that applies it." Voss laughed once. The movement widened the fracture. He died smiling through broken teeth. The casket lay beneath the mnemonic throne. Ahriman opened it with the black staff. Inside rested a sheet of translucent material, no larger than his palm. The thesis had degraded beyond recovery. Its surviving lines were philosophical speculation without method, proof, or practical value. A failure. Beneath it lay an image. 2 boys stood beneath a Terran sun. They wore the dress of an ancient aristocracy. Their features were nearly identical. Dark hair, severe eyes, proud posture learned from tutors who taught that civilization belonged to those strong enough to preserve it. Ahzek and Ormuzd. For a moment, the burning vault vanished. Ahriman remembered terror before the Imperium had finished swallowing it. He remembered the Achaemenid territories, marble courts beneath poisoned skies, old families clinging to names that had survived the age of strife. He remembered standing beside his twin when the Emperor's warriors came for them. They had been children. The Legiones Astartes had cured them of that weakness. Surgical claws opened their chests. Mechanicum engines drank their blood, filtered it, and pumped it back through bodies no longer wholly human. Organs were inserted beneath spread ribs. Glands were forced into living tissue. Bone was broken so that stronger bone could replace it. Chemical fire raced through their nerves while masked surgeons recited implantation data. Ormuzd had screamed. Ahzek had not. Not because he felt less pain, because he refused to let his brother endure it alone. They emerged taller, stronger, and harder than men. Their hearts beat in pairs. Their bones thickened. Their blood clotted at the command of engineered organs. They became warriors of the 15th Legion. They became thousand sons before they had a father. The Legion was dying even then. Warriors manifested powers no training had awakened. Thoughts became flame. Dreams became prophecy. Rage fractured stone. Alongside these gifts came the flesh change. Ahriman remembered a battle brother convulsing inside crimson plate as a third arm forced its way from beneath his breastbone. Fingers pushed through the armor seals. A mouth opened across his abdomen and began reciting secrets in a voice belonging to something else. Another warrior's eyes divided into clusters, each pupil reflecting a different future. He begged for death while his armor filled with teeth. A third became a column of wet muscle and grasping hands. Bolters ended some, flamers ended others. Not all died quickly. Then Magnus was found upon Prospero. The Crimson King came to his sons in glory, vast and radiant, promising knowledge, unity, and salvation. The flesh change receded. The surviving legion rejoiced. They called it deliverance. But salvation had arrived too late for many. Too late for Ormuzd. Ahriman remembered his twin's final hours. Mutation had hollowed him from within. His skin moved with shapes beneath it. His voice broke into overlapping tones. Even as his body failed, Ormuzd recognized his brother. Ahzek had held him down, not gently. There had been no gentleness left in either of them. When Ormuzd stopped breathing, Ahriman remained beside the body until the chamber's lamps burned out. He allowed no witness to see him mourn. Later, when a brother offered sympathy, Ahriman answered with the words that would become his armor. Grief is memory without purpose. He had Ormuzd's pendant worked into his shoulder guard. Then he began to search. Genetic archives, apothecarian records, Prospero's occult libraries, warp treatises sealed beneath censures. He studied every answer Magnus permitted and every silence Magnus imposed. The missing knowledge mattered most. Knowledge withheld had killed Ormuzd. Knowledge forbidden could never be more dangerous than ignorance sanctified. The memory ended. The burning vault returned around him. Kakhet entered through the ruined doors. My lord, the surviving Imperial formations are withdrawing beyond the southern shield line. The city can be taken intact. Ahriman looked down at the image of the twins. No. Kakhet's helm tilted slightly. The librarium complexes contain millions of volumes. They have been contaminated by observation. Every scholar who survives will carry an incomplete account of our purpose. The Imperium will build superstition around fragments and call the result truth. What is your command? Signal the fleet. Begin continental immolation. Kaket bowed. At once. The prodigal son's ships opened fire from orbit. Lances descended through the burning sigils in the sky. The first strikes erased the southern shield line. The second split the Librarium city from east to west. Fire rolled across districts where soldiers, scholars, servitors, and refugees crowded evacuation tunnels. Stone became vapor. Rivers boiled. Millions died beneath light too bright to witness. Ahriman stood in the vault as the world came apart. He preserved nothing from the archive except the useless image. The cities burned because knowledge could not be allowed to survive him. The image survived because he could not allow himself to forget. 10,000 years had passed since Ormuzda's death. Ahriman still called every atrocity that followed an act of salvation. The first warning came 9 days after the war had already been lost. It came as a contradiction in the orbital augurs, a pattern of cold returns moving through the void where no vessel could have survived. The archive world's defense monitors classified the anomaly as debris. The machine spirits repeated their conclusion in faultless Binharik. Servitors scratched verification runes into wax tablets. Astropaths tasted nothing beyond the ordinary screams of the warp. By the time the first sirens sounded across the Librarium city of Saratum, Ahzek Ahriman had already walked its streets in dreams. He had seen the gun emplacements hidden beneath the reliquary towers. He had watched the armoured reserve assemble in transit district heliocrates. He had listened to officers recite fallback coordinates in chambers whose walls were lined with psychic wards. He knew which commanders would obey orders, which would hesitate, which would flee, and which would put bolt pistols beneath their own chins when they understood what was coming. The future was not a road. It was a wound. Ahriman had placed his fingers inside it and pulled. The sky above Saratum ceased to possess stars. Great symbols of blue fire opened across the heavens, each sigil kilometers wide, their lines written in a language older than mankind. They revolved above the Librarium spires with glacial inevitability. Wherever their light fell, shadows bent toward them. Statues of imperial saints cracked from brow to groin. Cherub servitors dropped from the air, their wings beating frantically as their vat-grown eyes boiled within their skulls. Then the Rubricae came. They advanced through the western colonnades in ranks of 9. Gold-trimmed plate caught the light of burning hab-blocks. Tall crests rose above their helms. Inferno bolt guns rested against their breastplates with the stillness of weapons carried by statues. No warrior spoke. No vox traffic passed between them. No breath steamed across their lenses. There was only the whisper. Dust stirred within sealed armor. The tempestuous scions defending the colonnade opened fire at a range of 300 meters. Hot-shot beams struck the Rubricae in sheets of ruby light. Ceramite blackened. Gold inlay ran molten. One of the silent warriors rocked beneath the impacts. A ragged cavity burned through its breastplate. It did not fall. The Rubricae raised their weapons as one. Inferno bolts crossed the colonnade. They did not strike like conventional mass-reactive shells. Each round carried a fragment of sorcerous fire within its core, a captive malediction released at the instant of impact. The first volley struck the Scion's barricade and turned plasteel into flowing slag. The second passed through the liquefying defense line and entered human bodies. Armor melted into flesh. A Scion staggered backwards with his breastplate glowing white. The metal sank through his ribs and into his hearts. He clawed at the buckles beneath his arms, screaming as his gloves fused to the cuirass. An inferno bolt entered his throat and burst inside his spine. His head vanished in a fan of red vapor, teeth and smoking vertebral shards. Another warrior lost both legs at the hip. The explosion threw his pelvis across the colonnade, while his upper body struck the paving stones hard enough to split his jaw. He lived long enough to drag himself through the steaming remains of his own intestines before a second shell opened his skull and scattered grey matter across the boots of the men behind him. The scions held for 17 seconds. Then the western colonnade ceased to contain living men. The Rubricae continued forward. Their boots crushed shell casings, bone splinters and faces cooked inside blackened helmets. Dust whispered behind their eye lenses. The damaged warrior walked with the others, the cavity in its breastplate glowing from within. Ahriman watched through all of them. He stood upon the shattered roof of the Hall of Indexes, the black staff held loosely in his right hand. His armor was the blue of a midnight sea, edged in gold and engraved with sigils that moved when viewed from the corner of the eye. The horns of his helm framed a faceplate without expression. Azure fire burned from the lenses. Through the minds bound to his will, he saw an entire city dying. Imperial artillery fired from the northern bastions. Basilisk batteries hurled shells into districts already abandoned by his warriors. Infantry divisions advanced toward feigned breaches. Aircraft rose from subterranean hangars, only to find their attack vectors occupied by screaming warp phantoms that existed just long enough to draw missiles and then vanished. Every response had been anticipated. Every counterstroke had been permitted. Below him, Sorcerer Kaket stood within a circle of severed heads. Each skull had been placed facing inward, the dead eyes fixed upon a brass astrolabe turning above the center of the ritual. "The armored reserve has committed," Kaket said. His voice came from his helm's vox grill as a low mechanical chant. Blood dripped from the fingertips of his left gauntlet. The blood belonged to the officers whose heads surrounded him. Ahriman looked east. Transit District Heliocrates lay beneath an artificial dusk of smoke and ash. Through the haze came the columns of the Imperial Reserve. Lehman Russ battle tanks ground along the processional roads. Chimeras crowded the intersections. Hellhounds moved among them with their fuel tanks protected behind slabs of reinforced armor. Hundreds of engines, tens of thousands of soldiers. A massed fist intended to break the invaders' western advance. The reserve commander believed he had found an opening. Ahriman had given it to him. "Now," Ahriman said. Kaket drove both hands into the astrolabe. Every severed head opened its mouth. The dead officers screamed. The sound did not pass through the air. It passed through the city's foundations, through buried conduits and transit rails, through the forgotten ossuaries beneath the streets. Reality shuddered. Buildings leaned toward one another as if sharing secrets. The avenues of Heliocrates stretched, narrowed and folded. The Imperial tanks continued to advance. For the men inside them, nothing appeared to change. One moment they moved between the blackened statues of the transit district. The next, they emerged inside Ammunition Repository Primus, 6 kilometers beneath the eastern Hab zones. There was no room for them. Tanks materialized inside storage vaults, inside loading cranes, and inside one another. Adamantium tracks fused with plasteel flooring. Turrets intersected fuel lines. Human bodies became trapped within armor plate, flesh and metal occupying the same space for a fraction of a second before the universe corrected the error violently. Men burst apart inside their vehicles. A gunner appeared with half his body embedded in a battle cannon. His remaining organs sprayed across the turret ring when the breach mechanism cycled. A driver fused to the forward glasses screamed through a mouth filled with electrical cabling. One entire infantry squad materialized inside a stack of Earthshaker shells. Their bones became shrapnel before the first detonation. The ammunition repository ignited. The blast lifted the eastern hab zones from their foundations. Towers rose into the air whole, windows blazing, before disintegrating into mountains of incandescent rubble. Firestorms rolled through transit tunnels and ventilation shafts. Roads buckled. Hundreds of tanks became molten shadows inside the expanding furnace. The shockwave crossed the city, struck the Hall of Indexes, and tore the remaining statues from the roof. Ahriman did not move. Burning stone passed around him without touching his armor. The black staff hummed in his grasp, its psychic field bending debris aside as gently as reeds parting before a current. Kaket raised his head. The repository is destroyed. Ahriman watched the eastern districts burn. Was the sealed vault beneath the repository of pre-Unity genealogies compromised? Kaket hesitated. The hesitation lasted less than a heartbeat. It was still too long. I do not yet know, Lord. Then the destruction remains strategically irrelevant. There was no anger in the words. That frightened Kaket more than rage would have. Ahriman descended through the Hall of Indexes without using the stairs. Gravity loosened around him. He passed through clouds of ash and fragments of burning parchment, his robes moving in winds that did not touch the rest of the world. On the 7th level, the Imperial defenders had constructed a warded redoubt. Hexagrammic plates had been bolted across the doors. Censers filled the corridor with sanctified smoke. A preacher stood behind a line of surviving scions, shouting litanies through a rebreather mask, while servo skulls projected catechisms into the air. Ahriman landed before them. The preacher thrust an aquila toward him. In the name of the God Emperor, I cast thee back into the abyss. Ahriman examined the wards. They were competent by the standards of the modern Imperium. Their geometry descended from fragments of older traditions, much of the underlying theory lost beneath ritual repetition. The men who had placed them did not understand why the symbols possessed power. They knew only that the shapes had been copied correctly, and the correct blood had been used to consecrate them. Ignorance wearing the corpse of knowledge. Ahriman lifted the black staff. The hexagrammic plates screamed. Metal twisted away from the doors. Consecrated seals ignited. The projected catechisms became strings of meaningless characters, and then clouds of biting insects that swarmed around the servo skulls. The machines spun in confusion, colliding with walls until their casings split. The preacher continued his litany. Ahriman pointed the staff toward him. The man's soul caught fire. His flesh remained untouched for several seconds. He screamed as something invisible burned within him, his spine arching, his hands clawing at his chest. Light poured from his eyes and mouth. His shadow writhed behind him, tearing at the wall as though trying to escape. Then the preacher collapsed. His body struck the floor alive, but empty. Ahriman lowered the staff. The scions opened fire. He turned aside their shots with a thought. Hot-shot beams curved around him and struck the men who had fired them. Heads burst, limbs spun away. One scion was cut from shoulder to hip, his cauterized torso sliding apart as he remained upright for a moment, staring down at the steaming halves of his own body. Ahriman drew the Inferno bolt pistol from his thigh. He shot the final defender through the face. The shell entered beneath the man's left eye and detonated at the rear of the skull. The scion's helmet filled with blood, bone, and liquefied brain. The backplate blew outward, painting the warded doors behind him. Ahriman holstered the weapon. Sorcery was revelation. The pistol was punctuation. Beyond the redoubt lay the genealogical vaults. The doors were adamantium, thick enough to resist orbital bombardment. Ahriman placed his hand against them and listened to the thoughts beyond. Fear, prayer, pain. One mind burned more brightly than the others. Old, disciplined and layered with memories inherited through psycho-reactive conditioning. The savant. Ahriman opened the doors. Metal folded inward like heated wax. The vault's defenders died before they understood that the barrier had failed. A pulse from the black staff struck them without flame or sound. Their nervous systems convulsed. Spines snapped. Eyes burst from sockets. Men fell in heaps, jerking as their limbs broke beneath the force of their own seizures. At the center of the chamber knelt Savant Helican Voss. He wore white archival robes stained brown with old ink and new blood. Tubes entered the back of his skull, connecting him to a mnemonic throne carved from petrified wood. His face was narrow, his scalp mapped with surgical scars. "You know what I seek," Ahriman said. Voss spat blood onto the floor. "Damnation take you!" "Damnation has attempted to do so." Ahriman approached. "It has not yet succeeded." The savant tried to bite through his tongue. Ahriman prevented him. The man's jaw locked, his muscles trembled. Terror widened his eyes as invisible pressure held every tooth in place. "Your family has served this archive for 37 generations," Ahriman said. "Memory grafted to memory, father into son, master into successor. You possess recollections that are not your own." Voss fought to speak. Ahriman released his mouth. "You will find nothing," the savant gasped. "Only lies, heresies buried because they deserved burial. Ignorance is not purity. It is infection." Ahriman placed 2 fingers against Voss's brow. "I have cut deeper infections from stronger minds." The savant began to scream. Ahriman entered him. He passed through the man's earliest memories first. Childhood beneath the archive spires. Indoctrination. Surgical implantation. The first inherited memory forced into his skull while he thrashed against restraints. Then Ahriman went deeper. He found Voss's father dying of radiation sickness. His grandfather crushed beneath falling shelves during a bombardment. His ancestor burned alive during a purge. Another hanged as a traitor. Another consumed by a plague that dissolved the lungs. Another executed by his own son, so the chain of memory could continue before age corrupted the transfer. Ahriman opened every death at once. Voss experienced them simultaneously. His body convulsed upon the throne. Blood ran from his nose, ears and tear ducts. His fingernails tore away as he clawed at the armrests. Veins swelled across his forehead. Ahriman continued. The savant's left eye collapsed into red pulp. His skull cracked along an old surgical seam. Still Ahriman searched. "The text," he said. "The restoration of souls divided from flesh." Voss's ancestors screamed through his mouth. The answer came as an image, a sealed casket, a fragment of pre-unity data, a thesis concerning mnemonic reconstruction, hereditary identity, and the possibility of returning disembodied consciousness to a biological vessel. Ahriman released him. Voss sagged forward. Blood poured from the fracture in his skull. Grey matter showed beneath the split bone. "Did you find it?" he whispered. "Yes." "Then may it destroy you." "It is merely knowledge. Destruction comes from the hand that applies it." Voss laughed once. The movement widened the fracture. He died smiling through broken teeth. The casket lay beneath the mnemonic throne. Ahriman opened it with the black staff. Inside rested a sheet of translucent material no larger than his palm. The thesis had degraded beyond recovery. Its surviving lines were philosophical speculation without method, proof, or practical value. a failure. Beneath it lay an image. 2 boys stood beneath a Terran sun. They wore the dress of an ancient aristocracy. Their features were nearly identical. Dark hair, severe eyes, proud posture learned from tutors who taught that civilization belonged to those strong enough to preserve it. Ahzek and Ahriman. For a moment, the burning vault vanished. Ahriman remembered terror before the Imperium had finished swallowing it. He remembered the Achaemenid territories, marble courts beneath poisoned skies, old families clinging to names that had survived the age of strife. He remembered standing beside his twin when the Emperor's warriors came for them. They had been children. The Legiones Astartes had cured them of that weakness. Surgical claws opened their chests. Mechanicum engines drank their blood, filtered it, and pumped it back through bodies no longer wholly human. Organs were inserted beneath spread ribs. Glands were forced into living tissue. Bone was broken so that stronger bone could replace it. Chemical fire raced through their nerves while masked surgeons recited implantation data. Ormuzd had screamed. Ahzek had not. Not because he felt less pain, because he refused to let his brother endure it alone. They emerged taller, stronger, and harder than men. Their hearts beat in pairs. Their bones thickened. Their blood clotted at the command of engineered organs. They became warriors of the 15th Legion. They became Thousand Sons before they had a father. The Legion was dying even then. Warriors manifested powers no training had awakened. Thoughts became flame. Dreams became prophecy. Rage fractured stone. Alongside these gifts came the flesh change. Ahriman remembered a battle brother convulsing inside crimson plate as a third arm forced its way from beneath his breastbone. Fingers pushed through the armor seals. A mouth opened across his abdomen and began reciting secrets in a voice belonging to something else. Another warrior's eyes divided into clusters, each pupil reflecting a different future. He begged for death while his armor filled with teeth. A third became a column of wet muscle and grasping hands. Bolters ended some. Flamers ended others. Not all died quickly. Then Magnus was found upon Prospero. The Crimson King came to his sons in glory, vast and radiant, promising knowledge, unity, and salvation. The flesh change receded. The surviving legion rejoiced. They called it deliverance. But salvation had arrived too late for many, too late for Ormuzd. Ahriman remembered his twin's final hours. Mutation had hollowed him from within. His skin moved with shapes beneath it. His voice broke into overlapping tones. Even as his body failed, Ormuzd recognized his brother. Ahzek had held him down, not gently. There had been no gentleness left in either of them. When Ormuzd stopped breathing, Ahriman remained beside the body until the chamber's lamps burned out. He allowed no witness to see him mourn. Later, when a brother offered sympathy, Ahriman answered with the words that would become his armor. Grief is memory without purpose. He had Ormuzd's pendant worked into his shoulder guard. Then he began to search genetic archives, apothecarian records, Prospero's occult libraries, warp treatises sealed beneath censures. He studied every answer Magnus permitted and every silence Magnus imposed. The missing knowledge mattered most. Knowledge withheld had killed Ormuzd. Knowledge forbidden could never be more dangerous than ignorance sanctified. The memory ended. The burning vault returned around him. Karket entered through the ruined doors. My lord, the surviving Imperial formations are withdrawing beyond the southern shield line. The city can be taken intact. Ahriman looked down at the image of the twins. No. Karket's helm tilted slightly. The librarium complexes contain millions of volumes. They have been contaminated by observation. Every scholar who survives will carry an incomplete account of our purpose. The Imperium will build superstition around fragments and call the result truth. What is your command? Signal the fleet. Begin continental immolation. Kaket bowed. At once. The prodigal son's ships opened fire from orbit. Lances descended through the burning sigils in the sky. The first strikes erased the southern shield line. The second split the librarium city from east to west. Fire rolled across districts where soldiers, scholars, servitors, and refugees crowded evacuation tunnels. Stone became vapor. Rivers boiled. Millions died beneath light too bright to witness. Ahriman stood in the vault as the world came apart. He preserved nothing from the archive except the useless image. The cities burned because knowledge could not be allowed to survive him. The image survived because he could not allow himself to forget. 10,000 years had passed since Ormuzd's death. Ahriman still called every atrocity that followed an act of salvation. Prospero burned beautifully beneath its sun, not with the crude flames of war, nor with the choking smoke of industry, but with the radiance of a world remade by thought. Morning light struck the pyramids of Tisca and shattered into rivers of crimson, gold, and sapphire. Crystal towers rose between avenues of pale stone. Hanging gardens spilled from terraces hundreds of meters above the processional ways, watered by streams that climbed rather than fell. Obelisks turned slowly in the air without chain or engine, their surfaces engraved with formulae describing the secret harmonies of matter. Everywhere there were books. They filled archives hollowed beneath the city and libraries built within towers whose upper galleries pierced the clouds. Some were bound in leather, others were etched into sheets of gold, suspended in psychic matrices, or encoded within crystals that sang when held. The 1,000 suns had carried them from worlds brought into compliance, from cultures erased by the Great Crusade, and from ruins whose builders had died before mankind learned to shape bronze. Scholars walked beneath colonnades debating the nature of the soul. Human savants argued with legionary philosophers over the limits of foresight. Prosperine children sat beside fountains and moved stones through the air while their tutors corrected posture and breathing. Legionaries in crimson armor crossed the plazas without helms, their faces calm, their eyes bright with the certainty that knowledge could tame any darkness. Beyond the skin of the world, things watched them. They circled in the Empyrean like predators beneath black water. They had no bodies until thought gave them shape, no names until mortal tongues offered them. They pressed against the veil surrounding Prospero, tasting the minds within the city of light. Some came as winged shadows, others appeared in dreams as familiar faces, benevolent teachers or animals with eyes too intelligent to belong to beasts. The 1,000 Suns called some of them tutelaries. The tutelaries whispered advice. They warned of danger, revealed hidden paths, strengthened rituals, carried messages across distances too great for speech. They behaved as companions, servants, and reflections of their masters' minds. No 1,000 Sun could say with certainty what they were. Few considered the question urgent. Ahriman did. His tutelary drifted beside him as he stood upon the highest terrace of the Corvidae pyramid. It resembled a black-feathered shape seen through smoke, though its outline changed whenever Ahriman attempted to examine it directly. At times it possessed 2 wings, at others 9. Its head was that of a bird, then a serpent, then a faceless man wearing a crown. It had never given him a name. That troubled him more than if it had offered 1,000. Below, Tizca spread toward the horizon, glorious and impossible. Above, futures opened. Ahriman closed his physical eyes. The city vanished. He saw a tutor murder a pupil beside a fountain. He saw the same tutor die protecting the child from a falling tower. He saw the fountain filled with blood, dust, molten glass, and untouched water. He saw legionaries marching through the plaza beneath banners of the Imperium. He saw them advancing beneath banners that had never existed. He saw wolves in the streets. He saw no wolves. He saw Magnus crowned before the Emperor. He saw Magnus kneeling in chains. He saw Prospero endure for 10,000 years as a beacon of reason. He saw it burn. Every possibility overlapped every other. None possessed greater substance than the rest until will, circumstance, and choice hardened one thread into reality. Foresight was not prophecy. Prophecy implied that the future waited complete, carved upon some hidden tablet. The Corvidae understood better. The future was a battlefield. A Magister Templi did not merely witness it. He maneuvered within it. Ahriman opened his eyes. A novice stood behind him, waiting in silence. "You have been there for 6 minutes," Ahriman said. The young legionary bowed his head. "I did not wish to disturb your meditation, Lord." "You wish to avoid being noticed." The novice stiffened. "There is a difference." Ahriman turned from the city. His armor was red in those days, polished until its plates reflected the morning light. Gold scarabs adorned his breastplate. The pendant of Ormuzd lay worked into his left shoulder guard, half hidden beneath a line of Prosperine script. The novice looked at it, then looked away. "Speak. The senior captains await you in the chamber of enumerations. The Primarch has approved the Agoru deployment." Ahriman walked past him. "The Primarch approved it 3 hours ago." The novice followed. "We received no word until now." "No, you received no word until now." The lesson lay in the distinction. The novice understood enough not to ask further. By then, Ahriman held more titles than he used. Chief Librarian of the 15th Legion, First Captain, Commander of the First Fellowship and Master of the warriors who guarded the Legion's highest secrets, Magister Templi of the Corvidae. Among the Sekhmet, whose crimson Terminator plate marked them as the elite of an already exalted legion, his commands were obeyed without repetition. Among the cult temples, his interpretations of possible futures carried almost the weight of Magnus's decrees. He had risen not because he possessed the most spectacular gifts, though his power eclipsed that of most legionaries. He had risen because he possessed control. Other psychers entered the ether like warriors charging through a breach. Ahriman entered it as a surgeon opening flesh. Every incision had purpose. Every movement anticipated resistance. Every sacrifice had been counted before the blade touched skin. The chamber of enumerations was circular, with 9 tiers descending toward a central hololithic sphere. Captains and cult masters stood within their appointed rings. No voices crossed the chamber. Their thoughts passed between them through an Athenian communion, precise and immediate. Ahriman entered the lowest tier. The sphere changed. The world of Agoru appeared within it. Mountain ranges rose in miniature. Alien ruins pulsed beneath translucent terrain. Probable enemy concentrations flared in blue. Uncertain contacts burned amber. Regions concealed from foresight remained black. Ahriman studied the darkness. "The first enumeration," said Phocis Takar, Magister Templi of the Raptora. Armoured advance through the southern defile. Raptora Kineshields at the vanguard. Pire cadres reduce the structures once resistance is confirmed. Too direct, Ahriman thought. Too much force placed where the enemy expected force. He raised one hand. The display divided into possible outcomes. In one, the advance succeeded. In another, the defile collapsed beneath the Legion's vehicles. In a third, weapon forms emerged behind the armoured column and severed its retreat. In a fourth, there was no battle at all. "We will use the seventh enumeration," Ahriman said. The main force advances through the southern defile as expected. The First Fellowship deploys beneath the western ruins before dawn. Athenian cadres will silence the enemy's command network. The Pavoni will prepare the wounded for continued combat. Pyre units will hold manifestation until ordered. A Pyre captain turned his helm toward him. "Why restrain our strongest weapon?" "Because something is waiting for us to use it." Silence followed. The tutelary of several officers shifted beside them. One clicked its teeth, another smiled. Agoru's ruins broke through the desert like the bones of a dead god. They were too large to have been built for men. Black walls rose from crimson sand, their surfaces without seam or weathering. Archways led into darkness that swallowed Auspec's returns. Statues stood half-buried beyond the perimeter, each depicting a many-limbed being with its face deliberately removed. The Thousand Suns advanced beneath a sky the colour of dried blood. Their armour was crimson then, their heraldry bright with gold. Rhinos and land raiders ground between the ruins. Scarab-crested terminators marched beside them. Mortal auxilia followed in disciplined columns, their respirators rasping as sand hissed across their armour. Ahriman walked at the centre of the formation. No commands passed over the Vox. The Legion moved through thought. First rank, halt. Raptora, raise the third veil. Athenians, isolate the eastern signal. Pyre, remain bound. The Raptora lifted their hands. A kind shield formed above the column as the buried weapons opened fire. Light erupted from beneath the sand. The first discharge struck the shield and spread across it in a web of white fractures. The impact drove 3 Raptora to their knees. Blood ran from their noses inside their helms. One lost consciousness, but remained upright, held by his armour. The second discharge came from the ruins, then the third. Alien weapon forms unfolded from the black walls. They had waited there without heat, pulse, or thought detectable by Imperial instruments. Limbs extended, smooth surfaces opened into burning apertures. Some resembled insects constructed from glass and obsidian. Others moved as ribbons of metal, flowing over stone, before rising into bladed shapes. The Thousand Suns answered with bolter fire. Mass reactive shells struck the nearest construct and burst across its surface. Fragments flew. The creature did not fall until concentrated volleys shattered its central mass. A second weapon form crossed 20 meters in the span of a heartbeat. It struck a legionary of the Fourth Fellowship. The blade passed through ceramite, fused ribs and both hearts. The Thousand Sun fired his bolter even as the weapon form lifted him. The shells detonated inside its torso. His killer came apart in shards that cut through his armor and opened his throat. He died standing. The Pavoni reached him before his body struck the ground. One placed a gauntlet against the wound. Flesh tightened. Blood vessels closed. The severed tissue of the legionary's neck knitted long enough for his secondary organs to preserve consciousness. He was dead by any mortal measure. The Pavoni refused that measure. "Advance," Ahriman said. The word crossed 1,000 minds. The formation moved. Bolters thundered in controlled sequences. Raptora deflected incoming fire. Athenians reached into the dim awareness governing the constructs and filled it with contradictory commands. Pyre waited, though fire crawled across their gauntlets, and their tutelary strained toward the enemy. Ahriman perceived the battle as interlocking failures. A squad died if it reached the western arch too soon. A land raider burned if it turned its lascannons toward the central tower. The mortal auxilia survived only if they believed the northern flank had collapsed. He changed each outcome before it occurred. Second squad, 9 steps east. The warriors obeyed. A beam of alien light passed through the space they had occupied and cut a trench through the sand. Armor element, hold fire. The Land Raider's gunner resisted the instinct to engage. A buried structure opened beneath the position its lascannon would have exposed. Bladed limbs tore upward and found empty ground. Auxilia command, withdraw north. The mortal colonel hesitated. Lord, the northern line remains secure. Withdraw. The colonel obeyed. Enemy weapon forms abandoned concealed positions to pursue the apparent retreat. The change exposed their flank to the Sekhmet. Ahriman lowered his hand. Pyrae, release. The world caught fire. The Pyrae did not hurl flames as crude projectiles. They altered the principle by which matter resisted combustion. Alien constructs ignited without fuel. Black walls became furnaces. Sand ran molten around the enemy's limbs. The fire illuminated shapes behind the veil. They pressed close to reality. Hungry things gathered beyond the flames, drawn by the psychic violence. Some possessed jaws wider than their bodies. Others had eyes arranged in spirals. 1,000 wings beat without sound where no air existed. Ahriman's tutelary shrieked in delight. He felt it pull at his mind. Not enough to control him. Enough to be noticed. Bind manifestations, he ordered. Several Pyrae obeyed immediately. One did not. The legionary stood before a towering weapon form, both hands raised, fire pouring from his palms. His tutelary coiled around his shoulders, whispering into his helm. He increased the flow. The veil thinned. Something on the other side noticed him. Ahriman crossed the distance between them in an instant. He struck the Pyrae across the breastplate with his staff. The blow broke concentration and hurled the legionary backwards. The fire vanished. The presence beyond reality struck the closed veil and slid away. The Pyrae rose slowly. "I had it contained," he said. "No," Ahriman replied. "It had you measured." The battle ended before sunset. The Agoru ruins burned through the night. In the hours after victory, Othera Wordmake found Ahriman examining the remains of an alien weapon form. The rune priest came without his pack. He wore the grey of the 6th Legion beneath a cloak of fur. Rune tokens hung from his belt. His staff was dark wood reinforced with iron and carved with signs that Ahriman recognized as both warding symbols and mnemonic anchors. Ahriman looked up. "You conceal your approach poorly." Wordmake grinned. "I did not come to stalk you, sorcerer. Then you succeeded." The space wolf crouched beside the shattered weapon form. He touched one black fragment with a gloved finger. "It smells wrong. The object possesses no scent." "Not to the nose." Wordmake tapped his temple. Ahriman studied him. The rune priest was more sophisticated than his legion's reputation suggested. His language was blunt, but bluntness was not the same as ignorance. Wordmake perceived currents in the ether through metaphor and tradition, rather than systematized theory. "You felt the entities gathering," Ahriman said. "I felt teeth beneath the ice." "There was no ice. There is always ice. To a Fenrisian. To a wise man." Ahriman almost smiled. Almost. Wordmake rose. You call your storm by many names: telepathy, divination, biomancy. You carve it into pieces and believe the pieces obey because you have named them. Classification permits control. Does naming the wolf make its hunger smaller? No. It permits the hunter to distinguish it from the hound. Wordmake's expression hardened. The power I wield is not yours. All psychic force enters material reality through the same underlying medium. No. You deny the warp? I deny your claim upon it. Fenris has a soul. Its storms have roots. Its ice remembers blood. I take what the world offers and return what I owe. You employ symbolism to regulate etheric contact. I speak with my world. You describe the same act in a language that protects your pride. Wordmake laughed. It was not an angry sound. You speak like a man who believes the sea can be measured because he has filled one cup. And you speak like a man who worships the cup because he fears the sea. They stood amid the alien dead. Around them, thousand suns burned corrupted debris. Space wolves moved through the ruins with axes drawn, searching for enemies too stubborn to recognize defeat. Wordmake extended his hand. Teach me your names then. Ahriman looked at the offered hand. You believe them false. I believe they are yours. That does not make them useless. Several futures opened. In one, the exchange ended in mutual respect. In another, Wordmake returned to Fenris with understanding that prevented bloodshed. In another, the rune priest used everything he learned as a weapon. The darkest possibility stood far away, partially obscured. Ahriman accepted the hand. Very well. Lemuel Gauman screamed the first time Ahriman opened his sight. Not loudly. The sound escaped through clenched teeth as a thin hiss. His knees buckled. He caught himself against the wall of the meditation chamber. Stand, Ahriman said. Lemuel obeyed. He was mortal, though gifted beyond most of his kind. Sweat ran down his face. Blood trembled at one nostril. Around him, the chamber had changed. The walls remained stone, yet light moved through them like blood through translucent flesh. Every object possessed an aura. The lamp flames were crowned with blue halos. Dust motes burned like distant stars. Ahriman's presence filled the room as a column of crimson and gold too vast to belong within a body. Behind Ahriman stood something winged. Lemuel looked away from it. Do not avert your eyes, Ahriman said. I cannot look at it. You are looking at it. It knows. Yes. The mortal's breathing quickened. Ahriman touched 2 fingers to Lemuel's brow. Fear is a thought. It does not feel like one. Pain does not feel like an electrical signal. Hunger does not feel like chemistry. Sensation does not cease to possess structure because the untrained mind experiences it as mystery. Lemuel swallowed. How do I stop it? You do not stop fear. You place it where it is useful. The pressure of Ahriman's mind increased. Lemuel saw the chamber fracture into possible versions. In one, he fled. In another, his heart stopped. In another, the thing behind Ahriman opened its wings and filled the room. Choose, Ahriman said. Choose what? Which fear becomes real? Lemuel forced himself upright. The chamber steadied. The winged shape receded. Ahriman withdrew his hand. Better. Lemuel wiped blood from his mouth. You could have killed me. Yes. The mortal stared at him. Ahriman regarded the reaction with mild curiosity. Would you prefer ignorance? I would prefer warning. Warning would have altered your response. That was the intention. Then it would have corrupted the lesson. Lemuel laughed once, without humor. Ahriman allowed it. He believed the mortal would someday understand. That assumption was one of his smaller arrogances. Heliosa had no libraries. Its cities were fortresses of basalt and iron, built beneath a yellow sun whose radiation turned exposed flesh raw within minutes. The planetary rulers had refused compliance and buried their armies beneath layered defense lines. The wolves and the Thousand Suns attacked together. Leman Russ broke the outer fortress with artillery and armored assault. His legion advanced through the breach in packs, grey plate blackened by smoke, axes and blades working where bolter fire could no longer distinguish friend from foe. The Thousand Suns followed a different geometry. Raptora collapsed firing ports. Athanians filled command bunkers with false orders. Pyre burned oxygen from sealed chambers. Pavoni hardened muscle and slowed blood loss. The Corvidae guided the advance through futures in which the defenders' strongest positions had already failed. Victory came quickly. Then the flesh change returned. The afflicted warrior was named Callimachus. He had fought beside Ahriman for more than a century. The first sign was a break in his stride. The second was the sound of his armor splitting. Callimachus fell to one knee inside the conquered command bastion. His breastplate bulged outward. Ceramite cracked. Bone pushed through the rupture in branching white spines. He screamed. Tendons flowered from his torso like wet cables. A second ribcage unfolded beneath the first. Fingers opened along his throat. His helm split as his jaw extended, teeth multiplying behind the original row. The legionaries around him stepped back, not from fear, from recognition. "Callimachus," Ahriman said. The mutant turned toward him. For one heartbeat, intelligence remained in its many eyes. "Brother," it begged. Then Leman Russ entered the chamber. The Wolf King filled the doorway, immense even among the Legion's Astartes. Frost clung to his armor despite Helios's heat. His blade was already in his hand. Ahriman raised his staff. "Wait." Russ did not. His sword crossed once. Callimachus's head and upper limbs struck the floor. The remaining mass convulsed. Russ stepped forward and drove the blade into the center of it, pinning the creature to the stone until its movement stopped. Silence claimed the chamber. Black blood spread around the Primarch's boots. Ahriman stared at the corpse. Russ cleaned his blade on what remained of Callimachus's cloak. "He asked for mercy," the Wolf King said. "He asked his brother. He was no longer your brother. You reached that conclusion quickly." Russ looked down at him. Not quickly enough for his liking. The words were not cruel. That made them worse. Russ had killed Callimachus as he might kill a wounded beast on Fenris, without hatred, hesitation, or doubt. Practical mercy, delivered by a hand that considered certainty a virtue. Ahriman knelt beside the corpse after the Primarch departed. The flesh continued to change. New eyes opened in the severed neck. They stared at him. Magnus received him upon Prospero in a chamber without doors. The Primarch stood before a wall of living light, his single visible eye bright as a furnace. His shape altered subtly with every breath. Giant, scholar, warrior, crimson shadow. Ahriman placed Callimachus's gene readings upon the table between them. The flesh change has returned. Magnus did not look at the data. It never returned. Ahriman's voice remained level. "I watched it kill him." "You watched an isolated manifestation under extreme psychic stress. The distinction does not preserve the dead." Magnus turned. For an instant, Ahriman saw exhaustion beneath his father's magnificence. Then it was gone. "The Legion is stable." "By what mechanism?" "You know the answer." "I know what you have told us." The chamber seemed to contract. Magnus's gaze rested upon him with the weight of a star. "Take care, Ahzek." Ahriman felt his tutelary retreat. He did not. "I have searched the gene records. I have reviewed every surviving account of the remission. I have followed the causal branches through the ether. There are absences. All visions possess limits. These are not limits. They are excisions." Magnus's expression became paternal. That expression had once comforted Ahriman. Now it warned him. "There are truths a son need not bear. A son of your legion bears mutation, censure, and death. What truth exceeds those burdens? The truth I choose not to give you." There it was. Not explanation, authority. Ahriman bowed because protocol demanded it. "Of course, my lord." He left without another question. Behind him, Magnus watched in silence. The lesson endured. A father's command did not make the father correct. Other Weirdmake departed Prospero beneath a sky filled with red clouds. His gunship waited upon the landing field, engines whining. Rune-marked space wolves loaded sealed cases containing Prosperine texts, copied diagrams, and records of the cult disciplines Ahriman had chosen to share. Weirdmake stood at the foot of the assault ramp. "You have given me much," he said. "I have given you principles. On Fenris, a principle that survives winter becomes wisdom, and one that does not, firewood." Ahriman looked toward the waiting ship. "Will your brothers read what you carry?" "Some." "Will they understand it?" "Less than some." "That is not encouraging." Weirdmake clasped Ahriman's forearm. "No bridge is crossed by the man who refuses to lay the first stone." Ahriman returned the grip. The future opened around them. He saw Weirdmake speaking before Leman Russ. He saw the rune priest defending the 1,000 Suns against accusation. He saw wolves and suns fighting side by side beneath a darkening sky. He saw distrust weakened by comprehension. Farther away, almost lost among brighter possibilities, he saw a vast chamber. He saw Weirdmake standing before judges. He saw the knowledge Ahriman had given freely repeated as condemnation. He saw Magnus accused. He saw Prospero burning. The image was faint, one possibility among thousands. Ahriman dismissed it. Weirdmake released his arm and boarded the gunship. The ramp rose. Engines howled. The craft climbed into the red sky, carrying everything the rune priest had learned. Ahriman watched until it became a point of fire and vanished among the clouds. He still believed knowledge made men wiser. He had not yet learned that truth placed in fearful hands could become a blade. The censure host entered the Prospero system without challenge. Translation scars opened across the void like wounds cut into creation. Warp lights spilled through them in colors that had no rightful place within the material universe. One by one, then by the 100, warships emerged from the Empyrean, beneath veils of frozen vapor and bleeding lightning. The vessels of the space wolves came first. Their prows were iron fangs. Their armored flanks bore runes of Fenris, execution markings, and the scars of forgotten wars. Strike cruisers moved around immense battleships, while escort squadrons spread through the outer system, establishing interdiction zones with the practiced aggression of a hunting pack surrounding wounded prey. Behind them came the golden vessels of the Legio Custodes. Their hulls shone like blades drawn beneath starlight. They carried the 10,000, the Emperor's own companions, warriors whose presence transformed military censure into the direct extension of the master of mankind's will. Last came the black craft of the Silent Sisterhood. They moved without heraldic fire or vox proclamation. Their ships were absences against the stars. difficult for the eye to hold and painful for the mind to acknowledge. Within their holds waited the Null Maidens, soulless warriors whose proximity could silence psychic power, sicken psychers, and make demons recoil from the emptiness where a human soul should have burned. The fleet spread across the system. Prospero remained silent. No defensive auspex challenged them. No system monitor announced their arrival. No planetary battery acquired firing solutions. The orbital platforms drifted with their weapons dormant, their crews isolated behind severed communications. The Thousand Suns fleet was gone. Magnus had sent it away. Upon the command deck of the Space Wolves flagship, the order was given. Judgment became fire. Lance beams crossed the void and struck Prospero's upper atmosphere. The heavens ignited. Defense stations died without returning a shot, their reactors rupturing into spheres of white light. Torpedoes descended behind the first barrage, their warheads punching through cloud and air before detonating above military installations, communications arrays, and population centers. The first strike fell beyond Tiska. The second fell within it. A tower containing 4 centuries of collected astronomical works vanished in a pillar of light. Stone became vapor. Scholars became shadows burned into the surviving walls. The blast crossed the surrounding plazas and stripped flesh from those caught in the open, leaving blackened skeletons standing for an instant before the shockwave scattered them through the streets. The third strike struck the outer pyramid complexes. Kind shields flared into existence by instinct rather than command. Psychic barriers met orbital fire and bent inward beneath its force. Towers trembled. Windows burst. The air filled with molten crystal, powdered stone, and the severed limbs of men who had believed their world protected by reason. Tiska did not understand. Not at first. The City of Light had known war only as something studied in archives or carried elsewhere by the Legion. Its people had seen conquest recorded in illuminated histories. They had watched the Thousand Suns return from compliance campaigns, bearing alien relics and recovered knowledge. Now the sky was falling upon them. Across the city, bells began to ring, their notes drowned beneath the descending bombardment. Ahriman stood within the command sanctuary of the Pyramid of Photep and watched Prospero die across 100 hololithic displays. The tactical projections were incomplete. Defense augers had been blinded. Long-range communications had been deliberately disabled. Astropathic choirs sat isolated in chambers whose doors had been sealed by Magnus's authority. The Crimson King had not merely refused to defend Prospero, he had ensured that no one else could defend it either. Another orbital strike erased the western barracks. The display marked the structure as lost. Casualty estimates rose beyond 10,000, then vanished as the calculating engine failed. Around Ahriman stood the surviving captains and magisters Templi of the 15th Legion. Their faces were lit by the red glare of warning sigils. Phosis Takar drove a fist into the command table. The metal surface buckled beneath his gauntlet. "We should have known," he said. "We did know," Ahriman answered. Phosis turned toward him. "We had suspicions. We had evidence. And yet we obeyed." The accusation was not directed solely at Magnus. Ahriman accepted his share of it. Another legionary spoke from the outer circle. "The Primarch's command remains absolute. We are to make no organized resistance." Captain Anku Anan wore the symbols of the Athenians upon his armor. Blood ran from one nostril, the result of a psychic backlash caused by the bombardment. Phosis looked ready to kill him. Ahriman raised one hand. The chamber quieted. "Magnus believes submission will preserve the Imperium from the consequences of his error," Ahriman said. "He mistakes the destruction of his sons for restitution." Anku Anan's expression hardened. He is our father. He is wrong. The words entered the sanctuary with greater force than a shout. Several captains lowered their eyes. Others stared at Ahriman as though he had drawn a weapon within the Primarch's presence. Ahriman continued. Accepting massacre is not nobility. It is vanity disguised as penitence. Magnus wishes to prove that he understands the price of disobedience, and he has chosen us to pay it. You speak treason, Ankuanin said. No, I speak mathematics. Ahriman touched the command table. Broken tactical networks opened before him. The enemy possesses orbital superiority, intact fleet support, and the element of surprise. Our own fleet has been dispersed. Our outer batteries remain dormant. The system monitors are dead. Tizca contains millions of civilians and the greater part of the Legion's accumulated knowledge. He looked around the chamber. We cannot win. Phocis bared his teeth. Then what are you proposing? That we decide what survives. The first true defensive order issued from the Pyramid of Photep 11 minutes after the bombardment began. Ahriman transmitted it through telepathic relays because the Vox remained crippled. Awaken the orbital batteries. Recall every fellowship within psychic reach. Arm the Spire Guard. Evacuate the outer districts toward the pyramid shelters. Remove irreplaceable archives from surface repositories. Do not pursue the enemy beyond defensible ground. Do not contest territory without strategic value. Preserve the Legion. Preserve the people. Preserve time. The command spread from mind to mind. Across Tizca, 1,000 suns lifted their heads. Warriors who had been kneeling in meditation rose and reached for bolters. Armory seals broke. Power weapons ignited. Scarab occult terminators entered teleportation chambers. Spire Guard regiments opened weapon vaults and distributed lasrifles, plasma guns, and heavy support arms to soldiers who could hear enemy dropcraft screaming through the atmosphere. Dormant defense towers woke. Their machine spirits resisted at first, locked behind Magnus's authority. Legion Tech Marines cut through command restrictions, while Raptora forced open armored shutters with telekinesis. The first defense laser fired. Its beam struck a descending Space Wolves transport and cut through the vessel from prow to stern. The gunship came apart over the city. Burning debris and grey-armoured bodies rained across the plazas. The remaining transports adjusted instantly. They did not scatter in confusion. They separated into hunting groups, each vessel supporting the others, using the destruction of one craft to locate the defense battery that had killed it. 6 gunships descended upon the tower. Missiles crossed the sky. The defense laser vanished inside a storm of explosions. The wolves came down through fire. Drop pods struck Tizca like iron meteors. They crashed into plazas, avenues, and the roofs of archive complexes. Restraints released before the pods had fully settled. Hatches blasted outward. Space wolves charged through smoke and fragments of shattered stone, bolters firing from the instant they cleared their harnesses. They fought as packs. One warrior suppressed while another closed. One drew fire while 2 advanced through cover. They did not waste time upon ritual challenges when tactical murder would suffice. They moved with a savagery disciplined by long familiarity. Their aggression focused rather than uncontrolled. A squad of Spire Guard opened fire from the steps of a library. Las beams struck the leading wolf across the chest and face. His plate blackened. One beam entered the neck seal and burned through his throat. He continued running. The Space Wolf fired his bolter one-handed. A mass-reactive shell struck a Spire Guard officer in the abdomen. It penetrated before detonating, bursting the man's torso outward and spraying his intestines across the soldiers behind him. The surviving guardsmen held their line. Heavy weapons opened from the upper galleries. Autocannon rounds tore a wolf apart at the waist. His armoured torso struck the library steps and continued firing until a Lascanon blast vaporized his skull. The wolves reached the defenders. Chain axes and frost blades descended. Bodies opened. A space wolf hooked an axe beneath a guardsman's breastplate and pulled upward. The blade tore through ribs, lungs, and collarbone, splitting the man from groin to shoulder. Another wolf smashed his helm into an officer's face. Bone collapsed inward. Teeth and fragments of jaw sprayed from the rear of the man's head. Then the 1,000 Suns entered the plaza. A line of crimson warriors advanced from the library doors. Their bolters fired in enumerated sequence. The first volley struck the Space Wolves' forward pack. The second targeted those shifting to cover. The third killed the warriors attempting to flank. Raptora Kine shields rose above the spire guard. Pyri cast streams of white fire across the steps. A space wolf disappeared inside the flames. His armor glowed red, then white. Fat boiled beneath ceramite. He took 3 more steps before his visor ruptured and burning tissue poured from the opening. The wolves did not retreat. They howled and charged. Above them, golden figures descended. The custodians did not deploy like space marines. They came as individual engines of execution, each warrior fighting alone without ever ceasing to support the whole. Their armor shone beneath the burning sky. Guardian spears moved with impossible economy. Every thrust killed. Every shot entered an eye lens, throat seal, or joint. 1,000 Sun raised a force blade against one of them. The custodian's spear pierced his chest before the blade completed its arc. The guardian bolt detonated inside the legionary's body, bursting both hearts and scattering fragments of fused ribs through his backpack. The custodian withdrew the weapon and turned in the same movement. His spear severed the head of a second warrior. His rearward sweep shattered the knee of a third. There was no wasted flourish, no rage, only perfection applied to killing. Ahriman saw the plaza through the eyes of the Corvidae stationed there. He saw the defenders hold for 31 seconds. In one possibility, they died without consequence. In another, their resistance delayed a custodian spearhead long enough for 3,000 civilians to enter the shelter galleries. Ahriman chose the second future. "Fourth Fellowship," he sent through the communion. "Collapse the library facade when the Golden Warriors reach the outer steps. Spireguard withdraw through the eastern transept. The structure is expendable." The order returned as silent acknowledgement. Across Tiska, 1,000 such decisions unfolded within Ahriman's mind. He stood inside the command sanctuary while battle flowed through him. He felt bolter impacts before triggers were pulled. He saw which avenues would become killing grounds and which shelters would collapse beneath bombardment. He redirected forces from districts that appeared secure because he had already watched them burn in futures not yet real. First Fellowship to the Central Processional, Sekhmet to the Western Pyramid. Abandon the Athenor archives. Preserve the mnemonic crystals only. Do not reinforce the Southern Gate. Phocis looked sharply toward him. The Southern Gate is holding. It will cease to exist in 4 minutes. As if summoned by the words, the command display flared. A bombardment marker appeared above the gate. The heavens opened. A lance beam struck. The southern quarter vanished beneath a column of incandescent debris. Phocis stared at the display. "You saw it. I saw 12 alternatives. And this was the best? This was the one in which the reinforcement column lived." Ahriman turned toward another projection. He did not mention that in half the futures, Phocis died before sunset. Tizca became a meat grinder built from prophecy and hatred. Kine shields flared above the avenues. Artillery shells struck them and flattened into discs of molten metal before detonating. Every impact forced the Raptora maintaining the barriers closer to collapse. A shield over the square of the occultation failed under concentrated bombardment. The psychic barrier folded inward. Its stored force struck the defenders beneath it. Men exploded. Spireguard soldiers were crushed into the paving stones, their bones driven through skin and armor. 1,000 Suns' breastplate imploded, smashing his ribcage into his hearts. Another warrior's helm collapsed around his skull and forced his brain through the seals beneath his jaw. Stone fragments became hypersonic shrapnel. One shard passed through 7 mortals and buried itself in a pillar, trailing ropes of intestine and torn uniforms behind it. The space wolves charged through the carnage. The 1,000 Suns met them. Bolters thundered at ranges too close for aim. Chain blades struck ceramite and screamed as teeth broke against armor. Legionaries grappled among the corpses, transhuman strength reducing the weapons of mortal war to tools for intimate butchery. A space wolf buried his chain axe in 1,000 Suns' shoulder. The spinning teeth tore through the pauldron and became trapped in the warrior's reinforced clavicle. The 1,000 Suns seized the wolf's helm in both hands and twisted. Neck seals burst. Vertebrae cracked. The space wolf's head turned completely around before the body released the axe. The 1,000 Sun pulled the weapon from his own shoulder and killed another wolf with it. Then a custodian's spear entered his spine. Elsewhere, the Silent Sisterhood advanced. Their black transports opened and emptiness walked into Tizca. Ahriman felt their arrival before he saw them. The city's psychic song broke. Thoughts vanished from the communion. Tutelares shrieked and fled. Sorcerous fire guttered. Raptora lost control of their shields. Athenaean commands dissolved into static. Thousands of psychers felt their souls become unreachable. Men vomited blood inside their helms. Some collapsed, clawing at their armor, desperate to escape bodies that suddenly felt like sealed coffins. Others screamed because they could no longer hear the presence that had whispered beside them since their awakening. The Sisters of Silence moved through them with executioner blades raised. They communicated through battle sign, every gesture clipped and exact. Their faces remained expressionless as they killed. They were not berserkers. They did not hate as the wolves hated. They merely advanced within the absence that was their nature. 1,000 Sun tried to summon flame. Nothing answered. A null maiden drove her blade beneath his breastplate and opened him from hip to sternum. His organs spilled over her gauntlets in steaming coils. She withdrew the weapon and moved on before the legionary's body fell. Another sister cut through the neck of a Prosperine psyker. The man's head rolled across the plaza, mouth still forming a spell that would never reach the warp. The psychic violence had drawn other predators. Psychnoin descended upon Tizca. They came from the Empyrean in swarms, vast insectile shapes sliding through fractures between worlds. Their wings shimmered like stained glass. Their limbs ended in hooked claws. Their needle mouths sought psychic minds. One seized a wounded legionary and drove its ovipositor through his eye lens. The point penetrated the eye, passed through the socket, and entered the brain. The warrior convulsed. The creature deposited its eggs and fled. Seconds later, the legionary's skull began to move. Something pushed beneath the bone. He screamed and fired wildly, bolt shells tearing through Spireguard and Space Wolf alike. His helm split along the brow. Chitinous limbs forced their way out through fractured ceramite. The first larval Psychnuin emerged in a spray of grey matter. More followed. They ate their way out through his face. Demonic shapes gathered above the pyramids. Some wore the forms of birds with human hands. Others crawled through the air upon limbs made from burning script. Every spell, death and terror weakened the veil further. Ahriman saw all of it. His mind approached fracture. He divided his consciousness through the enumerations. One part directed the defense of the Western Pyramid. Another coordinated the evacuation of the civilian districts. A third tracked the enemy's orbital fire. A fourth searched for Magnus. A fifth killed. He entered the processional district at the head of the First Fellowship. Incoming shells fell toward them. Ahriman saw their paths before the artillery crews completed loading. He raised his staff. The rounds changed direction. They curved through the air and descended upon the space wolves advancing along the parallel avenue. Explosions consumed the pack. Armor, weapons, and body parts spun through the fire. Ahriman continued walking. Bolter fire came from the upper galleries. He turned his head before the first muzzle flashed. Force gathered around him. The shells slowed. They hung in the air like iron insects. Ahriman reversed them. Space wolves died in the windows. Mass reactive rounds entered throats, eyes, and mouths. One shell struck beneath a warrior's chin and detonated inside his helm, filling it with fragments of skull and pulped brain. Ahriman sent commands without speaking. Raptora, forward. Pyre, burn the eastern gallery. Sekhmet, breach through the shrine wall. The battle shifted around him. He moved through futures and forced the least catastrophic into existence. Then the future vanished. Silence struck him. His psychic senses collapsed. The communion died. His tutelary disappeared with a cry cut short. Ahriman staggered. The black staff became only weight in his hand. A sister of silence advanced through the smoke. She wore black and bronze battle plate. A fur-lined mantle hung from one shoulder, darkened by ash and blood. Her executioner great blade rested in both hands. Around her spread a dead zone in reality. Ahriman could not sense her thoughts. He could not see her future. He could not feel the warp. For the first time in more than a century, he was alone inside his own skull. The sister attacked. Her blade crossed toward his neck. Ahriman caught it upon the shaft of his staff. The impact drove him sideways. Without psychic augmentation, the force surprised him. The Null Maiden reversed her weapon and cut toward his abdomen. Ahriman stepped inside the arc. He struck her in the face with his helm. Her nose broke. Blood sprayed across his eye lenses. She did not falter. Her knee struck his groin armor. Her elbow drove into the joint beneath his left arm. She moved with disciplined speed, targeting seals and articulation points rather than attempting to break ceramite. Ahriman accepted the third blow to create an opening. Her blade cut through the outer layers of his vambrace. He trapped the weapon beneath his arm and drove the end of the black staff into her breastplate. The staff was not only a psychic focus, it was a weapon wielded by a space marine. The blow caved in the sister's armor and broke her sternum. She flew backwards, struck a pillar and landed upon one knee. She rose. Ahriman drew his bolt pistol. She crossed the distance before he could aim. The executioner blade cut across his chest and split gold trim from his armor. Ahriman seized her sword arm at the wrist. Bones broke beneath his fingers. The sister struck him with her free hand, forcing a dagger toward his throat's seal. Ahriman turned aside. The blade scraped his gorget. He drove the barrel of the pistol beneath her jaw. The inferno bolt entered at the base of her skull. Her head erupted. Fragments of bone and boiling brain struck his breastplate. The sister's body remained upright for an instant, held by his grip upon her broken wrist. Ahriman threw the corpse aside. The null field weakened. The warp returned as a scream. Ahriman drew breath. His tutelary reappeared behind him, trembling. "You abandoned me," he said. The creature folded its wings. It offered no answer. A psychic presence struck him from the west. Fenrisian runes burned through the smoke. Ahriman recognized the mind behind them. Other word make. The rune priest stood within the ruins of the Temple of the Severed Star, surrounded by dead thousand suns. His staff was planted in the blood-wet ground. Runes of frost glowed across his armor. Their eyes met across the broken avenue. Wordmake raised his weapon. The material city fell away. Ahriman entered the ether with murder in his heart. The two warriors stood upon a plain of black ice beneath a sky filled with wolves. None were real. All could kill. Woodmake appeared as a grey-armoured giant wrapped in storm clouds. His staff had become a spear of frozen wood. Behind him rose the shape of Fenris, a world of ice, ocean, and endless night. Ahriman stood within a circle of burning books. His armour shone crimson. His staff was still pale then, though darkness had begun to gather beneath its surface. "You should have listened," Wordmake said. "You should have understood." The ice split. Spectral wolves charged. Ahriman raised one hand. The burning books opened. Words became blades of fire and cut through the pack. Wolves burst into snow, blood, and fragments of human memory. Wordmake crossed the plain behind them. His spear struck Ahriman's staff. The ether shook. "You damned yourselves," the rune priest growled. "You carried the torch to our pyre. Your father broke the Emperor's law. Our father tried to warn him. Lies." Ahriman seized the rune priest's mind. Wordmake resisted. His thoughts were a fortress built from saga, oath, and memory. Ahriman passed through them by force. He showed Wordmake Davin. He showed him Horus lying within the Serpent Lodge. He showed him the War Master's corruption. He showed Magnus discovering the betrayal. He showed the warning sent to Terra. He showed the hidden work beneath the Imperial Palace, breaking beneath Magnus's intrusion. He showed Horus altering the intent of the censure host. He showed execution replacing arrest. Wordmake screamed. The black ice beneath them shattered. "No," he said. Ahriman held him within the truth. "You judged what you did not understand. Russ was commanded. Russ was deceived. The Emperor ordered your censure. Horus ensured it became annihilation. The rune priest saw it. Ahriman felt the moment comprehension entered him. Wordmake understood that the space wolves had been used. He understood that Prospero was not merely the consequence of Magnus's pride, but part of a greater design intended to turn loyal warriors against one another. He looked at Ahriman across the broken ether. "Release me." The words contained no challenge, only urgency. "I must tell my lord." Ahriman saw the possibility. Wordmake could return to his body. He could seek Leman Russ. He could speak the truth of Horus. Perhaps the Wolf King would listen. Perhaps the battle could be halted before Tiska died completely. A path opened in the future. Narrow, difficult, not impossible. Ahriman remembered Nicaea. He remembered Wordmake standing before the judges, repeating private knowledge as accusation. He remembered the rune priest describing tutelaries to men already eager to condemn them. He remembered trust turned into a weapon. "You will tell Russ?" Ahriman asked. "Yes." "Will you tell him you were wrong?" Wordmake's jaw tightened. "If that is the price." "It is not." Ahriman tightened his grip upon the rune priest's soul. Wordmake's form began to fracture. Alarm replaced resolve. Ahzek. The use of his name almost stayed Ahriman's hand. Almost. You came to my world as an executioner, Ahriman said. You will not leave it as a messenger. I know the truth. You knew enough truth before. The predators gathered. They had watched the duel from beyond the edges of the constructed plane. Warp things with mouths made from memories pressed closer. Wordmake struggled. Ahriman opened the barriers around him. The predators entered. They seized the rune priest's soul. One tore away the memory of Fenrisian snow. Another swallowed the face of his first pack brother. A third bit through the oath binding him to Leman Russ. Wordmake screamed as they consumed him without granting unconsciousness. His soul divided. Every fragment remained aware. Ahriman watched until there was no hole being left to beg. Then he cast the pieces deeper into the warp. The ether closed. Ahriman returned to his body. Wordmake stood across the avenue for one final heartbeat. Then he collapsed. Blood ran from his eyes. His mouth hung open. Nothing remained behind his stare. Ahriman had seen the path that might have ended the slaughter. He had chosen vengeance. The decision felt righteous for less than a second. Then the city shook. Something vast had entered the battle. Magnus descended from the pyramid of Photep like a crimson god. Fire surrounded him. His shape towered above the streets, armor and flesh shifting beneath the force of his presence. The air burned around his limbs. Space bent beneath every step. Across the ruins, Leman Russ came to meet him. The Wolf King moved through the slaughter with his blade raised. Space wolves gathered behind him, howling their father's name. Custodians advanced at his flanks. Sisters of Silence spread their null aura across the shattered plaza. Magnus looked upon his dying sons. Something within him broke. The first exchange between the Primarchs destroyed everything around them. Russ struck. Magnus caught the blade in one hand. The impact shattered buildings for hundreds of meters. Warriors from both legions were thrown from their feet. Mortal soldiers simply burst, their organs crushed by the pressure wave. Magnus answered with psychic force. Russ flew through a pyramid facade and emerged beneath a mountain of collapsing stone. Space wolves disappeared beneath the debris. Custodians leapt clear with impossible speed. Sisters of Silence were crushed beneath blocks large enough to flatten tanks. The Wolf King rose. Blood covered his face. He charged again. Their duel crossed Tizca. Every blow became catastrophe. Russ's blade opened Magnus's flesh and released fire instead of blood. Magnus's fist struck Russ's breastplate and drove fragments of golden ornament into the Primarch's body. Buildings collapsed beneath them. Streets split. The atmosphere filled with pulverized stone until day became night. Magnus hurled sorcery. Russ answered with violence. The Crimson King grew larger, then smaller, then divided into radiant shapes. The Wolf King fought through every illusion, guided by instinct, hatred, and a purpose too direct for deception to easily divert. The air around them turned to glass. It fell in burning sheets. Legionaries beneath the storm were sliced apart. A space wolf lost the front half of his body and continued stumbling before his legs understood that he was dead. 1,000 Sun raised a kind shield against the descending glass. The barrier failed, and thousands of razor fragments stripped him to bone inside his armor. Ahriman watched from the ruins. He saw no future in which the 15th Legion remained upon Prospero. The Great Pyramid was the only path left. Withdraw, he sent through every surviving psychic channel. All fellowships to the Great Pyramid. Preserve the wounded who can move. Abandon the dead. Carry the archives already secured. Withdraw. Some refused. Phocis Takar remained in battle, his power swelling beyond control. Others obeyed. Broken formations pulled away from the streets. Scarab occult terminators formed rear guards. Spire Guard soldiers carried the wounded until Space Wolf fire tore them down. Civilians flooded the approaches to the pyramid, screaming beneath a sky filled with demons, gunships, and falling stone. Ahriman moved among them. He killed without counting. A space wolf lunged through the smoke. Ahriman broke his mind before the axe descended. The warrior forgot how to breathe, how to stand, and how to distinguish enemy from flesh. He collapsed, clawing at his own face. A custodian attacked from the flank. Ahriman saw the spear thrust in 9 possible variations. He stepped into the single gap between them and struck with his staff. Psychic force magnified the blow. The custodian's helm snapped sideways. Before the golden warrior recovered, Ahriman drove an inferno bolt through the damaged neck seal. The custodian's head came apart inside his helm. Ahriman continued toward the pyramid. Magnus appeared before him, not in body. A fragment of the Primarch's mind stood amid the battle, while his physical form fought Russ across the city. In the projection's hands rested a book. Its cover seemed made from crimson hide, though eyes opened and closed beneath the surface. Golden clasps bound its pages. Every symbol upon it changed when Ahriman tried to read it. The Book of Magnus. Ahriman stared at it. My lord, my son. The title held grief. Magnus extended the book. You must take this. Ahriman accepted it. The weight was greater than matter could explain. Knowledge moved inside the volume like a living thing. Ahriman felt spells, true names, geometries and histories pressing against the wards of his mind. What are you planning? He asked. What remains? You can defeat him. Magnus looked toward the duel he was still fighting. No. The answer shocked Ahriman more than any confession. Magnus touched the book. You will be the conduit. Gather those who remain within the pyramid. Bind the fellowships through the enumerations. When I open the path, hold them together. To where? A place prepared by powers that have waited for this moment. Ahriman understood the implication. You made another bargain. Magnus's expression twisted. There are no choices left without poison. There were choices. You blinded us to them. I know. The admission came too late. Ahriman wanted to strike him. Instead, he held the book, because the Legion still needed saving. Magnus's projection vanished. The duel reached its end. Russ seized Magnus. The Wolf King lifted the Crimson King across his shoulders. Ahriman saw the moment before it happened. He saw the breaking. He could do nothing. Leman Russ brought Magnus down across his raised knee. The Primarch's spine shattered. The sound crossed the city. Every 1,000 sun felt it. Magnus screamed. Prospero screamed with him. The Crimson King's final act was not an attack. It was escape. Ahriman stood within the Great Pyramid, surrounded by the remnants of the Legion. The surviving 1,000 suns formed broken circles. Some lacked limbs. Some carried mutations concealed beneath cracked armor. Spire Guard and civilians crowded between them, weeping, praying and bleeding upon the stone. Outside, the wolves breached the pyramid's lower gates. Ahriman opened the Book of Magnus. The pages turned by themselves. Symbols rose into the air. Join minds, he commanded. The Legion obeyed. The remaining cults linked through him. Raptora gave structure. Athenians bound thought. Pavoni preserved failing bodies. Pyre fed fire into the working. Corvidi searched for a future beyond death. Magnus released his power. Reality tore open. There was no safe passage, no gate, no protected corridor through the immaterium. The survivors were hurled into raw warp space. Armor seals ruptured, bodies came apart. A Spireguard soldier expanded until his skin split and his organs floated around him like red moons. 1,000 suns' arms multiplied beneath his pauldrons, each new limb clawing at the others. Another warrior's body turned inside out, muscle and intestine spreading across his armor, while his skeleton remained trapped within. Demons descended upon them. Claws reached from every direction. Mouths bit into souls rather than flesh. Men screamed as their memories were ripped away before their bodies died. Ahriman held the legion together. The book burned in his hands. His force staff darkened. Blackness spread through the weapon from base to crown, swallowing its old color as though the staff had been thrust into the heart of a dying star. Something laughed beyond the transit. Not Magnus. Not any being Ahriman could name. The laugh contained patience. It had waited for the 15th Legion to enter its domain. It had waited for Ahriman to believe he was saving them. The transit ended. Ahriman struck black stone. His armor smoked. Blood filled his mouth. The Book of Magnus lay beneath one hand. The staff beside him had become entirely black. Around him, survivors materialized across a plain beneath an impossible sky. Towers twisted upward in spirals that ignored geometry. Rivers flowed through the air. Distant mountains opened their eyes. The heavens changed color with every breath, and 9 moons revolved around a sun that screamed without sound. The planet of sorcerers. 1,000 suns appeared in bursts of fire. Some arrived whole. Others arrived fused together. A legionary materialized with another warrior's arm protruding from his chest. A mortal emerged embedded within a slab of stone, alive long enough to beg before the rock closed around his face. Mutants crawled across the black earth, their armor splitting as the flesh change accelerated beneath the influence of the warp. Ahriman rose. Tizka was gone. Prospero was gone. Weirdmake was dead. The Legion had survived. He looked across the damned world and listened to his brothers scream as their bodies changed. He had defied Magnus to save them. He had killed the one witness who might have ended the slaughter. He had carried the survivors through hell, and the hell had come with them. The planet of sorcerers pretended to be a sanctuary. It wore the shape of a world because mortal minds required horizons. It offered plains, mountains, seas, and a sky because even transhuman intellects could not endure raw unreality without imposing familiar structures upon it. None of those structures remained faithful for long. Towers moved when no one watched them. A warrior might turn from a spire of black glass, count 3 breaths, then look back to find it standing upon the opposite horizon. Stairways descended into chambers that had never been built. Doors opened into the childhood memories of dead men. Rivers flowed upward, carrying pale corpses into clouds that drank them whole. The sky was a wounded mosaic of colors without names. Eyes hid within it. They opened whenever someone lied. Ahriman had ceased looking up. He crossed a bridge of polished bone toward a fortress that had not existed the previous day. The bridge flexed beneath his boots, as if remembering the animal from which it had been taken. Below it, a sea of liquid mirrors reflected possibilities instead of faces. In one reflection, Ahriman still wore the crimson of the Great Crusade. In another, his armor had become blue and gold. In another, there was nothing beneath his helm except darkness crowded, with screaming mouths. He did not look down again. The fortress ahead belonged to Magnus. Calling it a palace would have implied that it had been constructed for habitation. It was instead a proclamation carved into the warp. Towers spiraled around impossible axes. Vast wings of stone opened and closed along its walls. Statues of the Crimson King knelt before other statues of the Crimson King, each larger than the last, until the final image disappeared into the changing sky. Magnus waited within a chamber shaped from his memories of Tizca. The imitation was almost perfect. Almost. Columns of pale marble lined the hall. Books filled galleries ascending beyond sight. Sunlight fell through windows depicting the victories of the 1,000 suns. Yet the light possessed no source. The books whispered when unopened. Blood ran behind the stained glass whenever Prospero appeared within the images. Magnus stood at the chamber's center. He had survived the breaking of his body, but survival had altered its meaning. The Primarch no longer possessed a single form. Ahriman saw the Crimson King as he remembered him, copper-skinned, red-haired and immense. Around that image moved other possibilities. A winged giant of etheric fire, a one-eyed shadow wearing a crown of horns, a scholar with blood running from an empty eye socket, a vast bird-like figure whose feathers each contained a burning world. Magnus looked less like a living being than an argument reality had failed to settle. "You continue your investigations," the Primarch said. Ahriman stopped before him. "I continue many investigations." The flesh change. The eyes hidden in the ceiling opened. Ahriman regarded them. "I have obeyed your command." The eyes remained open. Magnus's expression did not change. "My sons are still dying. That is why the inquiry remains forbidden." Ahriman's hand tightened around his blackened force staff. "Explain." "I have explained. You have commanded. Those acts are not synonymous." The chamber darkened. 100 books fell silent simultaneously. Magnus stepped closer. Each footfall changed the floor beneath him from marble to ash and back again. Every effort to undo what has been done draws the attention of the power responsible. Every attempt to cure the Legion tightens the snare. Then we must understand the snare. You believe knowledge is immunity. No, I believe ignorance is surrender. Magnus's forms shifted around him. For an instant, Ahriman saw the Primarch as he had appeared after finding the 15th Legion, magnificent and seemingly whole. Then the image fractured into the being standing before him. "I once believed as you do," Magnus said. "You still do." The accusation struck harder because it was true. The Primarch's visible eye narrowed. "You will cease. No gene divination, no etheric reconstruction, no experiments upon the changed, no cabals concealed from my sight." Ahriman bowed. "As you command, Father." The eyes in the ceiling opened wider. Magnus watched him depart. Neither pretended the obedience was sincere. Ahriman's laboratories existed in a place that the planet of sorcerers had forgotten. Reaching them required walking backward through a doorway while reciting the names of the dead in reverse order. The passage beyond led through a memory of rain on terror, then into a corridor suspended within complete darkness. No map recorded the route. No ordinary thought held the final destination. The laboratories were built inside the corpse of a creature that had never lived. Its ribs formed vaulted chambers. Veins of translucent crystal carried psychic current through walls of petrified flesh. Warding circles covered every surface. Brass vessels stood in ordered rows, each containing a soul fragment suspended in alchemical fluid. Some whispered. Some wept. One had screamed without pause since Prospero. Ahriman entered the central dissection chamber. Sobek awaited him beside the table. The legionary upon it had once been named Kasharhan. He had fought at Tizca and survived the passage through the raw warp. 3 days after reaching the planet of sorcerers, his flesh change had begun. Now little remained that resembled an Adeptus Astartes. His armor had been cut away. His chest possessed 2 additional rib cages, each opening and closing around a cluster of malformed lungs. Fingers grew from his spine. His secondary heart had migrated into his throat and beat visibly beneath stretched skin. His face had divided vertically. One half still belonged to Kashahan. The other had become a wet mass of eyes and teeth. He remained alive. Ahzek, the human half of his mouth whispered. Ahriman approached the table. I am here. Kill me. No. The fingers growing from Kashahan's spine scratched against the metal beneath him. Several had torn off their own nails. Bone showed through the ruined tips. Something is inside me. Ahriman examined the psychic restraints. Many things are inside you. It speaks with my voice. That does not make it you. The mutated half of Kashahan's face smiled. Ahriman drew a scalpel of psycho-reactive crystal. Kashahan began to struggle. The restraints tightened around his wrists and ankles. Metal cut through skin. Black blood ran into channels carved around the table. You said you were here, the legionary gasped. I am. As my brother. Ahriman paused. The pendant of Ormuzd rested within his shoulder guard, hidden beneath layers of plate. As your physician. The scalpel entered Kashahan's chest. There was no anesthetic. Every narcotic compound the Pavoni had administered caused the changed tissue to mutate faster. Ahriman cut through muscle while Sobek held the convulsing body in place. The legionary screamed until one of his new lungs ruptured. Pink foam filled his mouth. Ahriman separated a cluster of organs grown around the primary heart. He found glands unknown to the apothecarian, translucent sacs filled with blue fire, and something resembling an embryonic eye fused to the pulmonary artery. The eye opened. It looked directly at him. Ahriman removed it. Kashahan's remaining face lost all expression. His soul began to separate from his body before physical death. Ahriman saw it lifting as a haze of crimson light. Vessel, he said. Sobek raised one of the prepared canopic jars. Ahriman caught the departing soul and forced it into the vessel. The jar screamed in Kashahan's voice. His body continued twitching after death. New mouths opened along the exposed intestine. They gasped like fish in poisoned water. Sobek sealed the vessel. You preserved him, he said. I preserved what may be studied. That was not what I meant. Ahriman looked at the mutilated body. Sentiment does not improve accuracy. He dissected Kashahan for another 4 hours. When he finished, nothing recognizable remained upon the table. Organs floated in labeled vessels. Segments of spine rested beneath stasis fields. The mutated flesh had been divided according to etheric resonance, cellular corruption, and probable causal sequence. Ahriman ordered the remains incinerated. The soul he kept. It joined the others in the memory vaults. Desecration was preferable to ignorance. He repeated the thought until it ceased sounding like an excuse. Magnus summoned him before the next false dawn. The Primarch had discovered the location of the Iron Oculus. He did not mention the laboratory. Ahriman did not mention the prohibition. You will recover it, Magnus said. For what purpose? It contains a prisoner capable of locating what was broken from me. Your shards. Magnus's face became a mask. The breaking upon Prospero had not merely sundered his body. Portions of his essence had scattered through the material universe and the warp. Each shard carried some quality of the Primarch: rage, nobility, doubt, memory, power. Without them, Magnus remained both greater and less than what he had been. Ahriman understood the danger. He also understood the opportunity. "If this prisoner can find fragments of your soul," he said, "it may understand the separation of soul from flesh." Magnus looked at him for a long moment. "You will not use it for your private work?" "Of course." The eyes in the sky opened above the palace. The expedition left aboard the Photep and descended upon a dead world whose name had been eaten from every archive. The iron oculus rested beneath its surface. The planet's ruins had been built by no culture the Imperium recognized. Black cubes rose from fields of petrified corpses. Every structure was identical, yet each contained a different interior. Ahriman's auspex registered temperatures below absolute cold and heartbeats beneath stone. His fellowship advanced in a formation devised by Ignis. Ignis had calculated every interval, distances between warriors, rates of ammunition expenditure, probable vectors of ambush. The spacing was not merely tactical, it formed part of a mobile warding pattern. Sobek carried a force stave and combi bolter. Tolbek bore the heavy weaponry required to break material opposition. Sanakt moved with his blade drawn, the swordsman watching angles no ordinary foe could use. Menkara walked with his face concealed, his mind shifting between future and present. Hathor Mart accompanied them in immaculate crimson armor. His outward appearance remained beautiful, even by the standards of the Legion. Beneath the plate, the flesh change had already begun gnawing at him. Lucius of the Emperor's Children came as an unwanted blade. He smiled too often. "I had heard sorcerers preferred to fight from behind other men," Lucius said. Sanakt did not look at him. "I had heard the Third Legion preferred mirrors." Lucius's smile widened. "The mirror rarely survives me." "Neither does the man staring into it." Ahriman raised one hand. The fellowship halted. Ahead lay an archway cut into nothing. Beyond it waited a corridor. There was no building around the corridor. It simply extended into the air, walls and floor continuing through space unsupported. Menkora tilted his head. "The first attack has already happened." Tolbek examined the empty field around them. "I see no enemy. You are standing in its corpse." The ground opened. Yokai erupted from beneath their feet. They were not demons in any simple sense. They were masks given motion, psychic constructions that had worn so many hosts that fragments of each remained within them. One possessed the shape of a giant in lacquered armor, but human hands pushed from every joint. Another moved upon 9 legs, each ending in a screaming mouth. The first yokai struck Sobek. Its blade passed through his kine shield and split the outer layer of his pauldron. Sobek fired his combi bolter into its chest. Mass-reactive rounds detonated beneath lacquered plates, releasing clouds of teeth and black feathers. The creature laughed with 100 voices. Tolbek's heavy weapon opened fire. Shells tore away half the yokai's body. Blood, smoke, and strips of ancient parchment sprayed across the ruins. The remaining half continued advancing until Sanakt cut through its neck. The severed head bit at his boots. He crushed it beneath one heel. More rose from the ground. Ignis transmitted the 4th combat enumeration. The Thousand Suns shifted without spoken orders. Sobek and Tolbek established the material axis. Their weapons shattered bodies and forced the yokai into predictable routes. Hathor Mart altered the legionaries' reflexes through biomancy, accelerating nerve signals and strengthening muscle fibers. Menkara identified futures in which the formation failed. Sanakt occupied the spaces where lethal possibilities converged. Ahriman directed them. 3 steps left. A talon passed through the air where Hathor Mart's skull had been. "Fire beneath the second arch!" Stolbeck discharged his weapon into empty stone. The wall burst open. A yokai concealed 1 second ahead of reality materialized inside the explosions and came apart before it could attack. "Close the 5th point." Ignis moved. The mobile ward completed itself. Ahriman drove his staff into the ground. Every yokai within the formation stopped. Their shadows tore free and wrapped around them. Limbs broke backward. Masks split. Bodies collapsed inward until nothing remained except piles of wet paper, human tongues, and fragments of armor from forgotten empires. The Fellowship entered the unsupported corridor. It led through dead memories. Ahriman saw Tizka before the burning. Sobek saw brothers whose names had been erased. Hathor Mart walked past reflections of himself, each more deformed than the last. One reflection had no skin. Another possessed a bird's head growing from its chest. A third wore blue armor and contained only dust. Hathor Mart stopped. Ahriman seized his shoulder. "Do not address it." It spoke. "It did not. I heard my name. You heard the name it found inside you." Ahriman dragged him forward. Behind them, the skinless reflection smiled. The iron oculus waited at the center of a chamber larger than the ruins above could have contained. It floated over a pit without bottom, a sphere of dark metal composed of rotating rings. Every ring bore eyes made from gemstones. They followed Ahriman as he approached. Something lived within the device. It addressed him before he spoke. "Ahzek Ahriman." The voice was soft, cultured, patient. Ahriman had expected roaring, threats, or the thunderous arrogance of a greater demon. Instead, the speaker sounded like a scholar welcoming a respected rival into his library. "You know me," Ahriman said. "I know the question you will ask. Then answer it. You have not yet asked. Where are the shards of Magnus?" A pause followed. Not hesitation, enjoyment. Scattered through memory, matter, and betrayal. That is evasion. It is precision beyond your present understanding. The rings of the oculus rotated. An eye the color of old blood opened within the sphere. "I am a Forgamon," the voice said. Names possessed power. The freely offered name therefore meant either confidence or deception, possibly both. "You are bound," Ahriman said. "All beings are bound. Flesh binds you. Guilt binds you. Love binds you more tightly than either." The eye narrowed. "Your brother still dies within you." Ahriman felt the pendant beneath his armor. "You will locate the shards." "I may." "You will assist us in recovering them." "I may." "What do you require?" The rings slowed. Ahriman laughed quietly. "There. The inevitable question." Ahriman's staff touched the edge of the pit. "A pact with me will be defined. You will not possess my body, alter my memory, claim my soul, or act beyond a direct instruction. Every service will be stated. Every price will be known before payment." Your father also believed himself careful. "I am not Magnus." "No." The demon spoke with unmistakable amusement. "You are the consequence of Magnus." Ahriman began constructing the binding. Symbols appeared around the oculus. True name fragments interlocked with geometric constraints. Ignis added numerical seals. Menkara watched futures in which the bargain failed. Sobek and Sanakt stood ready, though weapons offered little protection against what watched from within the sphere. Ahriman set every limit he could conceive. A Forgamon accepted them all. That should have warned him. Instead, he mistook agreement for victory. The hunt crossed worlds and passages where conventional maps possessed no value. At Kamiti Sonar, the 1,000 suns fought beneath a sun that rose inside the planet. Cities hung downward from the inner crust. A fragment of Magnus's intellect had transformed the inhabitants into philosophers incapable of ending any thought. Their skulls split beneath the weight of endless contemplation, brains growing outward in red-grey folds while their mouths continued debating after death. Ahriman found the shard inside a cathedral, constructed from abandoned conclusions. Upon the reckoner, they passed through a region where time demanded payment. Mortal crewmen aged into dust between one heartbeat and the next. One legionary became an unimplanted child within his armor and drowned in the blood filling the oversized plate. Menkora sacrificed 3 possible futures to guide the vessel through. He never explained what that cost him. They crossed Terra without touching it, moving through a shadow cast by the throne world across the warp. Ahriman felt the Emperor's wards like a blade held against his soul. Somewhere beyond them waited a shard carrying qualities Magnus had lost. Nobility, perhaps. Conscience. The capacity to choose duty over desire. Ahriman wondered whether his father truly wished to recover it. Their path ended upon Nicaea. The world of judgment had become a grave. Dust covered the amphitheatre where the Emperor had condemned the Librarius. Broken statues watched the thousand suns return. Winds passed through empty tiers and whispered fragments of old testimony. Ahriman heard Wordmake's voice. He ignored it. Lemuel Gorman awaited them at the centre. The mortal no longer appeared wholly mortal. A fragment of Magnus possessed him. Crimson light shone through cracks in his skin. His eyes burned like twin suns. Every breath lifted, dust from the arena floor. Ahriman stopped. Lemuel looked upon him. For an instant, the man who had condemned Callista Eris's death remained visible beneath the power wearing him. "You," Lemuel said. The voice belonged to both mortal and Primarch. Ahriman lowered his staff. "Release him. You forfeited the right to command mercy." The shard attacked. Ahriman saw the strike in advance. It still overwhelmed him. Psychic fire crossed the arena and tore through the Fellowship's wards. Sobek was hurled into the seating tiers. Stone shattered around his body. Tolbek fired, but the projectiles vanished before reaching Lemuel. Sanact charged and found the distance stretching beneath his feet. The shard raised one hand. Sanact's armor began crushing inward. Ceramite pressed into flesh. Ribs broke. Blood sprayed from his mouth and painted the inside of his helm. Ahriman countered. The black staff struck the ground. A wave of force split the arena. The psychic grip around Sanact broke. The swordsman fell, one arm hanging limp and his breastplate sunken into his chest. The shard laughed through Lemuel's mouth. "You are diminished, Ahzek." Ahriman reached toward the power of the fragment recovered earlier. It answered, but not sufficiently. He heard Aforgamon beside him. "Ask." "No, you will." Ahriman hurled fire. The shard caught it and closed its hand. The flame compressed into a sphere, turned black and returned. Ahriman raised a barrier. The impact drove him to one knee. His Kine shield fractured. Psychic backlash tore blood vessels throughout his body. He tasted iron. Hathor Mat screamed. The flesh change finally claimed him. His polished armor split along the spine. A mass of cartilage and feathers forced through the rupture. One arm elongated, fingers fused into a hooked limb. His helm cracked as a second face pushed outward beneath the first. He fell beside the Iron Oculus's yokai vessel. Aforgamon spoke from within it. The appointed time. Hathor Mat's unmutated eye fixed upon Ahriman. "Do not." Ahriman remembered Kashahan upon the dissection table. He remembered every brother who had begged for death. He remembered Ormuzd. Across the arena, Lemuel raised both hands. The shard's power gathered around him, enough to erase the fellowship. Ahriman made the calculation. One brother, the Primarch's fragments, the Legion's future. Hathor, he said. No, I am sorry. It was true. It changed nothing. Ahriman released the final seal. Ahriman entered Hathor Mat. The legionary's body rose from the ground. His back broke first. The spine arched until vertebrae punched through the skin and armor. Ribs unfolded like fingers. Organs shifted beneath the flesh, each moving to accommodate an anatomy designed by something that regarded human structure as a suggestion. Hathor Mat screamed from several mouths. His primary face split to the sternum. A hooked beak forced through the opening. Feathers burst from exposed muscle, each quill emerging wet with blood. Wings tore from his shoulders, dragging strips of skin and armor with them. The possessing demon stood taller. One head looked into the past. The other looked toward the future. Between them, something of Hathor Mat continued begging. The Fate Woven stretched its new limbs. Ahriman did not allow himself to look away. Power, he demanded. One avian head regarded him. You have what was promised. It is insufficient. Then pay more. What price? You will understand when you believe you have won. Ahriman felt the trap. He accepted. Power entered him. It did not feel like strength. It felt like being hollowed out to make room for a storm. His soul touched Ahriman, the recovered shard, and the violent essence possessing Lemuel. For an instant, Ahriman became a conjunction of all three. He saw through Hathor Mat's dying eyes. He saw through Magnus's broken soul. He saw futures curving like blades. Ahriman rose. The fragment inside Lemuel struck him. Ahriman met it. The psychic collision tore the amphitheater apart. Stone tears became dust. Statues burst from within. Lightning descended from a sky that had remained cloudless. Lemuel's skin peeled away in burning strips, revealing a form of crimson light beneath. Ahriman reached into that light and seized the shard. He fought with the rage of Magnus broken across Russ's knee. Ahriman forced his will around it. I have carried you before, he said. The shard roared. I will carry you again. He drew it free. Lemuel collapsed. For a moment, he was only mortal again. Ruined, burned and unconscious, but alive. The shards joined. Magnus's scattered essence recombined through Ahriman. The planet of sorcerers opened around them, and the fellowship vanished from Nikaya. Ahriman departed. Hathor Mat's body fell empty upon the black earth. It no longer resembled anything born of terror. Ahriman looked down at what remained. He had not killed Hathor Mat. He had merely decided the precise form of his death. The distinction offered no comfort. The war for terror had already swallowed the stars by the time Ahriman stood upon the command deck of the Ankh-Tawe. The battle barge drove through the solar war alongside the armada of Ezekiel Abaddon. Loyalist vessels burned ahead of them, their deaths illuminating the void. Lance beams crossed darkness in lines of killing radiance. Torpedoes moved between fleets like schools of predatory fish. The Ankh-Taw shook beneath incoming fire. Servitors ruptured inside their stations. One crewman was cut in half when a console exploded and a sheet of metal passed through his abdomen. His upper body remained attached to the command throne by restraint straps, while his legs collapsed elsewhere in a steaming heap. Ignis stood beside the tactical display. The next barrage will penetrate the ventral batteries. Evacuate them, Ahriman said. There is insufficient time. Seal the compartments. Thousands remained inside. Ignis gave the order. Bulkheads closed. The barrage struck. The lower decks vanished into fire. Ahriman watched their icons disappear without comment. Menkara stood near the forward oculus, staring into a future only he could see. "The War Master's fleet waits behind the wound," he said. Ahriman understood. Abaddon's armada was not the invasion. It was the knife opening the way. The Anktawe reached the comet beneath the cover of a void battle that killed ships by the hundred. The object was neither natural rock nor wholly constructed vessel. It moved through Luna's shadow, trailing a wake of frozen blood and psychic residue. Word-bearers waited upon its surface. Their armor bore script carved into every plate. Dark apostles stood within concentric circles of chained sacrifices. Men, legionary captives and malformed psychers knelt together, their bodies connected by brass hooks and lengths of barbed wire. Ahriman descended with Ignis and the Thousand Sons Cabal. The word-bearer overseeing the ritual raised a crozius. "You come late." "You began early," Ahriman replied. "The gods do not wait upon calculations. No, they wait upon desperation." The Dark Apostle's expression hardened. Ahriman walked past him. He examined the ritual structure and found 3 errors. One would have caused the rift to open within the comet. Another would have allowed the demons gathering beyond reality to consume every living mind present. The third was intentional, a method of ensuring the word-bearers controlled what emerged. Ahriman erased it. The Dark Apostle seized his arm. "What have you done?" "Improved your chances of surviving your own faith." The ritual commenced. The captives died in sequence. Hooks tore through flesh as winches tightened. Bodies opened from groin to throat. Blood ran through channels cut into the comet's surface and froze in the void before sorcerous heat turned it to red vapor. Thousand Sons and word-bearers chanted together. Belief and calculation became one weapon. Ahriman lifted the black staff. He found the weakness above Luna. It was no larger than a thought. He opened it. The rift spread across the void. Reality split from horizon to horizon. Violet fire poured through the wound. Demons swarmed along its edges, some larger than warships. The light of the Astronomicon flickered behind tides of empiric corruption. Then Horus's fleet emerged. Battleships came through in numbers that defeated counting. The vengeful spirit led them, immense and terrible, its hull transformed by the warp. Legion fleets followed, traitor army transports, dark mechanicum forge vessels, Titan conveyors, ships carrying millions of soldiers, slaves, mutants, and things for which the Imperium possessed no classification. The War Master entered the solar system through a door Ahriman had opened. No triumph touched him. He merely watched the rift stabilize. Another equation had been solved. Terror became the center of hell. Orbital wreckage formed a second sky above the throne world. Dead ships fell through the atmosphere in burning pieces, crushing cities already emptied by conscription or bombardment. Continents shook beneath artillery fire. Titan legions fought across plains reduced to mud made from soil, fuel, and human remains. Warlord engines exchanged plasma and volcano cannon fire at ranges measured in kilometers. Void shields collapsed. Armor plates weighing hundreds of tons became molten rain. When a god engine fell, entire regiments vanished beneath it. Armies ceased existing in the bombardment zones, not defeated, erased. Millions entered trenches. Artillery walked across them. What remained was blood, churned earth, and pieces of men too small to identify. Demons crossed the walls of fortifications built over generations. They did not breach gates. They emerged from fear, mirrors, wounds, and shadows. Soldiers found their own reflections climbing from polished armor to strangle them. Corpses gave birth to things with too many limbs. Men who had survived decades of war tore open their own throats to silence voices only they could hear. Ahriman served within Perturabo's greater command structure. The Lord of Iron surrounded himself with representations of the entire siege. Tactical displays rose in layers through his command chamber. Every wall section, artillery emplacement, supply line, and unit strength existed within his calculations. Perturabo regarded Ahriman across the projections. Your kind introduces uncertainty. Uncertainty already exists, Ahriman said. We make it useful. The warp is not a weapon, it is a defect. So is rage. Your brother Angron remains effective. Perturabo's gaze could have crushed a lesser warrior. You will apply your defect where commanded. Ahriman studied the palace. The Lord of Iron saw walls, guns, and troops. Ahriman saw those things, but also memory, symbolism, and soul. The Imperial Palace was not merely a fortress, it was the material expression of the Emperor's authority. Every loyalist death upon its walls strengthened some meanings while eroding others. The siege occurred in matter. It also occurred in time, belief, and the collective mind of mankind. You are attacking the palace, Ahriman said. Perturabo's expression darkened. What else would you call this? A distraction. The Primarch stepped closer. Ahriman continued before violence became inevitable. The Emperor is bound to a wound beneath his throne. Horus assaults him through the warp. Every death here feeds that struggle. Your artillery is one component within a ritual no one has shown you. Perturabo stared at him. For a moment, Ahriman saw recognition. Then contempt covered it. Return to your cultists. The Colossi Gate became an altar. Mortarian's forces advanced beneath skies clogged with chemical storms. Death Guard warriors moved through artillery that would have annihilated mortal formations. Behind them came plague engines, corrupted armor, and human hordes whose diseased bodies burst as they ran. Magnus watched from above the battlefield. Ahriman stood with the Order of Ruin. The numerologists had calculated the hidden structure of the gate's defenses. Serpentine symbols glowed beneath their boots. Every member occupied a position determined by geometry, casualty projections, and the numerological significance of the hour. The ritual began. Loyalist defenders upon the walls started dying. A soldier's shadow rose behind him and wrapped hands around his throat. Another man's skin inverted, placing muscle and organs outside, while the screaming skeleton remained trapped within. Officers opened their mouths to issue orders and vomited living serpents instead. The warp broke through. Demons poured toward the Colossi outworks. 8 immense beasts emerged above the battlefield, each as large as a warhound titan. One crawled upon arms made from fused human bodies. Another possessed a head composed of revolving jaws. Their footsteps crushed tanks and reduced infantry to red paste. Ahriman directed them with the black staff. Advance the third. Conjunction. The Order of Ruin obeyed. Break the eastern will anchor. A numerologist sacrificed his own soul. The loyalist ward failed. Fear passed through the defenders. Then the Stormseers answered. White scars stood upon the walls around Narambatar. Their psychic discipline carried the sound of open plains, thunder and wind across high grass. They did not deny the warp. They approached it through restraint. Narambatar raised his staff. The storm came. Lightning struck the leading demon and split its skull. The creature's thoughts burst across the battlefield, killing hundreds beneath the psychic recoil. White Scar's jet bike surged from the gate, striking the demonic screen before withdrawing faster than the beasts could respond. The Stormseers moved as one. They severed bindings rather than contesting raw power. One demon collapsed when the name holding it to terror was broken. Another turned upon the traitor forces when Naranbatar redirected the rage sustaining it. Ahriman entered the ether against him. Their minds met amid a vision of endless sky. "You call upon the same sea," Ahriman said. Naranbatar stood within the shape of a storm. "We know it is a storm. The wolves called their ignorance purity. We are not the wolves. You practice what Nikea forbade. We practice control." Ahriman sent blades of thought through the sky. Naranbatar became wind. The attack passed through him. "You divide knowledge from wisdom," the Stormseer said. "Then wonder why every lesson becomes a curse." The white scars struck the Order of Ruin's psychic formation. The conjunction failed. Demons lost cohesion. One of the titan-sized beasts came apart above the Death Guard advance, raining claws, burning organs and rivers of corrosive blood upon both armies. The Colossi assault faltered. Ahriman withdrew before the Stormseers could close the etheric trap around him. He carried one conclusion from the defeat. The Imperium did not survive by denying the warp. Its wiser servants survived by respecting what the Thousand Sons had believed themselves destined to master. Magnus summoned Ahriman after Colossi. Ammon, Menkora, and Atrahasis waited beside him. "The final shard is within the palace," Magnus said. Ahriman studied his father. "And if it does not wish to rejoin you?" "It is mine." "That is not an answer." The Crimson King looked toward Atrahasis. The equerry had questioned an earlier command, nothing more. Magnus killed him with a gesture. The legionary's body rose into the air, armor folded inward. Bones broke inside him one after another, each crack distinct. His helm split as pressure forced his eyes from their sockets. Atrahasis fell as a compacted mass of ceramite and flesh. Magnus turned back to Ahriman. "It is the only answer that matters." They entered through the great observatory. The anti-warp wards of the Imperial Palace closed around Ahriman like a fist. His power diminished with every step. The black staff became heavy. The voices of distant demons vanished. His Corvidae sight narrowed until he could perceive only the immediate future. The Hall of Leng waited beneath terror. Reality frayed there despite the wards. Angles shifted. Corridors remembered other destinations. The Emperor's work and the warp wound beneath the palace had forced impossible geometries together. Malkador's presence found them. The sigillite appeared not as flesh, but as an image built from thought and authority. He addressed Magnus. The final shard was beyond recovery. It had become part of a destiny Magnus could neither reclaim nor undo. Ahriman watched his father hear the denial. Magnus had come seeking completion. He found another refusal. Rage replaced purpose. "If I cannot be made whole," the Crimson King said, "then the architect of my breaking will die." They moved toward the Golden Throne. Vulcan barred Magnus's path. With him came the Draksword and the Space Wolves of Bodvar Bjarki. The palace wards robbed Ahriman of the strength upon which he had come to rely. Olgir Vidausin attacked with shield and blade. Ahriman attempted to enter his mind. The wards crushed the effort. Olgir's shield struck Ahriman across the helm. He fell against a pillar. The Space Wolf advanced, sword descending. Ahriman rolled aside. The blade split stone. He rose as a legionary rather than a sorcerer. The black staff caught Olga's second cut. Ahriman drove his shoulder into the wolf's shield and forced him backward. Olga headbutted him. Their helms collided hard enough to fracture both faceplates. The wolf stabbed. The blade entered Ahriman's side and scraped across reinforced ribs. Ahriman trapped the sword with his arm. He fired his bolt pistol beneath Olgier's shield. The first round shattered the wolf's knee. Olgier fell, but retained his weapon. Ahriman struck him across the throat with the staff. The armor seal burst. He hooked the staff beneath the broken gorget and pulled. The wolf's head tore free with part of the spine attached. Blood struck the palace wall. Bodvar Bjarki came through it. Frost spread across the floor beneath the rune priest's boots. His power did not roar against the wards. It moved within them through old pacts, discipline, and the savage traditions of Fenris. Ahriman lifted the staff. Nothing answered. Bodvar struck. Cold entered Ahriman's armor. Joints locked. Ice formed inside wounds and expanded, tearing muscle apart. The rune priest's psychic assault took the shape of a white beast closing its jaws around Ahriman's soul. Ahriman fell to one knee. Bodvar raised his weapon for the killing blow. Behind them, Magnus and Vulcan collided. Primarch fought Primarch within the foundations of the Imperium. Vulcan's hammer struck Magnus and broke bodies that were no longer wholly physical. Magnus tore reality open around the salamander's father. Fire, stone, and etheric force filled the chamber. Then Magnus surrendered the final boundary within himself. He gave himself completely to the powers that had waited since Prospero. The Crimson King changed. The palace screamed. Ahriman, Ammon, and Menkara vanished before Bodvar's weapon fell. They were torn from the imperial dungeon and cast elsewhere by the force of Magnus's transformation. Ahriman carried the sight of Atrahasis' murder with him. He carried another absence where faith in his father had once remained. Near the end, when terror no longer obeyed time, Ahriman entered the library of Leng. The palace was dying around it. Traitor hordes moved closer. World eaters killed anything that possessed blood. Emperor's children harvested sensation from the helpless. Word bearers prepared to burn what they could not enslave. Ahriman had not come to destroy the library. He had come to save it from men who mistook ignorance for victory. He found Kirill Sinderman among the shelves, accompanied by Helik Mauer and a handful of exhausted survivors. The mortals raised weapons. Ahriman ignored them. "If I intended your deaths," he said, "the decision would already be behind us." Sinderman stared at the black staff. "You are one of Magnus's sons. I am Ahzek Ahriman." Recognition entered the old man's face. "That is not reassuring." It was not intended to be. Cards lay upon a nearby table. The Imperial Tarot. Ahriman approached. Sinderman moved to block him, then reconsidered. "What did you see?" Ahriman asked. "The end. All men see the end when frightened. Describe it." Sinderman looked older than any mortal Ahriman had known. "The Emperor rises. That is your hope." "No, not as Emperor." Ahriman touched the deck. The cards were warm. He turned the first. The Demon. He returned it and shuffled through telekinesis. He drew again. The Demon. A third attempt produced the same card. The image changed as he watched. A crown formed above a figure of impossible darkness. The stars bent toward it. Human history became fuel. Ahriman perceived the shape of the Dark King. Not an existing god. A god in the process of becoming. The siege was more than Horus against the Emperor. Catastrophe had accumulated sufficient mass in the warp to birth divinity. Murder, despair, ambition, and sacrifice were converging upon a single ascension. A new power could emerge from mankind's ruin. The thought should have humbled him. Instead, Ahriman sought its structure. There had to be a sequence. a threshold, a relationship between belief, death, psychic force, and identity. Godhood was not mystery, it was process. Sinderman watched him. You understand. I understand that the outcome remains mutable. You think you can control this? I think control is the only alternative to submission. Mauer gave a bitter laugh. Is that what you told yourself before Prospero? Ahriman looked at her. She did not lower her weapon. He could have killed her for the insolence. He did not. The question had struck too close to truth. He turned another card. The demon waited for him again. Ahriman gathered the deck. Distant explosions shook dust from the shelves. Screams echoed through the corridors. Something enormous moved beyond the library doors, dragging metal across stone. Leave, Sinderman said. You are in no position to command me. No, but you are afraid. Ahriman looked toward the card. Fear was a thought. He had once taught Lemuel that lesson. Fear could be placed where it was useful. The Dark King was not inevitable. Horus had not yet won. The Emperor had not yet ascended. The equation remained unresolved. Ahriman left the library without burning it. Behind him, Sinderman and Mauer remained among the accumulated knowledge of mankind. Ahead, terror bled beneath a sky that had forgotten the difference between night and the warp. The 1,000 Sons had hunted their father's broken soul across worlds. They had bargained with demons, sacrificed brothers, and opened the way for Horus's fleet. They had summoned hell against the palace and walked beneath the golden throne. Ahriman had witnessed a Primarch become a creature of the ether and seen the outline of a god being born from universal catastrophe. He understood the warning in every event. He rejected it. Catastrophe did not prove that knowledge was dangerous. It proved that knowledge had been applied without sufficient mastery. Somewhere beyond terror, his brothers continued to change. Ahriman tightened his grip upon the black staff. He would master the process. He would correct the flesh. He would impose order upon the warp itself. And if another catastrophe was required to achieve it, then he would ensure that this time the catastrophe obeyed him. Horus was dead. The War Master's dream had curdled into panic, and the armies that had crossed the stars to murder the Emperor fled terror like vermin from a burning granary. Ahriman scarcely cared. The traitor armada broke apart beneath loyalist pursuit. Ships rammed one another in their desperation to reach translation points. Captains abandoned allies whose engines had failed. Legionaries who had fought beneath the same banners only hours before opened fire over disputed routes of escape. Wounded vessels drifted through the void with their atmosphere bleeding from ruptured hulls, their crews freezing against bulkheads, while the victorious guns of the Imperium sought them among the wreckage. The end of Horus's rebellion was measured in exploding warships, abandoned armies, and astropathic screams. The end of the 1,000 Sons was quieter. It began aboard the Anktar with a legionary named Besenmut. He had survived Prospero. He had survived the passage to the planet of sorcerers. He had fought through the solar war and stood within sight of Terra's walls, while titans murdered one another beneath a sky swollen with demons. He did not survive the retreat. Ahriman found him fused into the wall of the Strategium. The flesh change had taken him while the vessel fled the solar system. His left arm had passed into the bulkhead as though ceramite and bone had become liquid. The ship's metal had closed around him. Cables ran through his ribs. Brass conduit protruded from his mouth and emerged from the rear of his skull. The other half of his body continued to transform. His right leg had divided into 3 jointed limbs ending in black claws. Eyes opened beneath the seals of his breastplate. A wet animal snout pushed from his abdomen, biting at the air with teeth made from pieces of his spine. The legionary remained conscious. Ahriman, Basenmut rasped. His voice came through the ship's vox system, as well as his ruined throat. Every speaker in the chamber carried the same desperate whisper. Ahriman. The Strategium officers had withdrawn. Servitors remained at their stations because they lacked sufficient will to flee. One had been caught by Basenmut's mutating leg and crushed against a console. Its torso lay open, ribs turned outward, mechanical organs cycling while loops of intestine pulsed across the floor. Ahriman approached his brother. Basenmut's eye lenses had cracked. Human eyes pressed against the fractures from within, too many to belong to one skull. "Can you hear me?" Ahriman asked. "Everywhere." The conduits entering Basenmut's body shuddered. The ship's lumen strips dimmed. "I hear the vessel's pain. I hear the dead within the walls. I hear something beneath the engine decks counting backward." Ahriman examined the transition between body and bulkhead. There was no distinction. Flesh had become iron. Iron had grown nerves. The vessel's internal systems now recognized parts of Basenmut as components of its own failing anatomy. "Remove me," the legionary pleaded. "I cannot." "Then kill me." The snout in his abdomen began laughing. Basenmut's real mouth wept blood around the conduit, piercing it. "Please." Ahriman raised the black staff. The eyes beneath Basenmut's armor followed its movement. "So many," the legionary whispered. "There are so many looking through me." Ahriman touched the staff to his chest. The force weapon discharged directly into Basenmut's remaining soul. The legionary died. The thing wearing his flesh did not. The body expanded across the wall. Metal screamed as new bones pushed through it. A mouth opened in the ceiling and repeated Ahriman's name in Basenmut's voice. Ahriman burned the chamber. He incinerated flesh, steel, servitors, and every memory core touched by the mutation. The fire spread through 3 decks before the crew contained it. Hundreds of mortal thralls suffocated behind emergency bulkheads. The ship escaped. Basenmut did not. There were others. A warrior aboard the Photep dissolved within his armor and poured from the joints a screaming red protoplasm. The fluid crawled through ventilation ducts, consuming mortal crew and adding their faces to its surface. Another 1,000 suns sprouted wings beneath his power pack. The new limbs tore through ceramite and skin, opening his back from neck to pelvis. He flew through the embarkation deck until his bones softened and his body struck the floor as a mass of feathers, teeth, and beating hearts. Upon the planet of sorcerers, one of the Sekhmet became a predator with the heads of 9 extinct beasts. It hunted former brothers through a maze of towers, crying for death in the pauses between killings. When Sobek finally destroyed it, the creature's stomachs contained the remains of 30 legionaries and hundreds of mortal servants. Everywhere, the legion changed. The siege of terror had ended. The flesh change had not. Ahriman returned to the planet of sorcerers, carrying the Book of Magnus. The book resisted every method of study. Its pages rearranged themselves according to the reader's thoughts. Words fled from hostile attention. Diagrams transformed when copied. Passages appeared only when blood touched the parchment, while others required the reader to forget something precious before their meaning became visible. Ahriman imprisoned himself within a tower that existed on no fixed point of the demon world. He read. Days ceased to possess order. He read while the sky outside became an ocean filled with burning ships. He read while the tower moved through the memories of dead civilizations. He read as demons gathered beyond the wards and whispered interpretations designed to lead him toward carefully measured disaster. He trusted none of them. he trusted Magnus less. The spell did not exist in the book as a single formula. It existed as fragments. A reference to the sympathetic relationship between gene seed and soul. A notation concerning the true name shared by a legion and its Primarch. A geometric proof demonstrating that identity could be stabilized across non-linear distance. A warning that the flesh change was not solely genetic, not solely psychic, and not solely demonic, but a corruption woven through all three. Ahriman assembled the pieces. The working grew beyond a spell. It became architecture. Every living thousand sun would serve as both subject and component. Their shared gene seed formed one line of the design. Their oaths to Magnus formed another. Their names, armor, memories, and bloodlines created chains of correspondence stretching across real space and the warp. Distance would not protect or exclude any of them. The Legion would become the ritual. Ahriman wrote equations upon the inner plates of his armor. He carved names into the black staff. He mapped the positions of stars visible from Prospero at the instant before its destruction and compared them with the impossible constellations above the planet of sorcerers. He entered the memory vaults and questioned the bottled souls of the transformed. Some answered, some lied. Some had become doors through which other things spoke. The pattern emerged slowly. The flesh change possessed a rhythm. Every mutation differed, yet all answered to a common etheric pressure. The curse moved through the Legion as a single disease expressing itself through thousands of bodies. Therefore, it could be seized at its root, bound, stilled. Ahriman saw the possibility one false night when the eyes in the sky opened and turned together toward his tower. He stood before a wall covered in blood-written formulae. The final line completed itself inside his mind. Every thousand sun, wherever he stood, could be fixed permanently into his present state. Mutation would cease. Flesh would obey identity. The soul would be anchored beyond the reach of the change. The Legion could be saved. Ahriman laughed. The sound frightened him. He had not heard it from his own mouth since before Prospero. The Cabal gathered in secret. Ammon came first. Magnus's former equerry wore distrust like another layer of armor. His face had grown gaunt since the siege. A scar ran from his left temple to the corner of his mouth, though no physical blade had made it. Sobek entered behind him. Tolbek followed. Hathor Mart came last. What had survived the possession by a Forgamon had been remade through biomancy, surgery, and sheer hatred of death. His body remained concealed beneath armor reinforced with living seals. One shoulder rose higher than the other. Something moved beneath the plates around his spine. His face was beautiful again. Too beautiful. The skin possessed no pores. The eyes blinked at different intervals. When he smiled, a second row of teeth showed behind the first. Ahriman did not ask how much of him remained. He laid copies of the completed formula upon a table carved from the jawbone of a demon prince. No one touched them. Ammon read from where he stood. You propose to bind every son of Magnus through his gene seed. Yes. To what? Himself. Hathor Mart's second eyelids closed sideways. That is a phrase, not an answer. Ahriman gestured. The formula rose above the table in layers of blue light. Symbols rotated within symbols. Gene helixes intertwined with occult correspondences, stellar alignments, and fragments of true names. The flesh change disrupts identity at every level, Ahriman said. Body ceases to agree with soul. Soul ceases to agree with memory. Mutation becomes possible because the boundaries defining the individual are weakened. Sobek studied the design. You would reinforce those boundaries. I would make them absolute. Tolbeck looked toward the sequence concerning the Legion's shared blood. Absolute boundaries become prisons. A prison is preferable to dissolution. Ask the prisoner. Ahriman regarded him. Besenmut asked. Silence followed. Aemon walked around the table. This scale of sympathetic working will touch Magnus. It must. He forbade further inquiry. Magnus forbade the cure because his failures have taught him fear, or because he understands the power behind the change. He understands only that he once bargained with it. The eyes in the chamber's ceiling opened. Ahriman ignored them. Hathor Mart leaned closer to the projection. The 9th conjunction is unstable. It is incomplete. It requires a living anchor. Yes. How many? Ahriman did not answer immediately. Hathor Mart looked up. How many? Thousands. Sobek's expression hardened. Mortal lives. Principally. Some psychers will be necessary. How many? Enough. Aemon laughed without humour. We debate like apothecaries choosing where to amputate while the patient listens. The patient is already dying, Ahriman said, and if the working fails, the Legion may be destroyed. Tolbeck turned toward him. All of it? Yes. Every surviving thousand son? Yes. Hathor Mart smiled with the mouth that was almost his. And if it succeeds incorrectly? Ahriman looked at the floating design. There are no certainties. Then say it plainly, Aemon said. We are considering the execution of the 15th Legion by sorcerous means, hoping the blade slips and cuts only the disease. We are considering its final chance. You sound like Magnus. Ahriman's gaze settled upon him. No. Aemon pointed toward the formula. You would risk every surviving brother because you believe your understanding superior to the powers that shape the curse. You conceal the work from your father. You assume the price can be contained because you have given it names. His voice became quieter. You sound exactly like him. The words struck harder than accusation. Ahriman looked around the gathered cabal. He could compel them. He could conceal elements of the formula and use their knowledge without consent. He did neither. I will proceed, he said, with you or without you. Sobek studied him. For power? No. For revenge against Magnus? No. Then why? Ahriman touched the pendant set within his shoulder guard. Ormuzd. The name remained difficult after centuries. My brother died before Magnus found us. I watched his flesh betray him. I have watched the same death claim thousands more. I have killed brothers who begged me to end them. I have dissected them, burned them, trapped what remained of their souls in vessels because I could not permit their suffering to teach us nothing. He looked at Hathor Mart. I allowed a demon to enter one of you because I believed the knowledge it provided might save the rest. Hathor Mart's smile vanished. Ahriman continued. I do not claim innocence. I claim necessity. The Legion will not endure another century of this, perhaps not another decade. We will become beasts, fragments and memories, serving the appetites of the warp. The formula turned above them. I can end it. Aemon's eyes moved through the symbols. Or end us. Yes. One by one, they agreed. Not through trust, through desperation. Preparation transformed the concealed laboratories into an abattoir of mathematics. Mortal thralls arrived in chains. Some had served the 1,000 Suns since Prospero. Others were captives taken during the retreat from Terror. Warriors from the Spire Guard stood beside void-born slaves, failed psychers, remembrancers, and descendants of families who had once tended Tizca's libraries. They were washed, marked, assigned positions. Scribes carved equations into their skin. The blades were made from crystal and never dulled. Lines crossed backs, chests, faces, and limbs. Symbols spiraled around eyes. True name fragments were cut into tongues. Numerical sequences descended along spines until the steel reached bone. The thralls screamed. Some prayed to the emperor. Some begged the 1,000 Suns for mercy. Some had served the legion long enough to understand that mercy possessed no place in the calculation. Blood ran through channels in the floor. Psychers were bound into circles at the outer points of the ritual nexus. Their skulls had been opened and fitted with copper crowns that penetrated the brain. Silver cables connected them to one another and to the central structure. Ahriman inspected each connection personally. One psyker, a boy scarcely old enough to shave, watched him through eyes swollen from crying. "Will it hurt?" the boy asked. "Yes." "Will I die?" "Yes." The boy began to sob. Ahriman checked the crown's alignment. "Why?" "To preserve lives greater in number than your own." "That does not make them greater." Ahriman paused. The boy's blood ran down the side of his face where the crown entered his skull. "No," Ahriman said. "It does not." He continued to the next conduit. Armor from dead 1,000 Suns surrounded the nexus. Cracked helms from Prospero. Breastplates split by Space Wolf blades. Gauntlets recovered from Terror. Ceramite fragments cut from bodies consumed by the flesh change. Every piece carried the psychic residue of the warrior who had worn it. Ahriman placed them according to fellowship, cult discipline, and bloodline. The dead became witnesses. The living became fuel. Ahriman watched the preparations from the central platform. There will be no forgiveness after this. Ahriman adjusted the final stellar marker. From whom? Magnus. I no longer seek it. Yourself. Ahriman looked at the bound psychers. I have never found forgiveness useful. Above them, the planet of sorcerers shifted. Towers turned toward the ritual nexus. Rivers stopped. The eyes in the sky opened. Every demon on the world sensed what was coming. They gathered beyond the wards in uncounted multitudes. Winged things clung to the air. Serpentine bodies wrapped around distant spires. Faces formed in clouds, smiling with mouths large enough to swallow cities. The Changer watched. Ahriman felt it, not as a single presence, as a tension. An intellect diffused through possibility itself had noticed the son attempting to correct the father's bargain. Ahriman felt it too. We should stop. No. It is here. It was always here. That does not mean it was watching. Ahriman took his position at the heart of the nexus. The Book of Magnus opened before him. Pages turned. The black staff rose in his hand. Around the ritual circle, the Cabal assumed their appointed places. Hathor Mart represented the dominion of flesh. Ahriman carried the weight of lineage and authority. Sobek bound martial identity. Tolbek served as the point of destructive transition. Hundreds of lesser sorcerers occupied the outer rings. Thousands of thralls waited beneath the knives. The first incantation began. It did not sound like language. It sounded like the Legion remembering its own name. Ahriman spoke. The Cabal answered. The Book of Magnus bled light. Every equation carved into mortal skin ignited. The thralls screamed as one. Fire entered the cuts and travelled beneath their flesh. Bodies arched against restraints. Some tore free, leaving strips of skin caught beneath chains. Others swallowed their own tongues. The smell of burned blood filled the chambers. The bound psychers convulsed. Copper crowns glowed. Brains boiled around the implanted needles. Steam escaped through open skulls. Eyes burst beneath the pressure. Ahriman continued. The ritual spread beyond the chamber. It entered the planet of sorcerers. It entered every vessel carrying Thousand Suns' gene seed. It followed the blood of Magnus through the warp. Across the galaxy, sons of the 15th Legion stopped. A warrior dueling within a demon fortress froze with his blade buried in an enemy's chest. A sorcerer aboard a crippled cruiser turned from the void as blue fire appeared around his gauntlets. A band of Thousand Suns, sheltering beneath the ruins of an imperial world, heard the same words spoken inside their helms. A mutant beast that had once been a legionary raised 9 heads and began to weep. The rubric found them all. Distance folded. Time held its breath. The storm began. Blue fire erupted across the planet of sorcerers. It climbed towers, crossed seas, burned through walls without consuming them. Lightning formed between stars that did not belong to the same sky. The flesh change stopped. Ahriman felt it. The curse seized within every affected body. Mutations halted mid-transformation. Extra limbs withdrew. Animal jaws collapsed into human bone. Eyes closed beneath skin and vanished. Wings shriveled. Scales became flesh. Across the ritual nexus, Hathor Mart screamed. The growths beneath his armor pulled inward. His spine straightened. The false perfection of his face became briefly, painfully human. Sobek laughed. Aemon whispered something that might have been a prayer. Ahriman saw the Legion made whole. For one impossible instant, he had succeeded. Ormuz stood before him in memory, not mutated, not dying. His twin smiled beneath the Terran sun. Then the first warrior turned to dust. It happened aboard the Photep. A legionary stood surrounded by blue flame. His armor locked. His flesh collapsed inward without decay. Skin, muscle, organs and bone became ash in the space of a breath. His final exhalation remained trapped inside the helm. A whisper. His body vanished. The armor stayed upright. Elsewhere, another Thousand Sun fell silent. Then another. Then thousands. Those whose psychic strength burned brightly endured. The rubric anchored them, and the power passing through the Legion flowed into them. Sorcerers cried out as their minds expanded. Warp sight sharpened. Telepathic range increased. Fire gathered around their hands without invocation. The stronger became stronger. The rest became dust. Eye lenses ignited one after another. Armor that had contained living warriors now held only ashes and fragments of soul. Ahriman felt their deaths through the spell. Not as a single catastrophe. Individually. 1,000 final thoughts. A brother remembering the fountains of Tiska. Another calling for Magnus. Another believing the mutation had finally ended. A warrior whispering thanks to Ahriman as his lungs became dust. The psychic storm reached its height. The ritual nexus collapsed. Thralls burst apart in their restraints. Their bones became shrapnel. Blood flooded the channels and rose upward toward the ceiling. The bound psychers died together. Their skulls opened like flowers. Cooked brain tissue spilled around the copper crowns. One remained alive after his head had emptied, mouth working soundlessly while the ritual continued using the fragment of soul trapped within his body. Ahriman held the rubric together. He could not stop. Stopping would leave the Legion suspended between states. He completed the final line. The blue fire vanished. Silence followed. The surviving sorcerers stood amid corpses and broken machinery. Around them, rows of Thousand Suns remained motionless. Their armor was intact. Their eye lenses burned with cold light. The flesh change had ended. Ahriman lowered the black staff. Relief entered him. Pure, overwhelming. He had done it. No brother would ever again sprout claws, mouths, or wings. No legionary would dissolve into living filth or beg beneath a surgeon's blade. The curse had been arrested across the galaxy. Hathor Mut touched his face. "It is gone," he whispered. Sobek looked toward the silent warriors. "Brother?" The nearest legionary did not answer. Sobek stepped closer. He spoke the warrior's name. Nothing. Ahriman approached. The armor belonged to a thousand son who had fought beside him upon Prospero. The breastplate bore scars from the burning of Tisca. One gauntlet remained closed around a bolter. Ahriman touched the warrior's mind. He found no living thought. Something remained within the armor, but it was distant, bound and dreaming. A soul reduced to an echo beneath commands not yet given. He released the helm's seals. The gorget disengaged. Ahriman lifted the helmet. Dust poured out. It fell across the breastplate and gathered around the warrior's boots. Within the armor there was nothing else. No skin, no skull, no face, only ash. Ahriman stared into the empty gorget. The whisper came from within the helm he held, a breath that had never escaped, a final syllable, his name. The relief remained inside him. That was the horror. Part of him still rejoiced, because the flesh change had stopped. Around the nexus, more helms were removed. Dust spilled across the floor. Sorcerers called the names of brothers who could no longer answer. Ahriman opened a breastplate and reached inside. His hand emerged coated in ash. "What have you done?" he whispered. Ahriman looked across the silent ranks. "I stabilized them. You destroyed them. Their souls remain, bound to dead armor. They remain." Ahriman crossed the distance between them. His fist struck Ahriman's helm. The blow snapped Ahriman's head sideways. "Say their names," Ahriman demanded. Ahriman faced him. "Do not make this sentimental. Say them." Ahriman pointed toward the nearest suits. "Say the names of the men you preserved." Ahriman knew them. Everyone. He spoke the first, then the second, then the third. The names continued. The silent warriors stood listening through burning lenses. The ground shook before Ahriman finished. The planet of sorcerers convulsed. Towers bent toward the ritual site. The sky split. The eyes above them burst, raining black fluid across the landscape. Magnus came. The demon Primarch descended as a column of crimson fire. Wings unfolded across the horizon. Horns crowned a face contorted by rage. His single eye burned brighter than the dying sun above them. Every step shattered the ground and sent demons fleeing. Ahriman's cabal fell back. Some knelt. Others raised weapons they knew could not save them. Magnus looked upon the rows of rubricae. He heard the dust whisper inside their armor. His roar tore structures from their foundations. "You." The word struck Ahriman like a physical blow. He remained standing. Magnus crossed the nexus. Corpses and shattered ritual. Machinery ignited around him. Mortal remains became black vapor. The bottled souls within Ahriman's vault screamed as the Primarch's anger passed through them. "What have you done to my sons?" Ahriman gripped the black staff. "I ended the flesh change. You killed them. I preserved them. You reduced warriors to ash. They cannot mutate." Magnus raised one clawed hand. Ahriman's armor began to collapse around him. Ceramite groaned. Internal seals ruptured. Blood vessels burst beneath his skin. He fell to one knee as the pressure increased. Magnus towered above him. "You disobeyed me. Yes. You concealed this atrocity. As you concealed your bargain." The pressure intensified. Ahriman's ribs cracked. Blood filled his mouth. Still he looked up. You forfeited the right to condemn me when you sold the Legion's future and hid the price. The Primarch's eye became a sun. I saved you. You delayed our death. I found you when your Legion numbered barely 1,000 and demanded gratitude instead of truth. Magnus's claws closed. Ahriman's left pauldron folded inward. Bone broke beneath it. You believe yourself wiser than your father. I believe you were wrong. The words carried no triumph, only certainty. Magnus lifted him from the ground without touching him. Around them, the Cabal suffered beneath the force of the Primarch's wrath. Sobek was driven face first into the stone. Hathor Mart's newly stabilized bones began breaking within his flesh. Ahriman raised wards that burned away as quickly as he formed them. The Rubricae stood motionless. Magnus looked upon them. Something changed in his anger. Grief entered it. Ahriman saw the father beneath the demon. For one moment, the Crimson King was again the Primarch who had walked among the dying 15th Legion and promised salvation. Then he turned that grief into murder. You will die first, Magnus said, then every hand that aided you. Ahriman could not breathe. The Primarch reached toward his soul. The sky changed. A sound passed through the planet of sorcerers. The flutter of countless wings. The turning of innumerable pages. Laughter heard backward. Magnus stopped. A shadow moved behind reality, too vast to possess one shape. Ahriman saw an eye within fire, then a beak, then 1,000 hands rearranging the threads of fate. The demon Primarch stared upward. No. The word was not addressed to Ahriman. The unseen presence answered without speech. Magnus's hand trembled. Rage became helplessness. The changer had protected its instrument, not from mercy, from purpose. Ahriman understood that instantly. He had not escaped the attention of the power behind the flesh change. The rubric had drawn that attention more completely than any invocation. Magnus could not destroy him. The knowledge brought no comfort. The Primarch hurled Ahriman to the ground. Stone broke beneath him. You will not die, Magnus said. Ahriman forced himself to rise. Magnus's wings spread across the sky. You will live with what you have made. The Cabal was dragged forward by invisible force. Ahriman, Sobek, Tolbek, Hathor Mut, the other survivors of the ritual. Magnus pronounced exile upon them. The planet of sorcerers rejected their presence. The earth opened, towers turned away, paths folded into spirals leading beyond the world. A storm gathered around the condemned sorcerers, stripping banners, relics, and fragments of the ritual from the ground. Ahriman looked toward the Rubricae. They stood in perfect ranks, thousands of warriors, immune to mutation, obedient, silent. He reached toward them with his mind. Their souls stirred. They recognized command. At his unspoken order, the nearest rubric marine turned its helm toward him. Dust moved inside the armor. Ahriman imagined a face behind the lenses. He remembered the man who had once worn the plate. The memory was more alive than the warrior. Magnus raised his hand. The storm took Ahriman. He was torn from the planet of sorcerers with the surviving members of the Cabal. They fell through impossible distances, passing between worlds, memories, and futures. Demons watched them go. Some bowed, others laughed. Ahriman held the black staff and refused to scream. The last thing he saw was the legion he had saved. Rows of empty armor beneath a sky of watching eyes. The flesh change would never claim them. They would never feel pain. They would never disobey. They would never speak his name except as a whisper trapped inside ceramite. He had preserved the 1,000 suns from mutation. He had destroyed almost everything that made them suns at all. Then the planet of sorcerers vanished, and Ahzek Ahriman entered exile with the ashes of his brothers, following him through eternity. Time did not pass cleanly within the eye of terror. It curdled. Years gathered inside single heartbeats. Centuries slipped between the closing and opening of a door. Warriors entered the Empyrean beneath the light of one constellation, and emerged to find the stars rearranged, their homeworlds dead, and their enemies transformed into religions. Ahzek Ahriman ceased counting. The exile had stripped titles from him first: Chief Librarian, First Captain, Magister Templi. The names had become relics belonging to a man who had stood beneath the pyramids of Tizca and believed knowledge would set mankind free. Magnus had condemned that man. The rubric had buried him beneath the ashes of his brothers. The exile took his name next. He became Horkos, a lowly sorcerer, a servant within the Harrowing. No warrior of the Harrowing knew when Horkos had joined them. Some remembered finding him aboard a drifting vessel whose mortal crew had been dead for generations. Others believed he had been purchased from a slaver king in the Screaming Vortex. Gzrel, master of the warband, claimed to have conquered Horkos in a duel upon a moon made from human teeth. Gzrel lied often enough that his warriors no longer troubled themselves with distinguishing boast from memory. Horkos permitted every account. He wore plain blue armor stripped of Legion heraldry. Scratches obscured the scarab symbols upon the breastplate. His force staff remained wrapped in black cloth, its psychic presence concealed beneath knots woven from dead men's hair. He spoke only when addressed and lowered his head when lesser warriors issued commands. Humility did not live within him. This was concealment. A weapon buried beneath refuse remained a weapon. The Harrowing's flagship was the Sycorax, a battle barge whose original name had been chiseled from every surviving bulkhead. It had once carried a proud company of the Legions Astartes through the Great Crusade. Now its hull was a diseased carcass limping from one act of piracy to another. Entire decks had lost pressure centuries ago. Mortal slaves still lived there. They wrapped themselves in insulation torn from conduit lines and huddled around leaking plasma pipes for warmth. Frost covered their lips, their fingers blackened and fell away. When the warband required labor within the pressurized sections, overseers sent the slaves through airlocks in chained groups. Those who reached the inner decks alive worked until their lungs filled with blood. The dead were stripped before their bodies froze. Nothing aboard the Sycorax was wasted. Ammunition was taken from fallen allies while battles still raged. Legionaries ripped magazines from the belts of the dying and pried bolt shells from shattered weapons. Damaged power armor was divided according to strength. A working knee joint could provoke a duel. An intact helm lens was worth the lives of a dozen slaves. Warriors murdered one another over relic plate, functioning reactor cells, and fragments of weapons once forged upon Mars. The old legions had crossed the galaxy as armies. Now their sons scavenged from corpses. The reactor decks had become a nest. Something had entered the plasma containment system during an earlier passage through the warp. The machine priests called it a fault within the spirit of the engine. The slaves knew better. They heard claws scraping inside sealed conduits. They saw faces press outward from the reactor casing whenever the vessel approached translation. Offerings were fed into the cooling intakes. The thing preferred children, but accepted the wounded. It kept the reactors burning. Gzrel called that efficiency. Horkos watched the degradation without comment. The Harrowing believed itself free. Its warriors had escaped the Emperor, rejected their primarchs, and abandoned every law that had once bound them. Yet they served hunger, decay, and the needs of failing machines. They called it dominion when they tortured mortals. They called it brotherhood when they divided plunder without drawing weapons. They were kings ruling a gutter. Ahriman saw in them a lesser reflection of the Thousand Sons. The 15th Legion had believed itself master of the warp. The Harrowing believed itself master of ruin. Both had mistaken survival for victory. Gazrel summoned Horkos after the sack of Velchen. The world had possessed a minor orbital refinery and 3 cities devoted to servicing Imperial merchant vessels. The Harrowing killed the defense militia, enslaved the dock workers, and drained the refinery's fuel reserves before setting the surviving cities ablaze. The raid had cost 4 legionaries. Gazrel considered it a triumph. Horkos entered the command chamber while the warband's leaders divided the plunder. Human heads hung from hooks above the tactical table. Some belonged to Imperial officers. Others had once belonged to members of the Harrowing who disputed Gazrel's authority. Servo mechanisms implanted in their necks forced the heads to turn toward whoever was speaking. Gazrel sat upon a throne made from fused power armor. He was broad even for an Adeptus Astartes. Horns had grown through his helm and curled around the sides of his skull. One arm ended in a claw large enough to close around a mortal's torso. The other held a goblet fashioned from an Imperial saint's cranium. Around him stood the masters of the Harrowing, Dreor of the Bleeding Eye, Vashtak the Maimed, Cordrael, whose armor contained the stitched faces of every captain he had overthrown. Their weapons remained drawn. The warband did not conduct councils unarmed. "Horkos," Gazrel said. Ahriman bowed his head. "My lord." The title tasted like ash. Gazrel gestured toward the tactical table. A prisoner lay chained across it. The captive wore the robes of an Imperial astropath. His legs had been severed below the knees. Cauterized bone protruded from the stumps. Copper wire held his eyelids open, revealing the empty sockets beneath. "We found this in the refinery's choir vault," Gazrel said. "It knows something." The astropath shook against the chains. "I know nothing." Gazrel smiled. "That is why I have kept you alive." He looked toward Horkos. "Open him." Ahriman approached the table. The astropath smelled of burned flesh and terror. Symbols had been carved into his chest. Several were meaningless marks made by warriors who did not understand sorcery, but admired its appearance. Ahriman placed one hand upon the prisoner's brow. The astropath whimpered. "Please." Ahriman entered his mind. The intrusion met no significant defense. Fear had broken the outer layers already. Memories floated beneath the surface, disordered by pain. Imperial shipping routes, astropathic ciphers, the faces of dead choirmates, a message concealed inside a sequence of routine transmissions. Ahriman reached toward it. The mind changed. The command chamber vanished. He stood beneath the sun of ancient terror. Marble terraces descended around him. Cypress trees moved in a warm wind. Water crossed the stones through narrow channels, carrying the scent of roses. Ormuzd waited beside the fountain. He appeared as he had before the Legiones Astartes took them, young, whole, smiling. "Ahzek," he said. Ahriman did not move. The memory was false. He knew that. Ormuzd had never worn those robes. The fountain belonged to another estate. The sunlight fell from the wrong angle. Knowledge did not lessen the pain. Ormuzd extended a hand. "You found it." "Found what?" "The answer." The garden changed. The marble terraces became the city of light. Tizca rose around them beneath an unburned sky. 1,000 sons walked through the avenues in crimson armor. None were mutated, none were dust. Ahriman heard their voices, brothers lost on Prospero, brothers consumed by the flesh change, brothers destroyed by the rubric. They spoke his name without hatred, almost stood before him. You can correct it. Ahriman's hearts quickened. This is not real. No. Ormuzd's smile remained. But it can be. A book appeared upon the fountain's edge. Its pages were blank. You wrote the rubric incorrectly, Ormuzd said. One error, one inversion within the final name. Correct it and the past will open. Ahriman looked at the book. Symbols began appearing across the pages. They resembled his work, more than resembled. They completed it. The structure was elegant, terrible, plausible, a method of turning the rubric backward through its creator. The spell would consume the mind that had cast it. Ahriman's death would become the point around which history folded. The ashes would return to flesh. Prospero would remain lost, but the Legion would live. Ahriman understood what was required. He had to speak his true name while destroying his soul. Ormuzd stepped closer. You said any price. Ahriman reached toward the book. The dead 1,000 sons gathered around him. Their voices became a whisper. Save us. Ahriman's fingers touched the page. The command chamber existed somewhere far away. He remembered Gzrel, the astropath, the harrowing. They felt less real than Ormuzd's face. Do it, his brother said. Ahriman raised one hand toward his own chest. Psychic force gathered around his fingers. With one thrust, he could pass through ceramite, flesh, and bone. He could tear both hearts apart while releasing the final syllables of his name into the warp. The rubric would be corrected. His brothers would live. Ormuzd watched him, not with love, with anticipation. Ahriman saw it, a fraction too much hunger in his twin's eyes. Not hunger for life, hunger for surrender. The garden trembled. Ahriman lowered his hand. You do not know him, he said. Ormuzd's expression remained unchanged. I am your brother. No. The dead legionaries stopped whispering. Ahriman looked toward the false Tiska. You built this from my memories, but you do not understand their weight. Cracks opened across the sky. Ormuzd stepped forward. You can save them. That is why the trap nearly succeeded. The young face twisted. The mouth widened beyond human limits. You failed them. Yes. The admission broke the garden. Marble terraces collapsed into black water. Tiska's towers bent and dissolved. The dead warriors became columns of ash drawn upward into a starless void. The thing wearing Ormuzd screamed. Ahriman seized it by the throat. Who sent you? The false flesh peeled away. Beneath it waited a pattern of fire carved into a familiar mind. Tolbek. Ahriman tore himself free. The command chamber returned. His hand hovered against his own breastplate, fingers surrounded by force strong enough to penetrate the armor. The astropath lay dead beneath him. The captive's skull had split from brow to jaw. Brain tissue and blood covered the tactical table. Gzrel watched from his throne. Beside him stood Tolbek. The former brother wore robes of dark red over damaged armor. Warp light burned within his eyes. He had concealed himself behind the warband's psychic wards until the trap revealed him. You hesitated, Tolbek said. Ahriman looked at him. The construction was competent. It almost killed you. Many competent things almost succeed. The masters of the harrowing raised their weapons. Gzrel surged from his throne. What is this? Tolbek ignored him. His gaze remained fixed upon Ahriman. You should have died upon the planet of sorcerers. That judgment was Magnus's to make. Magnus was denied. Yes, Tolbek's expression hardened. A mistake I intended to correct. Gzrel struck the tactical table with his claw. The astropath's corpse tore in half beneath the blow. Blood and loops of intestines spilled onto the deck. "Who is he?" Tolbek answered without looking away. "Ahzek Ahriman." Silence entered the chamber. The name possessed weight even then. Gzrel stared at the lowly sorcerer who had obeyed his commands, walked behind lesser warriors, and accepted scraps from the warband's victories. Disbelief became fear. Fear became calculation. Gzrel raised his weapon. Ahriman stopped pretending. The black cloth around his staff ignited. Knots made from dead men's hair became cinders. The black staff emerged beneath them, its surface swallowing the chamber's light. Ahriman straightened. Horkos disappeared. The force of his mind struck the warband. Dreor of the Bleeding Eye hit the ceiling hard enough to break his spine. The impact folded him backward. Vertebrae punched through his abdominal plate. Before he could fall, Ahriman crushed his body against the overhead armor until ceramite ruptured and his organs poured down in. Steaming ropes. Vashtak fired his bolter. Ahriman had already seen the shot. The shell turned in the air and entered Cordrail's throat. It detonated within the warlord's chest. The stitched faces covering his armor burst apart with him, fragments of skull and breastplate spraying across the command chamber. Gzrel charged. Ahriman looked at him. The blood inside the warlord's body boiled. Gzrel took 3 steps. Steam erupted from his armor seals. His remaining eye burst and ran down his cheek. Skin blackened beneath his plate. He opened his mouth to roar, and cooked pieces of tongue spilled across his fangs. Ahriman closed one fist. Gzrel's hearts exploded. The warlord fell forward. His claw struck the deck. His immense body continued moving through momentum until it collided with the tactical table and crushed the astropath's remains into red paste. The mortal attendants died next, not because they threatened him, because they had heard his name. Ahriman released a pulse of psychic force. Bodies struck the walls, skulls burst, limbs tore from sockets. One serf was driven through a metal support, his torso separating around it while his legs remained standing for several seconds. Tolbek shielded himself. The chamber became a storm of blood, metal, and broken armor. "You hid well," Tolbek said. Ahriman stepped across Gzrel's corpse. "I had no need to be found. You serve carrion lords. I survived among them. You bowed. I have bowed to greater failures." Tolbek raised both hands. Fire formed around his fingers. Ahriman extinguished it with a thought. "You used Ormuzd," he said. "I used what would move you. You presumed guilt would destroy me. Does it not?" Ahriman stopped before him. "Guilt is information." Tolbek's eyes narrowed. "A lie. No, pain is not absolution. Regret does not restore the dead. I failed. Therefore, I must understand the failure. You still believe you can reverse it?" "Yes." The certainty in the answer disturbed Tolbek more than rage. The former brother attacked. Psychic blades crossed the chamber. Ahriman broke them before they reached him. Tolbek divided his image into 7 bodies and sent each along a different future. Ahriman chose the one in which Tolbek lived, then removed it. The false bodies vanished. Tolbek staggered. Ahriman entered his mind and found a sigil burning behind every defense. Amon, the former equerry, had marked Tolbek, not as ally, as instrument. Ahriman withdrew before the mark could close around him. Tolbek smiled through blood. "You see him now. Ammon sent you. Ammon sends many. To kill me? To end the rubric's author before you damn us again." Ahriman lifted the black staff. Tolbek's smile faded. Tell him he chose an inefficient messenger. The staff touched Tolbek's breastplate. Force passed through armor without breaking it. Inside, the legionary's organs twisted. His lungs turned around their own roots. His secondary heart tore free from its arteries. His stomach folded into his chest. Bones spiraled through muscle. Tolbek fell to his knees. Blood poured from his mouth. Ahriman kept him alive. Where is Ammon? Tolbek laughed wetly. You will never reach him. Then you have no further value. Ahriman released the force. Tolbek collapsed inward. Armor folded around the sudden emptiness of his body. Blood shot from every seal. His helm struck the deck with the skull still inside, while the remainder of him became a crushed mass within his breastplate. Ahriman stood among the dead leaders of the harrowing. The command chamber burned. Warning sirens sounded through the psychoracks. Warriors were coming. Hundreds of mortal crew fled through the corridors. The thing within the reactor began laughing, sensing fear and death above it. Ahriman walked to Gzrel's throne. He transmitted one command through the vessel: kneel or die. Some knelt. The others became examples. Amon's hunters came from every direction. They came as assassins wearing stolen faces. They came as sorcerers concealed within pilgrim vessels. They came as warbands promised relics, slaves and fragments of forbidden knowledge. Ahriman killed them and learned from their deaths. Each mind carried a piece of Amon's design. No agent knew the whole. That was wise. Ahriman had learned from the Legion's past. Knowledge divided could not easily betray its master. Ahriman did not pursue him directly. He cultivated the path. An astropath aboard an Imperial listening station began dreaming of a red sun. In the dream, a voice taught him a sequence of coordinates. The astropath transmitted them while asleep, believing the message came from Terra. The coordinates reached a navigator in service to a renegade fleet allied with Ammon. The navigator saw a safe passage through a warp storm. The passage existed. Ahriman had ensured that. It opened beside a fortress controlled by another of Amon's allies. Each fleet believed the other had arranged betrayal. Weapons fired before explanations were attempted. Cruisers burned. Boarding torpedoes crossed the void. Legionaries fought through ruptured passageways while atmosphere carried the blood of mortals into space as frozen red crystals. Ahriman watched from beyond auger range. He required both forces damaged, not destroyed. Survivors carried better rumors than corpses. He planted another dream. A warlord named Kepra was shown a vault beneath a dead moon. Inside waited relic armor once worn by a captain of the 15th Legion. The armor existed. The trap around it belonged to Ammon. Ahriman allowed Kepra to find both. The warlord's fleet died against the Guardians protecting the vault. The deaths revealed another layer of Ammon's network. Ahriman followed. Decades became centuries. He served other masters under other names. He took vessels, lost them, and took more. He gathered sorcerers who hated Magnus, warriors seeking lost brothers, and renegades who believed Ahriman could grant them power. He collected rubricae from battlefields, sealed tombs, and abandoned ships. The dust-filled warriors answered when he called. Some had once condemned him. Their hatred had vanished with their voices. He did not find that comforting. Ammon withdrew toward a fortress hidden within a region of the eye, where ships sailed through memories rather than distance. 7 vessels guarded the approach. Ahriman sacrificed 9. The first entered the region carrying slaves infected with a psychic plague. Their nightmares spread across the defense augers, blinding them. The second translated inside a minefield and detonated. The explosion created a false corridor through the debris. 3 more ships followed and died beneath concentrated fire. Their crews believed they were attacking. In truth, their deaths forced Ahriman's guardians to reveal firing positions and exhaust stores of sorcerous ammunition. The final vessels carried no warriors. They carried names. When the ships ruptured, the spoken names of bound demons entered the void. The resulting manifestations attacked everything nearby, tearing through hulls and feeding upon mortal crew. Ahriman passed through the violence aboard the captured Sycorax. The old battle barge had been remade. Its reactor demon was bound beneath 9 seals. The decks had been pressurized. The warriors who once served Xrel now served through fear, debt, or implanted loyalty. Horkos had inherited the Carrion Lord's throne. Ahriman had built an army around it. Aemon's fortress accepted him under a false identity. The deception was not visual. Ahriman entered the minds of the gatekeepers and found the memory of a trusted captain. He wrapped himself in that memory. Auspex systems recognized expected codes. Sorcerers saw an aura they had known for centuries. Rubrique remained motionless as he passed. The fortress was built within the skull of a dead void creature. Its bone corridors extended for kilometers. Psychic lamps burned inside eye sockets large enough to house warships. The thing's dreams had not ended with death. They moved through the walls, showing visitors images of black oceans and stars being consumed by mouths hidden beneath them. Ahriman reached the inner sanctum. Former brothers waited there. They knew him immediately. The first was Sethon, once of the Pavoni. The right side of his body had become a lattice of crystal through which his organs could be seen pulsing. The rubric had arrested his mutation but had not reversed it. The second was Menador, a survivor of Prospero, whose face remained scarred by fire. The third was Koresh, who carried 9 empty helms chained to his armor. Each helm had belonged to a warrior reduced to dust. Ahriman stood behind them. He wore armor of blue and gold, ancient plate, carrying the marks of Prospero and Terra. His helm rested beneath one arm. His face remained austere, almost unchanged from the days when he had served Magnus as equerry. Only the eyes revealed the centuries of hate. Ahzek, Ahriman said. Ahriman allowed the false identity to fall away. The black staff appeared in his hand. You have expended considerable effort to correct what Magnus was forbidden to correct. You helped cast the rubric. Ahriman's jaw tightened. I helped you save the Legion. And now I understand that some errors cannot be redeemed while their author lives. Koresh stepped forward. The empty helms hanging from his armor whispered. Ahriman recognized several voices. Do you remember Ahriman? Koresh asked. Yes. Do you remember his laugh? Yes. Do you remember how he spoke of the vineyards he would plant when the crusade ended? Yes. Koresh lifted one of the helms. Dust leaked from the broken gorget. This is what remains. Ahriman looked at it. I know. Say his name. Ahriman. Fael Toron. I remember him. Bastet. Yes. Kunum. Yes. Koresh named them one after another. Warriors of Tizca. Survivors of Prospero. Brothers who had stood within the ritual nexus believing Ahriman would cure them. Every name was an accusation. Ahriman answered each. Menador's hand closed around his force sword. You remember them and still seek another attempt? Yes. Sethon stared at him through crystal flesh. You learned nothing. I learned why the first working failed. Ahriman descended from the dais. You learned how to call failure insufficient. Ahriman met his gaze. Hatred is irrelevant unless it contains a better solution. Koresh drew his weapon. You ask us for a cure. I ask whether you possess one. We possess judgment. Judgment restores no one. It ends the danger you represent. Ahriman looked around the sanctum. The fortress's wards pressed against his mind. Ahriman had shaped the chamber for this confrontation. Every surface carried counter-sigils. Every shadow concealed a prepared attack. You do not hate me because I cast the rubric, Ahriman said. Ahriman's expression hardened. You hate me because you helped. The empty helms began screaming. Koresh attacked first. His force blade crossed toward Ahriman's neck. Ahriman stepped aside before the blow began. The black staff struck Koresh's wrist and shattered the armor joint. Bone broke beneath the impact. Ahriman seized the chains holding the empty helms and pulled. Koresh stumbled forward. Ahriman drove the tip of the staff through his eye lens. The weapon entered skull and brain. Psychic force detonated within him. The back of Koresh's helm burst outward, spraying bone fragments and liquefied grey matter across Menador's armor. The empty helms fell silent. Menador fired a bolt pistol. Ahriman turned the first shell. It struck Sethon's crystal shoulder and exploded, shattering half his torso. Organs suspended within the lattice ruptured. Both hearts fell through the broken crystal and burst upon the floor. Sethon stared down at them. Menador hesitated. Ahriman killed him for it. Invisible force seized the former brother by the jaw and tore downward. The lower half of Menador's face came away with the tongue and throat attached. He remained standing, blood pumping from the ruin beneath his nose. Ahriman drove a bolt through his chest. The shell detonated inside the primary heart. Menador fell beside Sethon. Ahriman raised one hand. The sanctum disappeared. Ahriman stood within the ritual nexus of the rubric. The dead surrounded him. Not armored shells. Men. Thousands of thousand suns with faces turned toward him. They were unburned, unmutated and alive. Ahriman stood among them. Fael Taron, Bastet, Khnum, Sobek. Ormuzd waited at the center. Ahriman's voice came from every mouth. You remember the guilt. You have never accepted the shame. Ahriman looked at his hands. Blue fire covered them. The rubric began again. The warriors screamed. Their flesh collapsed into dust. Eyes burned away. Bones disintegrated. Armor remained standing while the men inside vanished. The screams entered Ahriman. Ahriman forced him to experience every death. Every final thought. Every sensation of skin becoming ash. Every mind realizing too late that salvation had become a tomb. Ahriman fell to one knee. The black staff slipped from his hand. Ormuzd approached. You did this? Yes, Ahriman said. The dead pressed closer. You killed them? Yes. You damned the Legion? Yes. The word broke something within the illusion. Ahriman's voice faltered. Ahriman looked up. I accept the guilt. The dead stopped. I refuse the shame. Ormuzd's face twisted into Ahriman's. You dare. Shame is surrender disguised as morality. It creates nothing, restores nothing. It asks only that I suffer so lesser minds may call the balance settled. Ahriman rose. The black staff returned to his hand. I will not mistake pain for penance. The ritual nexus cracked. The dead became smoke. Ahriman struck through the illusion. Their force weapons met in the material chamber. The collision released a psychic blast that stripped flesh from the dead around them. Koresh's corpse burst open. Menador's blood rose from the floor and became red vapor. Ahriman was strong, ancient, disciplined. He had learned beside Magnus and fought through the same wars as Ahriman. His attacks came not merely against body, but identity. Each strike carried memories sharpened into blades. Prospero burning, Magnus's condemnation. the dust pouring from the first opened suit of armor. Ahriman accepted them all. Amon had constructed his strategy around resistance. He expected denial, self-deception, or rage. Ahriman offered none. The memories passed through him. He had done those things. They no longer controlled the shape of his defense. Ammon realized too late. Ahriman entered the gap. The black staff caught Amon's force blade and twisted it aside. Ahriman drove his knee into the former equerry's abdomen. Armor cracked. Amon staggered. Ahriman seized his helmless head with one gauntlet. Their minds touched. He found Amon's hatred. Beneath it lay grief. Beneath grief, guilt. Ahriman had stood within the cabal. Ahriman had contributed knowledge to the rubric. Ahriman had watched the dust fall. He had made Ahriman the sole author of the atrocity because sharing blame was unbearable. Ahriman forced him to see that truth. Ahriman screamed. "You were there," Ahriman said. "I tried to stop you. After you helped me begin." Ahriman's force blade fell. Ahriman drove the black staff through his breastplate. The weapon pierced ceramite, ribs, and both hearts. Psychic force entered Ahriman's soul. The former equerry convulsed. Light poured from his eyes and mouth. His memories burned through Ahriman's hand. Magnus before Prospero, the first flesh change, the rubric, exile, hatred. Ahriman's body ignited from within. Ahriman held him upright until the screaming stopped. Then he withdrew the staff. Ahriman fell. His armor remained intact. Ahriman stood over the corpse. The sanctum burned around him. Surviving sorcerers waited beyond the shattered wards. Rubricae lined the corridors, their eye lenses glowing. None attacked. Ahriman removed his old helm. He looked down at the plain plate he had worn as Horkos. The armor had belonged to no identity. It had been camouflage, survival, and self-imposed absence. He released the seals. Plate fell from him piece by piece. Breastplate, pauldrons, vambraces. The stripped armor struck the floor around Ahriman's corpse. Ahriman knelt. He took the dead sorcerer's warplate. The act was not plunder. It was succession. Ahriman's armor remembered its master. It resisted Ahriman, tightening seals and releasing psychic thorns through the inner lining. Ahriman overpowered its machine spirit and the lingering fragments of will contained within it. Blue and gold plate enclosed him. The armor adjusted. Symbols changed. Ahriman's name disappeared from the inner surfaces. New sigils burned into existence. The helm lenses ignited when Ahriman placed it upon his head. Horkos was gone. Ahzek Ahriman stood again. Not chief librarian, not first captain, not Magnus's son seeking approval. The exile. He walked from the sanctum wearing the armor of the brother who had hunted him. The survivors knelt. Not all willingly. That did not matter. Beyond the fortress waited the army Ahriman had assembled through years without number. Captured warships, sorcerous vessels, mortal cult armies. Rubricae recovered from lost battlefields, exiles, renegades, and thousand sons who believed the legion could still be restored. The Sycorax waited among them, its weapons turned toward the void. Ahriman transmitted his declaration across every vessel. We were cast out as failures. We were named destroyers of our own blood. We have wandered among carrion lords, scavengers and slaves who mistake degradation for freedom. His voice entered every helm, command deck and slavehold. We will wander no longer. Rubricae stood in silent ranks. Sorcerers bowed their heads. Mortal crews listened in terror. We are the sons who return bearing neither apology nor submission. We will recover what was lost. We will seize every fragment of knowledge denied to us. We will restore the legion. whether Magnus welcomes our salvation or fears it. The black staff rose. We are the prodigal sons. The fleet answered with weapons fire into the emptiness. Lances illuminated the void. Cannons thundered. The Rubricae said nothing. Their silence remained the truest judgment upon their new lord. Abaddon received Ahriman aboard the Vengeful Spirit. The flagship had changed since Terror. Its corridors had grown around old wounds. Iron ribs arched overhead. Faces moved beneath the walls. Slaves dragged censers through passageways wide enough for titans, their bare feet leaving bloody prints upon metal, warmed by the vessel's corrupted heart. Black Legion warriors guarded the approach to the audience chamber. Their armor carried no shared origin. Some had once belonged to the sons of Horus. Others came from legions shattered by defeat, exile, and internal war. They had discarded old colors and taken the black, not as surrender, as declaration. Abaddon stood before the oculus. The eye of terror burned beyond him. He wore the talon upon one arm. Drachnian rested at his side, its presence causing the chamber's shadows to lean toward it. Ahriman entered alone. Abaddon did not turn. You killed Ahriman. Yes, you took his armor. He had no further need of it. The despoiler faced him. His gaze traveled over the blue and gold plate, the black staff, and the old scarab symbols that no exile had the right to bear. You served scavengers. I studied them. You hid. I survived. You expect me to believe there is a distinction? Ahriman stopped before him. I do not require your belief. Black Legion warriors shifted around the chamber. Abaddon smiled without warmth. Magnus cast you out. Your brothers hate you. The gods preserve you for purposes you refuse to understand. Yet you enter my ship without an army at your back and speak as though we are equals. We are not equals. The chamber became still. Ahriman continued. You command more warriors. I possess knowledge you cannot take by force. Equality is irrelevant. Utility is measurable. Abaddon's smile vanished. What do you offer? Paths through storms your navigators cannot cross. The names of demons your priests have mistaken for allies. Foresight concerning imperial mustering worlds. Weapons buried by civilizations that died before terror unified. And in return, freedom of action, access to conquered archives, mutual support when our purposes align. No oath. No worship. Ahriman looked toward Drachnian. I have seen enough men kneel to powers they believe they command. The demon blade whispered. Abaddon heard it. His expression hardened. You think yourself beyond the gods. I think the question of what lies beyond them remains unanswered. And if I command you, then I will decide whether obedience serves my purpose. Several Black Legion warriors reached for weapons. Abaddon lifted the talon. They stopped. The despoiler studied Ahriman for a long time. He did not see a penitent exile. He saw a weapon that had chosen to uncover itself. A sorcerer who had destroyed his legion while attempting to save it, survived the wrath of a demon primarch, and rebuilt power from the refuse of defeat. Dangerous, untrustworthy, useful. Your prodigal sons may fight beneath my shadow, Abaddon said. Not beneath my heel. Ahriman inclined his head. That distinction is acceptable. Betray me, and I will break your staff. Burn your fleet and scatter your soul across the eye. Others have promised more. Abaddon laughed. This time the sound held genuine amusement. Go then, exile. Gather your ghosts. Steal your books. Pretend the changer does not guide every step you take. Ahriman turned toward the chamber doors. Behind him, Abaddon spoke again. You cannot undo it. Ahriman stopped. The rubric did not need to be named. You do not know that. I know obsession when I see it. Ahriman looked back. And I know ambition. Their gazes met. Warmaster and Arch-Sorcerer. Two sons of ruined fathers. Two survivors of a rebellion that had devoured every noble word used to begin it. Neither trusted the other. Neither required trust. Ahriman left the vengeful spirit with a compact rather than an oath. The prodigal sons joined the greater wars of the Eye when advantage demanded it, and Abaddon gained the service of a sorcerer too powerful to command safely and too valuable to destroy. Horkos had entered the harrowing as a nameless servant. Ahzek Ahriman departed as a lord surrounded by ships, armies, and the silent dead. He had accepted guilt. He had refused shame. He had rebuilt his identity from the corpse of a brother. And somewhere beyond sight, the architect of fate laughed as another prisoner mistook the lengthening of his chain for freedom. The first world died before its priests understood that they had been guarding anything of value. It was called Lethis in the surviving imperial charts, though the name had belonged to 3 different planets by the time Ahzek Ahriman reached it. Warp storms had displaced records, duplicated tithe routes, and persuaded distant administratum vaults that the shrine world existed in several sectors simultaneously. To the pilgrims who crossed its ash plains upon bleeding knees, such contradictions were proof of sanctity. To Ahriman, they were camouflage. The relic rested beneath the basilica of the martyred tongue, displayed among the finger bones of saints, petrified organs and rusted weapons credited with victories no credible history supported. Generations of priests had worshipped it without comprehending its purpose. It appeared to be a broken astrolabe. It was, in truth, a key. The prodigal sons reached the basilica during the Feast of Ascension. 1 million pilgrims crowded the outer courtyards. Bells rang from towers plated in devotional gold. Incense thickened the air until old men collapsed from suffocation and were trampled beneath those pressing forward for blessings. No alarm sounded. The first rubric marines materialized inside the reliquary nave. Blue fire guttered around their armor. Gold-crested helms turned in perfect unison. Inferno bolt guns rose against breastplates carved with Prosperine sigils. The cathedral guards stared at them. Several attempted to speak. Ahriman's command crossed the silence. Fire. The rubricae obeyed. Inferno bolts passed through flak armor, ceremonial breastplates and human torsos without losing momentum. Mass-reactive warheads detonated inside bodies, but the sorcerous fire contained within them did more than rupture flesh. It transformed. Men became incandescent from within. Skin blackened. Fat burned blue. Armor softened and flowed into open wounds. One guard staggered backwards with molten plasteel running down his chest and filling his abdomen through the cavity where his ribs had been. Another lost his head to a direct impact. The skull burst into flaming fragments. Brain tissue struck a mural depicting the Emperor's ascension and burned there like oil. The priests fled. Warp flamers answered them. Streams of etheric fire crossed the nave and washed over the procession. Flesh came away from bone in sheets. Robes fused to skin. Men collapsed into one another as their bodies softened, forming heaps of screaming tissue with hands and faces protruding from the surface. The cathedral's stone floor vitrified beneath the heat. Bodies became trapped inside cooling glass. The rubricae advanced through the screams. They moved in silent lockstep, each warrior controlled through the will of the sorcerer commanding the formation. Yet when they crossed the line where the basilica's defenders had raised a barricade, one rubric marine turned his helm toward a fallen banner. The cloth bore the image of a serpent devouring a sun, a symbol used by the 15th Legion before Prospero. For a heartbeat, the warrior paused. Dust whispered inside the armor. Then Ahriman's command drew it onward. The old instinct vanished. The relic was taken. The pilgrims outside continued to sing until the basilica doors opened and blue fire rolled across the courtyards. Ahriman left Lethis without destroying the world. He did not need to. The surviving priesthood declared the attack a test of faith. Rival sects accused one another of summoning the invaders. Pilgrimages became riots. Riots became purges. Within a century, depending upon which chronology was consulted, the shrine world had reduced itself to warring monasteries and famine-stricken ruins. By then, Ahriman had already forgotten its name. He remembered only the key. The next fragment waited inside a mechanicum, or perhaps that had been earlier. Time did not preserve order around Ahriman. The Eye of Terror had taught him that chronology was a local superstition. He raided archives built thousands of years after his exile, then emerged from the warp to confront men who still believed Horus's rebellion recent history. He received warnings from vessels not yet launched and found corpses bearing wounds he would inflict centuries later. His armor remembered battles in the wrong sequence. His mortal servants aged, died, and were replaced. The rubricae remained. The prodigal sons became a rumor moving backward and forward through imperial history. Museums emptied overnight. Shrine vaults burned. Xenos ruins woke beneath dead moons. Inquisitorial black sites transmitted a single scream before their astropathic choirs collapsed into masses of fused flesh. Every attack appeared isolated. Only Ahriman saw the geometry. On the world of Kepras, he created a cult from one frightened man. The mortal's name was Zethraim. He had been a minor sanctioned psyker assigned to the planetary tithe offices, where his duties consisted of identifying forged seals and detecting anxiety among petitioners. His power was weak. His ambition was not. Ahriman entered his dreams. For 9 nights, Zethraim saw a faceless teacher standing within a library of burning books. The teacher showed him how to reach into the minds of sleeping men, how to turn a whisper into command, how to place pain behind the eyes of those who denied him. On the 10th night, the teacher gave him a name, not Ahriman's own, a lesser name, a name sufficient to open one narrow door into the warp. Zethraim used it against his overseer. The man's skull turned inside out, skin folded through bone. Teeth erupted from the rear of the head. The overseer remained alive for several minutes, begging through a mouth that now opened inside his own brain case. Zethraim understood that he had been chosen. Ahriman allowed him to believe it. The cult grew. Administratum clerks joined first, then workers from the manufactoria, then officers who feared the planetary governor more than damnation. Zethraim taught them scraps of sorcery and called the fragments revelation. The followers painted eyes upon their faces and palms. They murdered preachers, corrupted vox stations, and opened armories. Within 7 years, they controlled the lower cities. The governor responded with force. Regiments entered the underhives. Artillery fired into districts containing tens of millions. Promethium was pumped through ventilation systems and ignited.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Entire populations suffocated in shelters when the atmosphere became poison. Ahriman watched from orbit. He intervened only when the cult reached the buried structure beneath the governor's palace. Zethraim had believed the structure a temple. It was a vault constructed by settlers who arrived before imperial compliance. Within it, rested a tablet inscribed with a fragment of Mahavastu Callimachus's lost work. The cult broke the seals. Ahriman descended. Zethraim greeted him upon a throne made from the bodies of captured officials. The corpses had been stitched together while alive. Several still breathed, their mouths filled with black candles. The cult leader wore robes heavy with human teeth. "My lord," he said, "I have made this world ready." Ahriman studied him. Warp exposure had swollen the mortal's skull. A third eye had opened beneath his tongue. Fingers grew from his neck and moved whenever he lied. "You have uncovered the vault, as you commanded. I did not command you." Zethraim hesitated. "You guided me." "Yes." "You chose me." "No." The cult leader's expression collapsed. Around the chamber, his disciples drew weapons. Ahriman did not look at them. "You were useful." Zethraim rose. "I conquered this world in your name." "You conquered nothing. You weakened a lock." The third eye in Zethraim's mouth opened. Rage and terror moved through his aura. "I will not be discarded." "You already have been." Ahriman closed one hand. Every cultist in the chamber began screaming. Their shadows rose from the floor and entered their bodies through mouths and eyes. Men tore at their skin as darkness moved beneath it. One clawed open his abdomen and pulled lengths of intestine across the floor, searching for the thing he felt crawling inside him. Zethraim attempted a spell. Ahriman spoke the lesser name he had given him. The name turned against its bearer. Zethraim's stolen power ignited inside his skull. His head expanded. Bone cracked. The third eye forced its way upward through his palate and brain before bursting through the crown. Ahriman watched him die. Then he transmitted a command to the fleet. The prodigal sons opened fire upon the governor's palace, the cult-held districts and the surviving loyalist command centers. Both factions vanished beneath orbital bombardment. No witness remained who could reconstruct why the rebellion had begun. Ahriman took the tablet. Kipras burned beneath him. Billions lived within the hive complex of Gethsemar Primus. They were of no consequence. The hives rose from a poisoned plain like mountains made from iron and human misery. Each spire contained nations. Lower levels descended for kilometers into darkness, where entire populations lived and died without seeing the sun. The object Ahriman sought lay beneath the governor's palace in the highest spire. A direct assault would have drawn sector fleets. Instead, he began in the underhive. Dreams spread. Workers heard voices promising air without toxins, food without corpse starch, and freedom from quotas that killed their children before maturity. Gang lords discovered caches of weapons hidden by hands they never saw. Mutants received visions of gates left unguarded. The rebellion rose. It consumed the lower levels first. Tithe offices burned. Overseers were dragged from hab block balconies and dismantled with industrial saws. Enforcers were skinned and hung from transit rails. Ammunition plants changed hands 6 times in a month. The governor reacted as Ahriman had foreseen. He sent the planetary defense regiments downward. The war continued for 3 years. Millions became hundreds of millions. Lower hive districts were sealed and starved. Water reserves were poisoned. Macro cannon emplacements fired into inhabited levels until floors collapsed upon one another, crushing entire city-states beneath mountains of steel and bone. The rebellion weakened. The governor declared victory. Ahriman attacked the following night. The prodigal sons entered through transit shafts, opened by the dying rebels. Rubrique marched upward through smoke and darkness, their footfalls echoing like the beating of a single iron heart. Imperial troops met them at Hab Junction Exemplar. Heavy bolters opened fire. Shells struck the Thousand Suns' kind shields and burst against layers of blue light. The barriers rippled but held. Behind them walked Ahriman. Captain Lucien Vey watched through the optics of a command chimera. He had fought mutants, greenskins and heretics. He had seen commissars execute whole platoons and watched artillery bury enemy trenches beneath body parts. He had never seen an Adeptus Astartes walk so calmly beneath concentrated fire. The blue-armoured figure advanced behind overlapping kind shields, while heavy bolter rounds filled the passage with explosions. Rubric Marines moved around him without speech. Their inferno weapons fired in measured volleys. Vey's men died by squads. A missile team vanished when one sorcerous bolt struck the launcher's ammunition. The blast turned the crew into fragments that slapped wetly against the ceiling. A gunner took an inferno round through his abdomen. His armour melted inward. Vey watched the man claw at the wound as liquefied organs poured between his fingers. "Maintain fire," Vey ordered. His voice broke. The blue-armoured sorcerer looked toward the chimera. Vey felt the gaze through. Hull, smoke, and distance. The dead soldiers stood up. Not all of them. Only those whose limbs remained capable of carrying weapons. A guardsman with half his face missing rose beside the barricade. Another dragged himself upright with intestines hanging from a torn abdomen. A third lifted a lasgun, although the arm holding it was attached only by strips of flesh. They turned upon the living. Las fire crossed the defense line. Vey saw his own dead men shoot their comrades before collapsing again. The sorcerer continued walking. He was not shouting, not laughing, not angry. That absence of emotion became more terrible than hatred. An angry enemy might be provoked. A cruel one might be distracted by suffering. A fanatic might be deceived through belief. This thing regarded them as obstacles whose deaths had been solved before the battle began. "Reverse," Vey told the driver. The chimera did not move. The driver was crying. "Reverse!" The rear hatch opened by itself. A rubric marine stood beyond it. Its inferno bolter fired once. The shell entered Captain Vey's chest. For a moment, he remained conscious inside his own explosion. He felt ribs and organs leave him. Then, there was only blue fire. The palace fell before dawn. Ahriman passed through its defences while the governor attempted to negotiate. He ignored offers of tribute, worlds and military service. None possessed value beside the encrypted tablet beneath the throne room. The governor's final words were a demand to know why billions had died. Ahriman shot him through the face. The inferno round burst inside the skull. Burning brain tissue sprayed across the throne. The tablet contained 9 lines. Only 2 were genuine. The remaining 7 had been inserted by a mind-anticipating pursuit. Ahriman memorized all of them. He then ordered the upper hive's reactors overloaded. The spire collapsed through the city beneath it. Billions became debris. Ctesias joined the prodigal sons after attempting to kill Ahriman with a demon whose true name required 3 human tongues to pronounce simultaneously. The creature entered the Sycorax through a reflection in an armory blade. It killed 40 slaves before the first alarm sounded, turning their skeletons into living cages around their souls. Ahriman found it in the tertiary vault. The demon wore the skin of every mortal it had consumed. Faces moved across its body, each screaming independently. Its limbs ended in quills covered with names. Tessia stood behind a warding circle while the thing attacked. "You are late," he said. Ahriman raised the black staff. "No, Your 7th binding was incomplete. It was deliberately permeable, to encourage it to turn against you, to encourage it to believe escape possible. The demons struck the ward. The circle cracked. Ctesias frowned. Perhaps excessively possible. Ahriman spoke a name. The creature froze. He spoke another. Its stolen skin split open. Ctesias added a third, then reversed the stress upon the final syllable. The demon collapsed into a mass of mouths and barbed limbs. Together, they bound it inside a brass vessel, scarcely larger than a human heart. Ctesias lifted the container. Something screamed inside it. "You knew the name," he said. "I knew part of it. You allowed me to supply the remainder." "Yes." "You would have sacrificed me had I been incorrect." "Yes." Ctesias considered that. "Good." Ahriman looked at him. "Good. I dislike uncertainty in an employer." "I am not your employer." "No. Employers believe loyalty exists." The demonologist joined him. Ctesias understood demons without reverence. He knew they were lies that could bleed, contracts capable of hatred, predators compelled by names, prohibitions, and the arrogance that persuaded them no mortal could bind them for long. His armor carried scrolls written in flayed skin. Brass reliquaries hung from chains across his chest. Every vessel contained a fragment of something that had once called itself immortal. He and Ahriman distrusted one another immediately. The relationship endured. They sought the Athenaeum. Mahavastu Callimachus had served as one of the great remembrancers and occult chroniclers of the Thousand Suns. His writings contained more than history. Callimachus had recorded the Legion's psychic transformations, the tutelaries, Magnus's experiments and fragments of knowledge too dangerous for conventional preservation. Much had been destroyed. Some had been hidden. Ahriman pursued every surviving line. A collector upon the world of Scythos possessed 3 leaves from the Athenaeum. He had acquired them from a dead inquisitor, who had taken them from an Eldari corsair, who had stolen them from a vault abandoned after the burning of Prospero. The collector kept his treasures inside a museum built beneath a mountain. Thousands of artifacts filled its galleries. Xenos skulls, Legion weapons, heretical scriptures, captured demon hosts suspended in null fields, a fragment of armor allegedly taken from Horus. Ahriman arrived before 2 competing warbands. One belonged to the Word-bearers. The other consisted of Emperor's children, who desired the Athenaeum because the pages produced visions of exquisite suffering when read aloud. The museum became a slaughterhouse. Word-bearers raised demons in the gallery of extinct species. Fleshhounds tore through display cases and dragged screaming mortals beneath fossilized skeletons. Emperor's children answered with sonic weapons that liquefied organs while leaving skin intact. Museum guards burst like sacks of red fluid inside their armor. The prodigal sons advanced through both. Rubricae fired without distinction. Inferno rounds opened corrupted legionaries from within. Warp fire consumed demon and mortal alike. One word-bearer attempted to chant a banishment and lost the lower half of his face to a bolt shell before completing the second word. Ctesias broke the demon's bindings. Not all of them, only enough. The unbound creatures turned upon their summoners. Ahriman reached the collector's sanctum while battle consumed the mountain. The mortal waited inside a stasis cage surrounded by servitors carrying digital weapons. He had replaced most of his body with augmetics. Only the brain, face, and spinal cord remained biological. "You cannot kill me," the collector said. "The pages will destroy themselves when my life ends." Ahriman examined the wards. "Then you will not die." Relief entered the man's remaining features. It lasted until Ahriman touched his mind. He consumed the collector's memories. Not read, consumed. A lifetime of theft, murder, and acquisition entered him. He saw every bargain, every betrayed ally, every vault, every relic touched by augmented hands. The mortal screamed as his identity disappeared layer by layer. Ahriman found the Athenaeum pages. He also found the command that protected them. He withdrew. The collector remained alive. He no longer knew his name. He no longer understood language. He stared through vacant eyes while drool ran across mechanical lips. Ahriman opened the stasis cage. Release the pages. The collector made a soft animal sound. Ahriman activated the command using the dead man's voice. The hidden compartment opened. 3 sheets of psychic parchment rested inside. Ahriman took them. Behind him, the museum's mountain began collapsing beneath uncontrolled demonic conflict. Ctesias joined him at the extraction gate. You left the collector alive. Yes. Mercy. Function. That is reassuring. The mountain imploded after they departed. The collector lived for another 8 centuries within a life support coffin, unable to remember why armies had died around his collection. Ahriman preserved the pages. He destroyed every competing copy. Bloodlines vanished during the search. Families that had carried oral fragments of Callimachus's work were taken aboard the prodigal son's vessels. Their inherited memories were extracted. Infants died beside ancestors. Fathers watched sons become empty vessels beneath mnemonic surgery. When the final recollection had been secured, Ahriman ordered the survivors killed. Ctesias objected once. The youngest know nothing. They carry the potential for reconstruction. They carry genes. Genes are records. Ctesias watched armed thralls herd the family into an airlock. Your definitions become more convenient with age. Ahriman looked toward him. Convenience is irrelevant. Of course. The outer doors opened. Hundreds of bodies vanished into the void. Ahriman watched until the last infant stopped moving. He felt no pleasure. He had never required pleasure. That did not make the act less monstrous. Other sorcerers saw what Ahriman could not. Some perceived horns hidden beneath his helm. Some saw faces moving within his armor. Others refused to look directly at him because his outline changed whenever their attention weakened. Iskandar Khayon once described what he saw beneath the arch-sorcerer's helm. Not flesh, not a face. A void filled with screaming. The claim reached Ahriman. He dismissed it. His reflection remained unchanged. When he removed his helm before a polished surface, he saw the same severe features, the same dark eyes, the same face that had looked upon Ormuzd beneath Terra's ancient sun. Ctesias did not. The demonologist entered Ahriman's chamber while the helm rested upon the table. He stopped. Ahriman looked up from the Athenaeum fragment. What is it? Ctesias stared at his face. Nothing. That answer is inaccurate. Then I prefer inaccuracy. Ahriman rose. Ctesias's hand moved toward one of the reliquaries on his armor, not drawing it, preparing. What do you see? Ahriman asked. The demonologist remained silent. Answer. Ctesias looked into his eyes. For a moment you had no skin. Ahriman touched his cheek. His gauntlet found flesh. Ctesias continued. There were eyes beneath it. Too many. Some looked backward. Others were burning. An etheric distortion. Certainly. You do not believe that. I believe explanations are often another species of ward. Ahriman replaced his helm. The matter ended. He did not consider the possibility that his perception had been altered. He did not consider that the architect of fate might preserve his belief in an unchanged body because the lie amused it. Ahriman served no god. He repeated that truth throughout the millennia. He used demons. He exploited warp currents. He accepted power when necessity required it. He was no worshipper. The warp did not demand worship from every slave. Some chains were forged from conviction. Then, the galaxy split. The Great Rift opened as a wound across the stars. Worlds vanished behind storms. The Astronomicon failed across vast regions. Demons entered reality in numbers unseen since the Siege of Terror. Imperial histories called it the Dark Imperium. Ahriman called it opportunity. The prodigal sons struck more than 36 worlds before the Imperium understood that the attacks were connected. An inquisitorial prison beneath Karsh, a Mechanicus observatory orbiting a dead star, a fortress monastery sealed Librarius, a Xenos ruin buried beneath oceans of methane, a cemetery world containing one grave with the wrong name. Each target held a fragment, a stellar coordinate, a gene record, a prophecy, a word from a demon's true name, a surviving notation from Callimachus. Ahriman gathered them all. Imperial counterattacks arrived too late. Battle fleets translated into systems where the prodigal sons had already departed. Grey Knights found ritual chambers filled with dead psychers but no enemy. Inquisitors followed trails deliberately contaminated with false evidence and destroyed one another's investigations. The raids appeared random. They were not. Each attack formed a point within an occult equation spread across the divided galaxy. Worlds became symbols. Warp storms became lines connecting them. The deaths of millions established resonances. The location of the next answer emerged from the relationship between atrocity and knowledge. Ctesias examined the completed pattern aboard the Sycorax. The demonologist stood within a chamber filled with projections. 37 worlds burned around him as spheres of light. Lines connected them through real space, warp space, and possible futures. At the center floated one symbol, the rubric. Not the first working, its inverse. Ctesias walked around the projection. This is planted. Ahriman stood beside the Book of Magnus. Possibly. Not possibly. Ctesias pointed toward the worlds. The Mordant Archive should not have survived the rift. The prisoner beneath Karsh knew a name no mortal mind could retain. The Callimachus fragment appeared in 3 unrelated collections at the precise moment we required confirmation. Patterns produce convergence. This pattern produces hospitality. Ahriman turned toward him. You believed Tzeentch arranged it. I believe something arranged it. The conclusion remains valid even if the path was prepared. Ctesias laughed softly. That is what a starving man says when he finds a banquet in a graveyard. Ahriman looked at the central symbol. The equation suggested that the rubric could be cast again, not repeated, corrected. The first working had stabilized body and soul by fixing every 1,000 sun into a single state. The second would reach into that state, separate the imprisoned identity from the armor, and rebuild flesh around it. Theoretically, the cost was incomplete. The risks were immeasurable. Magnus would feel the working. The gods would watch. Entire worlds might become fuel. Ctesias approached him. You recognize the trap? Yes. You intend to enter it? Yes. Because you believe you can alter its outcome? Yes. The demonologist stared at him. You have learned nothing. Ahriman's voice remained calm. I have learned everything required to attempt again. Those are not the same statement. No. Ahriman extended one hand toward the projection. The worlds moved. The occult equation closed around the symbol of the rubric, like the teeth of a vast mechanism. He saw silent warriors standing beneath the eyes of the planet of sorcerers. He heard dust whisper inside armor. He remembered opening the first empty suit and feeling relief before horror. To refuse the path would be to accept that moment as final, to admit that the Rubrique would remain dead until the stars failed, to accept that Ormuzd's death, Prospero's destruction, and every atrocity since had led nowhere. Ahriman could endure guilt, he could endure hatred, he could endure exile, mutation, betrayal, and the laughter of gods. He could not endure finality. "Prepare the Cabal," he said. Ctesias did not move. "Ahriman, prepare it." The demonologist looked toward the impossible perfection of the pattern. "It wants you to proceed." "I know. And that does not trouble you." "It confirms that the working matters." Ctesias shook his head. No chain restrained so completely as the one mistaken for a road. Ahriman turned away. Across the ship, the Rubrique stood in silent ranks. Their eye lenses burned. Dust moved within them at the touch of his will. The first rubric had damned the Legion. The second might restore it. The path had been planted. The hand offering it could not be trusted. Ahriman understood every warning. He proceeded because hope had become the cruelest weapon ever used against him, and because, after 10,000 years, he still believed himself strong enough to seize that weapon by the blade. No one came willingly. The first Cabal had gathered from desperation. Its members had stood around Ahriman's design and argued like surgeons considering an operation upon a dying body. They had feared failure, Magnus and the powers watching from beyond the veil, yet none had truly understood what failure would become. The second Cabal understood. Every sorcerer summoned before Ahriman had opened a brother's armor and found dust. Everyone had heard the whispers trapped behind burning eye lenses. Everyone knew that Ahriman could speak of salvation while arranging their deaths into useful geometries. They came armed. Ctesias arrived with 9 demon vessels chained across his armor and another hidden beneath his tongue. Ignis entered surrounded by floating numerical sigils that measured every other sorcerer's pulse, psychic resonance, and probability of betrayal. Helio Isidorus kept one hand upon the hilt of his force blade. Atriarchos brought 6 Rubricae and positioned them where they could fire upon Ahriman without crossing one another's lines. No one knelt. Ahriman stood at the center of the chamber aboard the Sycorax. The walls had been stripped to bare adamantium and covered in interlocking equations. Stars turned above the gathered Cabal, represented by globes of pale fire. Between them hung the symbol of the rubric. It had changed. The first design had closed inward, every line converging upon confinement. The new geometry opened outward like a flower built from blades. Ctesias studied it. "This is not a correction. It is an inversion," Ahriman said. "Words are cheap wards against consequences. They are also the means by which consequences are understood." Ignis lifted a gauntlet. Several lines of the projection separated. The central proof depends upon 9 sites remaining in sympathetic alignment. Failure at any site will deform the whole. Yes, the first deformation results in uncontrolled soul displacement. Yes, the second causes spontaneous matter conversion. Yes, the third appears to consume the nearest consciousness of sufficient psychic magnitude. The sigils turned toward Ahriman. "That would be one of us. Most probably." Atriarchos spoke from behind his rubricae. "And if none of us is sufficient," Ahriman looked at him, "then the ritual will seek farther. To Magnus." "Yes." Silence followed. The rubricae stood without movement. Dust shifted inside them. Isidorus drew his force sword an inch from its sheath. You intend to risk the Crimson King. I intend to restore the Legion. You speak as though those objectives cannot coexist. The calculations do not promise that they can. Theseus looked from the projection to Ahriman. You would destroy Magnus. If the alternative is the permanent death of his sons, he is our gene sire. He is one being. He is a Primarch. One being. The eyes behind Atriarchos' helm burned brighter. You reduce him to arithmetic. He reduced us to the price of his repentance upon Prospero. The sorcerer's rubricae raised their inferno bolt guns. Ahriman did not move. You may fire, he said. Atriarchos said nothing. If you believe killing me will prevent the working, then fire. The weapons remained level. Ahriman extended one hand toward the projection. The proof exists. Copies have been divided among vessels you cannot locate. Portions have already been placed within the minds of men who do not know they possess them. If I die, the design survives. You planned for refusal, Isidora said. I planned for fear. Then why summon us? Because you possess skills the working requires. And if we decline, you will still be part of it. Ctesias laughed softly. There is the honesty for which you are renowned. Ahriman ignored him. He opened another layer of the projection. Images appeared within the stars. Armored figures, not rubricae. Living thousand suns. Faces once lost behind sealed helms stared from the light. Warriors stood upon a reconstructed Tisca beneath an unburned sky. Some clasped hands. Others looked upward as if feeling sunlight for the first time in 10,000 years. Ahriman had not created the images as deception. They were projections derived from the spell's probable outcome. That made them more dangerous. Atriarchos lowered his weapon slightly. Among the restored warriors stood one wearing the old markings of the Sixth Fellowship. Capet, he whispered. Ahriman knew the name. Your oath brother. He died in the rubric. He was changed by it. Atriarchos looked toward the silent rubricae surrounding him. One turned its helm. The movement was slight. A trace of former recognition, or merely the response of a bound automaton to its master's distress. No one could say. Ahriman continued. The first rubric anchored their souls to armor because the working lacked the means to reconstruct flesh around preserved identity. The second rubric provides that means. You believe, Ctesias said. I have proof. You have equations. There is no meaningful distinction when the equations govern reality. Ctesias approached the projection. And the price? 9 war zones, 9 conjunctions, 9 planetary correspondences arranged across matter and the ether. Each must be held while the central inversion is completed. Held against whom? Everyone who notices. Ignis's floating numerals changed color. Demons. Yes. Imperial forces. Where necessary. Magnus. Ahriman looked toward the symbol at the center. If he opposes us. Ctesias watched him. You have rehearsed every answer. I anticipated every objection. No, you anticipated every argument. Objections are often emotional. Emotion does not invalidate fact. No, it merely governs which facts men are willing to die for. Ahriman turned toward the assembled sorcerers. You have seen what waits if we do nothing. Eternal stagnation. The Legion reduced to a handful of living minds commanding the ghosts of brothers. The rubricae will endure until their armor is shattered, or their souls are stolen by greater predators. He pointed toward the projected warriors. This is not absolution. It is restoration. Atriarchos lowered his inferno pistol. Ignis dismissed one layer of his numerical wards. Isidorus sheathed his blade. Ctesias remained still. You have me. the demonologist said. Because I wish to learn how the trap closes. Ahriman inclined his head. That is sufficient. They returned to Sortiarius beneath a sky that remembered every lie told upon it. The planet of sorcerers had changed again. Its towers had grown taller since Ahriman's exile. Some pierced the clouds and emerged from the undersides of distant mountains. Rivers of blue fire ran across the air. The ground beneath the prodigal son's landing site was made from black feathers pressed into the shape of stone. Magnus's fortress stood upon the horizon. It seemed to watch them. No challenge came. That troubled Ctesias. He knows. Of course, Ahriman said. And he allows us to land. He cannot prevent the working without first understanding it. Or he has already understood it. Ahriman looked toward the fortress. Magnus had forbidden the first inquiry, condemned the first rubric, and banished its creator. Yet no host descended from the towers. No winged manifestation of the Crimson King darkened the sky. The path to the ritual site remained open. Too open. Ahriman knew it. He proceeded. The second rubric required the planet of sorcerers because the first had left a wound there. The original working still echoed through the world. Every rubric marine standing upon Sortiarius carried a resonance tied to the ritual nexus, where flesh had become dust. Ahriman intended to seize that echo and turn it backward. The central site lay within a valley of glass. Thousands of rubrici stood there. Magnus had gathered them over centuries. They formed ranks that extended beyond mortal sight, blue and gold armor reflecting the shifting heavens. Sorcerers moved among them, uncertain whether Ahriman's arrival represented invasion, rebellion, or fulfillment. Ahriman descended into the valley. The rubrici turned their helms as he passed. Dust whispered. He heard names inside the sound. Some belonged to men he remembered. Others had been erased from every surviving record. At the valley's center stood 9 black obelisks. They had not existed during the first rubric. Ahriman examined them. Each was carved with a portion of the inversion. His portion. Symbols he remembered discovering alone aboard the Sycorax. Conclusions reached after centuries of raids and sacrifice. Lines drawn in his own hand. They had been carved into Sortiarius before he arrived. Ctesias stood beside him. You see it. Ahriman touched the nearest obelisk. Memory opened. He saw himself before the completed occult equation. He remembered the moment the answer formed within his mind. Then he looked beneath the memory. There was another hand. Magnus's. Not writing the equation. Planting the conditions from which Ahriman would inevitably derive it. A fragment of thought inserted years earlier. A symbol glimpsed during a confrontation and forgotten. A question left deliberately unanswered. A route through memory shaped, so that Ahriman would mistake discovery for invention. The second rubric had not been found. It had been cultivated inside him. Ahriman withdrew his hand. The obelisk bled light. Ctesias's voice was quiet. Your father. Yes. He planted the design. He planted its foundation. That distinction comforts you. No. Ahriman looked toward Magnus's fortress. He imagined the Crimson King within, watching his son realize the truth. Magnus had used hope as bait. Ahriman had recognized the possibility before returning. Recognition had not prevented him from following. Ctesias paced around the obelisk. What does he gain? The central exchange. Your ritual restores the rubrici. That is its stated function. And its concealed function? Ahriman opened his Corvidae's sight. Futures erupted around him. Rubricae became flesh. Sortiarius split. Magnus burned. Magnus ascended. Magnus died. Magnus stood whole beneath a sky of screaming stars. The futures collapsed before he could trace them fully. Ahriman understood enough. The working reaches every separated fragment bound to the blood of Magnus, he said. Ctesias looked toward the distant fortress. His shards. Yes, you are not restoring the Legion. I am restoring all that shares its root, which includes him. Yes. Ctesias turned on him. End it. No. You know the design is his. I know he intends to exploit it. He constructed the road. He does not control every destination. Ctesias stared at him. You still believe that? Ahriman's voice hardened. The possibility of restoration remains. And the possibility of serving Magnus. I will account for it. You cannot account for a trap after stepping into its jaws. Ahriman looked toward the waiting Rubricae. I have not yet stepped. The 9 war zones opened simultaneously. The first lay upon Sortiarius itself, within the Valley of Glass. The second formed aboard the Sycorax, where the vessel's reactor had been converted into a psychic furnace. The third surrounded a dead moon orbiting the eye, its surface carved into the shape of the Prosperine star. The fourth occupied a ruined fortress stolen from the Inquisition. The fifth existed within the warp, anchored by Ctesias's bound demons. The sixth lay beneath the ashes of a world killed during the search for Callimachus. The seventh burned within the holds of a captured Mechanicus ark. The eighth was a battle line of ships arranged across real space in the pattern of Magnus's single eye. The ninth was not a place. It was Ahriman. Each war zone represented a component of the spell: body, soul, memory, name, blood, armor, mutation, distance, will. They had to remain connected. The Imperium attacked the dead moon first. A battle group emerged from the warp around a force of grey knights and attendant warships. Their silver vessels opened fire before translation energies faded. Torpedoes struck the Prodigal Sun's outer screen. Cruisers broke apart. Atmosphere and mortal crew erupted into space. Ahriman saw the battle through sorcerer Menkara. The Grey Knights descended in teleportation fire, wards blazing across their armor. Their presence tore at the ritual geometry. Ahriman sent the Rubricae forward. They marched across the moon's surface without sound. Silver-armored warriors opened fire. Psycannon rounds struck the Rubricae and broke enchanted ceramite. 1,000 Sun lost an arm. Dust streamed from the wound, yet the warrior continued advancing. Inferno bolt guns answered. The moon became a field of silver and blue fire. A grey knight took 3 rounds through the abdomen. The first broke his ward. The second entered his plate. The third detonated inside him. Armor bulged outward as his organs burst. His upper body separated from his hips and spun through the moon's weak gravity, trailing blood in a slow red arc. The remaining knights formed a warding circle. Ahriman felt their combined will push against his design. He divided his awareness. On the dead moon, he commanded Menkara. Aboard the Sycorax, he directed Ignis to vent the reactor demon's excess force through prepared conduits. Within the warp, he spoke through Ctesias to 9 bound entities trying to eat one another. At the Inquisitorial Fortress, he guided Rubricae through corridors lined with null wards. Across real space, he ordered ships to die. A loyalist cruiser entered the 8th Conjunction. Its captain believed the traitor formation exposed. Ahriman permitted the attack. The cruiser crossed the precise point required to complete the symbol of the eye. Then the Prodigal Sons detonated 2 of their own vessels. The explosions tore the Imperial ship apart and provided the deaths needed to strengthen the line. Thousands of mortal crew became light within the ritual. Ahriman felt each death as a pulse of power. He did not count them individually. Pain entered his body. Blood ran from his nose beneath the helm. Vessels burst in his eyes. One heart slipped out of rhythm, then corrected. Irrelevant information. The ritual continued. Demon incursions struck the fifth war zone. Ctesias stood within a circle drawn across nothingness. Around him, entities bound by names, contracts, and mutually contradictory compulsions clawed at the veil. One daemon attempted to alter its true name. Ctesias removed the tongue of the mortal vessel through which it spoke. Another claimed the contract had expired before it was written. Ctesias forced it to experience time in the order specified by the agreement. A third broke 3 of its chains. Ahriman entered the binding through Ctesias's mind. "You will hold," he told the creature. It possessed the shape of a skeletal bird made from parchment. Every feather carried a possible future. "You cannot command what has already devoured you," it replied. Ahriman spoke the demon's childhood name. The creature convulsed. All futures upon its wings became one. Obedience. It screamed and held the line. At the Mechanicus Arc, cybernetic defenders entered the ritual chamber through breached blast doors. Skitarii fired radium weapons into the rubricae. Tech priests unleashed scrap code against their armor. The old instincts within the dust-filled warriors awakened. One rubric marine turned before its sorcerer gave the order and fired upon a flanking automaton. Another moved to protect a damaged brother. Fragments of the warriors they had been surfaced in battle. Ahriman felt them. Hope cut through him. "They remember," he whispered. Ctesias heard through the communion. "Or you require them to." Ahriman ignored him. He divided his awareness further. 9 battlefields became one mind. He saw through 100 rubricae. 1,000. Their eye lenses became his eyes. Their weapons became his hands. He walked upon the dead moon, the Sycorax, the Ash World, and Sortiarius simultaneously. He felt no confusion. Every front occupied its own chamber within his consciousness. Enemy psychers attacked the Valley of Glass. Sorcerers loyal to Magnus, but ignorant of the Crimson King's larger design, believed Ahriman intended to destroy their gene-sire. They advanced beneath banners of the Rehati, calling him exile, murderer, and dustmaker. Ahriman did not answer their accusations. He killed them. The first unleashed a storm of crystalline knives. Ahriman saw every future in which the projectiles struck. He chose none. The knives passed around him. He reached into the attacker's mind and opened all possible deaths at once. The sorcerer experienced himself decapitated, burned, drowned in his own blood, consumed by demons, crushed beneath Magnus's hand, reduced to dust by the rubric. His brain attempted to process each death as real. The skull burst inside the helm. Blood and grey tissue poured from the gorget. The body collapsed before the first knife reached the ground. A second psyker raised a kind shield. Ahriman showed him futures in which the shield became a blade. The barrier inverted. It cut inward through armor, skin, and bone. The sorcerer fell apart in pieces, held suspended for a moment within the blue field, before dropping into the glass valley. A third tried to flee. Ahriman sent his shadow ahead of him. It rose from the ground and entered his mouth. The sorcerer convulsed. His own darkness filled his lungs and heart until his body split around it. Ahriman walked through their blood. He was no longer bleeding only from the nose. Blood filled his boots. It ran beneath his armor. His muscles tore from maintaining psychic tension across the 9 fronts. The black staff burned his gauntlet to the bone. Pain remained irrelevant. The second rubric began. The 9 war zones aligned. Across the galaxy, Rubricae stopped. Their armor turned towards Sortiarius, whether standing aboard ships, within ruins, or beneath alien suns. Blue-white fire appeared in their eye lenses. Ahriman spoke the first name of the Legion. Every sorcerer in the Cabal answered. The second name passed through armor. The third entered blood. The fourth reached Magnus. Sortiarius shook. The planet of sorcerers unfolded. Towers opened like flowers. Rivers rose into spirals. The sky became a single vast eye. The Rubricae in the Valley of Glass began to change. Dust lifted within their armor. It swirled around bones that did not yet exist. A shape formed inside the nearest breastplate. A hand, flesh, living flesh. Ahriman felt it. The warrior's soul moved closer to waking. A name entered his mind. Capet. Atriarchos heard it too. His scream was almost laughter. It works. Across the valley, thousands of suits trembled. Fingers formed inside gauntlets. Hearts began as red sparks. The first breath drew through an empty helm. Ahriman tightened the working. Magnus entered it. Not from outside, from within. The Crimson King had been present in every line from the beginning. The obelisks ignited, symbols reversed, power intended for the Rubricae divided. One current continued toward the dust-filled warriors. The greater current turned toward the fortress. Ahriman reacted instantly. He tried to sever Magnus from the bloodline correspondence. The design resisted him. The resistance carried his own logic. Every safeguard he had constructed opened before the Primarch, because Magnus had planted the assumptions upon which those safeguards depended. Ahriman had built walls around a door his father already possessed. No, he said. The word crossed 9 battlefields. Catesius felt the shift. He has it. Hold the 5th conjunction. Ahriman, hold. The demonologist obeyed. The ritual storm gathered above Magnus's fortress. Shards of the Crimson King answered. Fragments scattered across time, memory, and the warp were pulled toward Sortiarius. They came as comets of red fire. Some had hidden within dead worlds. Others had nested in mines, relics, or impossible regions of the Empyrean. They crossed reality and entered Magnus. The first carried wrath. The second carried occult knowledge. The third carried pride sharpened by millennia. The fourth bore command. The fifth contained the memory of Prospero's burning. The sixth knew the hidden names of stars. The seventh held hatred for Russ. The eighth remembered the pain of the Emperor's rejection. They struck the fortress one after another. Magnus grew. His wings expanded across the sky. His form became clearer, more coherent, and more terrible. The divided Primarch recombined through the power stolen from the second rubric. Ahriman searched for the other shards, the noble fragment, the part that had chosen self-sacrifice, the portion capable of humility. The memory of Magnus kneeling beside dying sons without considering the price they might pay for his salvation. Those fragments did not answer. Some had been destroyed. Some remained beyond reach. Some refused the being Magnus had become. The Crimson King grew more complete in power and less complete in mercy. The Rubricae stopped changing. Half-formed flesh collapsed. New hearts burst before their first beat. Bones crumbled into ash. The breath inside the nearest helm became a whisper and faded. Atriarchos seized the warrior's shoulders. Capet. The rubric marine stared at him through burning lenses. Nothing answered. Ahriman tried to reclaim the power. Magnus closed his hand. The 9 war zones bent around the gesture. Ships broke apart. At the 8th conjunction, vessels turned upon one another as their crews experienced conflicting commands. Lance fire crossed the formation. A prodigal sun's cruiser was cut in half. Thousands were pulled into the void before emergency bulkheads could close. The dead moon cracked. Grey knights and rubricae vanished into a canyon opening beneath them. Bodies struck the walls during the fall, leaving streaks of blood and silver armor across black stone. The Mechanicus Arcs reactor failed. Plasma consumed 3 decks, reducing Skitari, thralls, and rubricae to silhouettes within white fire. Catesius's bindings snapped one by one. Demons surged toward him. He broke vessels, released names, and fled through a passage constructed from the last breath of a dying psyker. The second rubric collapsed. Ahriman remained standing at its center. The black staff was driven into the glass beneath his feet. Blood ran from every joint of his armor. His left heart had stopped. His vision existed only through the warp. Magnus descended. The demon Primarch landed within the valley. Rubricae surrounded him in silent ranks. He appeared more stable than Ahriman had seen him since Prospero. Crimson flesh, immense wings, a single radiant eye and armor formed from sorcery and memory. Power rolled from him. The ground changed beneath his feet. Ahriman looked up. "You planted it." Magnus regarded him. "I gave you the opportunity to discover what you required. You placed the answer inside my mind. I placed a seed. You cultivated it. To restore yourself. To restore what was divided. The Legion remains dust." Magnus glanced toward the Rubricae. "They endure. You used their salvation as bait." The Primarch's expression became almost sorrowful. "And you used my possible death as an acceptable cost. One Primarch cannot outweigh a Legion. No, but one Legion may serve the resurrection of its father." Ahriman tore the black staff from the ground. Sorcerers around the valley retreated, expecting violence. He did not attack. The gulf between their power was too great, and Ahriman had not survived 10,000 years by confusing fury with strategy. "You engineered hope," he said, "and consumed it." Magnus's eye narrowed. "You speak as though hope belonged to you." "It belonged to them." Ahriman gestured toward the silent ranks. "They trusted me." "Did they?" The question was a blade. Magnus stepped closer. "Did the Dust Whisper consent? Did the souls bound within armor approve your design? Or did you mistake silence for agreement as you have always mistaken knowledge for authority?" Ahriman's grip tightened around the staff. "I acted because you would not. You acted because action permits you to believe yourself free." "I am free of you." Magnus laughed. The sound changed the color of the sky. "No son has served his father more faithfully." Ahriman said nothing. "You rebel when I require rebellion. You investigate what I forbid because prohibition sharpens your appetite. You follow every hidden path because you cannot endure a closed door." The Crimson King leaned closer. The son most obsessed with freedom has always been the easiest pawn. Ahriman felt the truth. He rejected its dominion. "You predicted my choice. I shaped it. You did not control it." Magnus's expression shifted. Pity entered it. That was worse than contempt. "You came to the world you swore never to serve. You gathered the Cabal. You raised 9 war zones and killed armies to complete my restoration. You accepted the possibility of my death because you believed that made the plan yours." His wings opened. "Tell me, Ahzek, at what point were you free?" Ahriman looked across the valley. Atriarchos knelt beside the rubric marine who had almost become Capet. Ignis stared at calculations that now described only failure. Sorcerers searched for missing allies across ruptured communion lines. The Rubricae remained dust. Magnus stood more powerful than before. Once again, Ahriman's greatest act of defiance had advanced another being's design. "You are not whole," Ahriman said. The Primarch's eye burned. Ahriman had found the wound. "The shards that would have made you worthy of them are absent." Magnus's face became still. "You have recovered power, memory, pride and hatred, not mercy, not humility, not the love that accepts sacrifice from the self rather than demanding it from sons." The air around Magnus ignited. Several sorcerers were thrown from their feet. Ahriman stood within the pressure. "Take care. You cannot kill me. The powers that preserved you before may find your purpose fulfilled. Then do it." The challenge hung between them. Magnus did not raise his hand. Ahriman continued. "You call me predictable because you planted the path I followed. Yet you required me. You could not cast this working. You could not gather the exiles you had condemned. You could not admit that your restoration demanded their blood." His voice remained cold. "So you made your son commit the atrocity and called it proof of his arrogance." Magnus looked down upon him. For an instant, the old father appeared behind the demon's face. Not merciful, wounded. Then the expression vanished. "You wished to save the Legion," Magnus said. "You failed." The words struck more deeply than sorcery. Ahriman looked toward the silent warriors. "Yes." No excuse followed. No denial. Magnus had expected argument. Ahriman gave him none. "I failed," he repeated. "The failure remains mine to correct." The Primarch's mouth curled. "There it is." Ahriman turned away. Magnus allowed him. That permission was another humiliation. The surviving Cabal gathered within the ruins of the ritual nexus. The 9 war zones had collapsed. Fleet. Losses continued arriving through broken transmissions. Entire companies of Rubricae were missing. Demons hunted the survivors of the 5th conjunction. The Mechanicus arc was falling into its star. Catesius returned through a wound in the air. His left arm was gone below the elbow. Something with too many teeth remained attached to the severed armor joint, chewing at the empty space where flesh had been. The demonologist tore it free and crushed it beneath his boot. "I advised withdrawal," he said. Ahriman looked at the ruined valley. "You advised fear." "I advised recognizing a trap. Recognition would not have restored them. Neither did proceeding." Ahriman said nothing. Catesius examined him. "Magnus lives." "Yes." "More completely." "Yes." "And the Rubricae?" "Unchanged." Catesius laughed once. The sound held no humor. "Then the equation has achieved perfection." Ahriman turned toward him. The demonologist gestured with his remaining hand. "It has produced precisely the result intended by the mind that designed it." The first scream came from the eastern ranks. A living sorcerer fell among the Rubricae. His name was Hecaton. He had survived Prospero, the siege, and both castings of the rubric. His armor bore fresh fractures from the battle in the Valley of Glass. Blue-white fire shone through them. Hecaton clawed at his breastplate. "Ahriman!" The fire spread beneath his armor, not around him, inside. His voice broke into several overlapping tones. "What is happening?" Ahriman reached toward him with psychic sight. The sorcerer's body was burning without heat. Flesh became ash cell by cell. The transformation moved through him with the pattern of the rubric, but without its original stability. "Remove the armor," Ahriman ordered. 2 sorcerers seized Hecaton. They released the breastplate seals. Fire erupted from the opening. One of the assisting warriors lost both hands. The gauntlets remained attached to Hecaton's armor, while the sorcerer fell backwards, blackened bone protruding from his wrists. Hecaton screamed. His chest was visible. Skin cracked into glowing lines. Beneath it, organs shrank and collapsed. His hearts beat faster as they became grey powder. The lungs disintegrated around his final breath. "Ahriman," he gasped. The face inside the helm turned to ash. His eye lenses ignited. The armor stood empty. Dust poured from the opened breastplate. The newly made rubric marine raised its head. Across the valley, another scream answered, this time from an existing rubricae. Blue-white fire burst from its joints. The armor glowed from within. The dust bound inside it ignited, and the warrior collapsed into a pool of molten ceramite and sorcerous flame. Then another living sorcerer caught fire. The Cabal recoiled. Ignis watched numerical sigils form around the afflicted warriors. This was not part of the design. Ahriman stared at the burning dead. No. Ctesias's face hardened. Then what is it? Ahriman felt the contagion touch the Legion. A new pattern. A fire moving between the living and the dust-bound, transforming sorcerers into rubricae and consuming rubricae into flame. The attempted cure had not merely failed, it had created another curse. The Pyrodaemon passed through the ranks, warriors burned, armor filled with ash, rubricae erupted. Above them, Magnus's fortress shone beneath the screaming sky. Ahriman stood among the blue-white flames and understood that he had repeated his oldest crime with greater knowledge, greater power, and fewer excuses. He had known the path was planted. He had recognized his father's hand. He had seen the jaws of the trap. He had entered because hope remained stronger than wisdom. The first rubric had damned the Legion while saving it from mutation. The second had restored Magnus and given the Thousand Sons a new death. Ahriman raised the black staff. He watched another brother burn into silence. Then he began calculating how to undo what he had done. The Pyrodaemon crossed the Thousand Sons fleet faster than warning. It did not move through air, blood, or physical contact. Quarantine bulkheads could not contain it. Apothecaries found no pathogen to isolate. Sorcerers raised wards against mutation, possession, and witchfire, only to discover that the new curse ignored every boundary. They understood. It moved through identity. A warrior remembered another warrior burning, and the fire found him. A rubric marine heard a living brother speak his ancient name, and the ashes inside its armor ignited. The first outbreak aboard the Hecaton consumed 17 sorcerers and more than 100 rubricae before Ahriman understood that the vessel was no longer moving through a single moment in time. Blue-white flame erupted along the embarkation deck. Sorcerer Penthu had been issuing firing assignments to the silent ranks when he stopped speaking. His gauntlets clenched. His back arched hard enough to crack the armor seals around his spine. "Ahriman," he whispered across the command channel. Then he began screaming. Fire shone through the joints of his plate. It burned without heat, yet the decking beneath him blackened as his shadow caught a light. Rubricae turned toward him. Penthu clawed at his breastplate. Fingers gouged grooves through gold trim. The ceramite opened from within as his ribs expanded, not through mutation, but through the violence of his body becoming less substantial than the armor containing it. His flesh grayed, muscle shrank from bone. Both hearts collapsed into clouds of ash while still beating. The final contractions sent dust pulsing through the holes in his chest. His scream faded into the whisper of powder moving inside sealed plate. The eye lenses of his helm burned. Penthu stood again, not as a sorcerer, as a rubric marine. The newly made automaton raised its inferno pistol and awaited command. Across the deck, an older rubricae answered with an eruption. The warrior's armor split at the gorget. Blue-white fire burst from within, throwing molten fragments across the ranks. One piece of enchanted ceramite entered a mortal armorer's mouth and exited through the rear of his skull. The man's face vanished in a spray of teeth, bone and burning brain matter. The rubric eye detonated. Its soul fragments became spears of light. 3 nearby thralls caught fire from the inside. Their organs ignited before their skin. One tore open his abdomen and dragged out a loop of burning intestine, staring at it as though the answer to his death might be written across the blackening flesh. Another rubric marine erupted farther down the line. Then another sorcerer began to scream. The hecaton sealed the embarkation deck. The fire appeared on the command level. Ahriman walked through it. Sorcerers fled before him. Some had begun stripping names from their armor, believing identity itself provided the curse with purchase. Others burned scrolls, erased heraldry, and murdered servants who remembered their faces. None of it worked. The Pyrodaman knew them more intimately than they knew themselves. Ahriman raised the black staff. The spreading flame halted around him, not extinguished, observed. The fire crawled across the air in branching lines, seeking thoughts, names and memories. It touched the wards surrounding Ahriman and recoiled, not from their strength, but because he altered the path by which it recognized him. For 17 heartbeats, he became no one. The fire passed. A figure watched from the edge of the command chamber. Mehector wore plain grey robes beneath plates of battered carapace armour. His skin was pale, his eyes colourless. No psychic aura surrounded him. No shadow of soul burned within the Empyrean. To Ahriman's witch sight, Mehector was not darkness. Darkness was something. The pariah was absence. His presence made every sorcerer near him suffer. Lesser psychers vomited. Tutelaries fled. Demons trapped within reliquaries fell silent or clawed desperately at the walls of their prisons. Catesius kept 30 paces between himself and Mehector whenever possible. Ahriman tolerated the null at arm's length. It felt like allowing a blade to rest against his throat. Mehector looked across the chamber at the transformed Penthu. The fire did not see me. It does not perceive what you do not possess, Ahriman said. A soul. Yes. Mehector's expression did not change. Then you require the soulless. I require a guide the contagion cannot read. The pariah turned toward the navigation vault. You seek the dead metal king. I seek what he knows. Necrons do not know. They remember. Ahriman studied him. And the distinction? Knowledge can be shared. Memory must be stolen. Catesius approached with his severed arm, replaced by an augmetic constructed from demon bone and silver wire. Every finger carried a different warding ring. The Iron Warriors have reached the artifact, he said. Strength? 4 companies of legionaries, mortal siege cohorts, armor, demon engines. Their lord calls himself Hargaron. Calls himself? I have not investigated whether the name is hereditary, stolen, or aspirational. Ahriman turned toward the tactical display. A fortress appeared within the hololithic field. It had been built into the side of an airless planetoid, its outer walls layered beneath overlapping defense belts. Bastions projected from the rock. Artillery towers covered every approach. A void shield shimmered around the highest citadel. At the fortress's heart rested the Necron artifact, the first step toward the key of infinity. Open a channel, Ahriman said. Hargaron appeared as a grainy image. The Iron Warrior wore gunmetal plate edged in hazard markings. His helm remained sealed. One eye lens had been replaced with a cluster of augmetic optics. Behind him, artillery officers moved among brass. You are within range, Hargaron said. So are you. I have firing solutions for your fleet. You have projections. I have guns. Ahriman examined the Iron Warrior's aura. There was little mysticism in him, no affection for demon worship, no delight in corruption. Hargeron's mind was a bastion built from grievance, calculation, and contempt. "You occupy an object you cannot use," Ahriman said. "I occupy high ground. The artifact will destroy your nervous system if activated through direct contact. Then you will explain its operation." "No." Hargeron's optics adjusted. "I have destroyed 3 of your vessels. You expended ammunition destroying decoys crewed by slaves. The ammunition was replaceable. So were the slaves." The Iron Warrior leaned toward the image. "My terms are simple. You will provide the activation sequence. You will withdraw to weapons range. I will decide what portion of the device's output merits payment. You possess no currency I require. I possess the device for the next 37 minutes. The transmission ended. Hargeron began firing after 35. The Born of Iron did not roar challenges or offer sacrifices to offended gods. They opened with range-finding shots. Shells crossed the void and struck the leading Prodigal Son's transports. The first impacts measured shield response. The second barrage adjusted for deflection. The third concentrated upon one point until the void shield failed. A transport split. Atmosphere erupted from the rupture, carrying hundreds of mortal cultists into space. Bodies spun through the darkness. Eyes burst. Blood boiled from mouths and ears before freezing across faces in red crystals. The Iron Warrior's 4th barrage struck the engines. The vessel detonated. Hargeron had spent 3 salvos learning how to kill it. Every shot after that was economical. Ahriman ordered the assault. Dropcraft descended beneath overlapping kine shields. Artillery hammered them from fortified positions. Several transports vanished into blossoms of orange fire. Others crashed into the outer trenches and became burning bunkers from which cultists crawled, armor aflame and lungs filled with smoke. The mortal hordes attacked first, not because their lives had tactical worth, because their deaths revealed the guns. Thousands crossed the exposed approaches. Iron Warriors fired heavy bolters, autocannons and massed artillery. Men disintegrated beneath shell impacts. Limbs cartwheeled through the vacuum. Blood formed expanding clouds around torn bodies before freezing onto the rock. A siege tank rolled over the survivors. Its tracks crushed skulls into the regolith. One cultist became trapped beneath a tread at the hips. His lower body vanished under the vehicle while his torso remained caught against the armor. He clawed at the hull until friction stripped the flesh from his fingers. The tank did not slow. The Rubricae advanced behind the dying. They marched through artillery that turned mortals into drifting debris. Kine shields flared around them. Shells struck, flattened and detonated. Blue-armored forms disappeared within dust and fire, then emerged with armor blackened and crests shattered. One Rubric Marine lost both legs to a direct hit. The upper body struck the ground. Dust poured from the ruined waist. The warrior dragged itself forward with one arm and continued firing. Inferno bolts struck the battlements. Iron warriors died inside their own fortifications. Sorcerous rounds penetrated gunmetal plate and burned through flesh. One legionary's breastplate softened around him. Molten ceramite entered his ribcage, filled both lungs, and set his hearts alight. He remained at his weapon until his hands fused to the grips. A second took a warp flamer burst across the helm. The metal glowed. His face cooked inside it. Skin adhered to the inner plate. Eyes ruptured. The pressure of boiling fluid forced meat through the respirator grill in strips. Demon engines reached the walls. One resembled a scorpion constructed from tank wreckage and human spines. Its claws tore through a defense emplacement and lifted an iron warrior from the parapet. The legionary fired into the engine's head. The demon machine crushed him. Armor collapsed around his torso. Bone and organs burst from the joints in wet ropes. The engine threw the compacted remains into the defenders. Hargeron's havocs answered with Lascannons. The demon engine's forward body vanished in white light. Its imprisoned entity escaped through the wound and entered the nearest mortal siege crew. Men turned upon one another. A gunner tore out his own eyes and forced them into his commander's mouth. The commander bit through them while screaming. Another crewman opened his chest with a maintenance blade, pulled apart his ribs, and begged the demon to choose a better home. Psychic pressure rolled across the fortress. The minds of mortal defenders collapsed. Some fired upon shadows. Some attacked their officers. Others clawed at their own skulls until fingernails tore away and bone showed beneath the blood. The Iron Warriors remained. They adjusted fields of fire. When one bastion fell, the next opened upon the attackers advancing through it. Kill zones overlapped. Withdrawal routes became artillery coordinates. Every defender died buying measurable time. Hargeron appeared upon the fortress Vox. Outer wall loss acceptable. Third defensive line holds. Ammunition reserve at 61%. Ahriman heard the message through captured channels. No prayer, no lamentation, only expenditure. He entered the breach at the head of the surviving sorcerers. Bolter fire came from 3 directions. Ahriman saw the trajectories before the Iron Warriors fired. He raised the black staff. The shells changed course. 2 returned to their origin points. One entered an Iron Warrior's eye lens and detonated inside the skull. The other struck beneath a pauldron, burst within the torso, and tore the warrior's arm free at the shoulder. The remaining shells struck a defensive turret. The ammunition feed ignited. The emplacement disappeared with its crew. Hargeron met Ahriman inside the citadel's final gate. The Iron Warrior carried a thunderhammer in both hands. His armor had been rebuilt from several marks and reinforced with plates cut from loyalist tanks. Targeting runes crawled across his lenses. "You are 9 minutes early," Hargeron said. "You miscalculated the value of your outer lines." "No, I miscalculated the willingness of your dead to continue advancing without legs." Rubrique filled the corridor behind Ahriman. Born of Iron formed ranks behind Hargeron. No challenge was issued. Both sides fired. The corridor became a furnace. Bolter shells burst against Kine shields. Inferno rounds melted armor. Warp flamers washed across Iron Warriors and cooked them inside their plate. One legionary forced himself through the fire, body charring beneath glowing ceramite, and drove a chain blade into a Rubric Marine's chest. The teeth tore through armor. Dust erupted. The empty warrior seized the Iron Warrior's wrist and held him in the warp flame until both suits began to melt together. Hargeron charged Ahriman. The thunderhammer descended. Ahriman stepped aside. The weapon struck the floor and cratered the decking. Shockwaves passed through the corridor. Mortal attendants fell with ruptured organs. Ahriman thrust the black staff toward Hargeron's chest. The Iron Warrior caught it beneath one vambrace. Psychic force scorched his armor. He did not release the shaft. "You rely on prediction," Hargeron said. "I rely on preparation." A demolition charge activated beneath the floor. The corridor erupted. Hargeron had placed it before Ahriman's arrival. The blast hurled both warriors apart. Rubricae and Iron Warriors vanished beneath collapsing walls. Stone and metal crushed legionaries into broken heaps. Ahriman rose first. Hargeron's lower body remained trapped beneath a fallen support beam. One leg was gone. Blood pumped from the torn hip into the cracks around him. He reached for his thunderhammer. Ahriman shot him through the helm. The inferno round entered the forehead and erupted within the skull. Hargeron's head became a burning cavity. Molten brain and metal ran from the gorget. Ahriman stepped over him. The Necron artifact waited beneath the citadel. It appeared as a black sarcophagus surrounded by rings of floating metal. Green light moved through glyphs cut into surfaces untouched by the battle. Hector approached it without pain. Every sorcerer around him recoiled from the Null's presence. Ctesias stopped at the chamber entrance. There is something awake inside. Several things, Ahriman said. He touched the outer ring with the black staff. The artifact opened. Time stumbled. The dead stood again. Hargeron appeared in the chamber entrance, his skull intact. Then his body became a corpse once more. Iron warriors fought battles that had already ended. Rubrique walked backward through incoming fire. Blood climbed walls and entered wounds. A figure assembled inside the sarcophagus. Metal bones. A ribcage of articulated black alloy. A skull crowned by sweeping crests of green crystal. The Necron's eyes ignited. He looked first at Hector, then at Ahriman. "What an industrious infestation," he said. The voice came without breath, perfectly measured and heavy with disdain. "I had calculated biological life would remain incapable of breaching the outer seal for another 4 million of your standard years." Ahriman lowered the staff. "You are Setek." The Necron's head tilted by a fraction. "I am Setek, chronomancer of the Hyksos dynasty, keeper of the 9th interval, master of the severed hour, and rightful inheritor of the key you have mistaken for a relic. You were imprisoned. I was inconvenienced. You require us. I require nothing from a creature whose civilization has existed for less time than the corrosion tolerance of my lowest servant's finger joint." Ctesias entered despite Hector's null aura. "Arrogant for a captive." Setek looked toward him. "Corrupted biological matter carrying parasites in ornamental cages." The demon vessels across Ctesias's armor began rattling. Setek turned back to Ahriman. "You have allowed the extra-dimensional contamination to colonize your species, then named the symptoms gods. Chaos predates your dynasty. Rust predates many machines. It remains rust." Ahriman examined the temporal field. "The key of infinity." Setek's eyes brightened. "You do not understand that name." "I understand its function." "No, you understand desire and have projected it upon technology. It alters causal sequence. It navigates causal structures. Alteration is the language of vandals. You will take me to it." Setek stared at him for several seconds. Then the chamber changed. A gate appeared behind the sarcophagus. Pale light filled an archway too narrow to contain the impossible distance beyond it. The webway opened. "Proceed," Setek said. Ctesias looked toward Ahriman. "You trust him?" "No." "Good." They entered. Direction became unreliable inside the webway. Corridors sloped upward, while gravity pulled sideways. Doors opened into passages located behind them. Distances expanded according to memory. Warriors who thought of Prospero heard Tizca's bells and found themselves farther from the formation. Hector led because the psychic structure reacted least to him. His soulless presence silenced the paths. The Perodemon could not easily follow. Rubricae marched behind him, their armor scraping against walls made from pale material that resembled bone but bled light when damaged. Harlequin traces marked several intersections, masks carved into the walls, footprints that appeared only when no one looked directly at them. A laughing voice followed the formation for 3 days, though no source ever appeared. They passed the remains of an Eldari structure built within the webway. Statues lay decapitated. Wraithbone towers had been cut open by weapons that left every surface perfectly smooth. Necron mechanisms had been driven into the ruins. Black pylons pinned the dead architecture in place. Green lightning moved between them. Setek walked among the devastation as a lord inspecting an old estate. "My dynasty corrected an infestation here," he said. "Eldari?" Ahriman asked. "Thieves inhabiting roads they did not build." "The Necrons did not build the webway." Setek stopped. "You possess information?" "Yes." "How vulgar." The key waited beyond a bridge spanning a gulf filled with stars that had died before Terra formed. It was not a key in any human sense. It resembled a geometric cage surrounding a point of absolute darkness. Rings revolved around the void, each inscribed with equations that changed the age of anything reading them. One mortal thrall looked too long. His skin shriveled, hair whitened, teeth fell from his mouth. He became an old man, then a corpse, then dust. The dust became an infant. The child screamed once before becoming unborn tissue and vanishing. Setek extended one hand. The key opened to him. Ahriman saw the betrayal before the chronomancer completed it. He still could not prevent the first strike. Time folded around the Necron. Setek became 10 figures occupying different moments. Each raised a staff. Green fire crossed the bridge from angles that did not yet exist. Rubricae shattered. One warrior was struck before the attack. Its armor split, and dust erupted from a wound that appeared seconds later. Another vanished from the present and reappeared as corroded fragments thousands of years old. Catesius released a bound demon. The creature emerged as a mass of burning hands. Setek reversed its summoning. The demon collapsed into the vessel before Catesius opened it. The reliquary sealed itself, then broke within the past. Blood ran from Catesius's nose as the contradiction tore through his memory. Ahriman raised the black staff. "You require me to activate the key." "I required your psychic contamination to expose the final safeguard," Setek said. Necron warriors appeared along the bridge. Not translated. Remembered into position. Immortals raised Gorse blasters. Green beams struck the prodigal sons. Matter came apart, layer by layer. Armor stripped into glowing particles. Flesh beneath it vanished in sheets. One sorcerer watched his hand become bones, then sparkling dust, before the beam reached his chest and removed him from existence. Setek moved toward the key. With this mechanism, the Hyksos dynasty will no longer suffer the indignity of defeat. Every error shall be revised. Every rival shall discover that victory was merely a temporary misunderstanding. Ahriman tore the bridge apart. Psychic force shattered the structure beneath the Necron warriors. Immortals fell into the stellar abyss. Setek reversed the destruction. The bridge restored itself. Ahriman destroyed the Necrons. Inferno fire melted necrodermis. The black staff crushed machine bodies against the walls. Catesius released demons inside the metal warriors, forcing immaterial entities through mechanical forms that rejected possession. The Necrons died. Time restored them. Bodies rebuilt from liquid metal and reversed moments. Ordinary killing was meaningless. Ahriman understood the new equation. Setek did not need to be destroyed. He needed to be contained within a moment from which no later moment followed. The Pyrodaemon found them before Ahriman completed the method. Halio Isidorus ignited. Blue-white fire burst beneath his armor. He screamed and fell against the key's outer ring. The flames touched the temporal mechanism. Every outbreak of the Pyrodaemon appeared at once. Sorcerers burned across the bridge. Rubricae exploded. The contagion expanded through memory rather than time. Catesius seized Isidorus. "Ignis," the numerologist approached through fire. "We enter his mind," Catesius said. Ignis examined the burning sorcerer. The contagion will recognize us. Not if we erase the path behind ourselves. Ahriman understood. The Pyrodemon follows identity through memory. Ctesias nodded. If Isidorus forgets the curse, the local manifestation loses purchase. You may not return. I am relieved you noticed. They entered Isidorus together. His mind became a battlefield. Prospero stood beneath a burning sky. Tisca's pyramids rose around trenches filled with dead thousand suns. Rubricae fought living versions of themselves. Memories advanced in armies, each carrying the face of someone Isidorus had failed. The Pyrodemon hunted through them. It appeared as a warrior made from blue-white fire, armor changing with every step. Sometimes it wore Isidorus's face, sometimes Ahriman's, sometimes the dust-filled helm of an unnamed Rubricae. Ignis constructed walls from numbers. Equations rose across the battlefield. The fire passed through them. It does not obey chronology, Ignis said. It obeys recognition, Ctesias replied. Stop defining it. They moved deeper. They found Isidorus's memory of the second rubric. Magnus descending, Ahriman bleeding, Hecaton becoming dust. The Pyrodemon waited within the memory. Ignis raised his hands. The fire entered him. His numerical wards ignited. Symbols burned across his armor and into his flesh. He screamed as calculations became ash inside his mind. Ctesias seized him. Ignis. The numerologist looked down. His body had already begun turning to dust. Continue the equation, he said. There is no equation. There is always an equation. His face collapsed. Ash poured from his mouth. Ignis became a rubric marine inside another warrior's mind. The empty armor stood among the burning memories. Ctesias looked toward Ahriman, though Ahriman watched only through the connection. You will remember this, the demonologist said. Yes, that was not a request. Ctesias released every binding within his own identity. Names vanished, pacts broke. Demons screamed as the mortal mind that remembered their true names erased itself. He seized Isidorus's memory of the Pyrodemon and dragged it inward. The fire followed. Ctesias burned, not flesh, self. His history disappeared. Prospero, the rubric, Ahriman, every memory became fuel. He looked once toward the presence watching through Isidorus. I said I wished to learn how the trap closed. The fire consumed his face. Then Ctesias erased the final memory. The battlefield vanished. Isidorus awoke upon the bridge. The Pyrodemon around him guttered. Ignis stood beside him as a rubric marine. Ctesias did not return. Ahriman felt the demonologist's absence as an empty space within the network of names he carried. There was no time to mourn. Setek had begun activating the key. The Chronomancer's dynasty appeared across possible histories. Necron fleets rose before their defeats. Tomb worlds awakened earlier. Rival pharaons knelt beneath Hyksos banners. Ahriman attacked his own identity. The Pyrodemon knew him. The key knew him. Setek anticipated Ahzek Ahriman. Therefore, Ahzek Ahriman had to disappear. He entered his memory and removed names. Chief Librarian, First Captain, Magister Templi, Exile, Rubric Maker. Each identity was severed and sealed. Ormuzd vanished last. Ahriman hesitated before cutting the thread. The Pyrodemon approached through it. He severed the memory. The man remaining wore plain armor and possessed no history. Horkos opened his eyes. He did not know the bridge. He did not know the burning warriors. He held a black staff without knowing why it felt heavier than a world. Mehector seized his arm. Move! Horkos almost killed him. The Null's presence caused agony, but the pain had no explanation. They fled toward the Hecaton as Setek rewrote the corridors behind them. The vessel existed in several moments when they reached it. In one, it remained whole. In another, its hull was a drifting wreck. In another, the ship had never belonged to the Thousand Suns. The Born of Iron occupied the lower decks in one timeline. Necrons filled them in another. Bodies from both histories littered the corridors. Then the Flayed Ones came. They crawled through tears in time wearing human skin. Necron claws clicked against the deck. Strips of flesh hung from metal frames. One wore an Iron Warrior's face stretched across its skull, the mouth still attached to part of the tongue. They fell upon the living crew. Claws opened men from throat to groin. Flayed Ones pulled skin away in sheets while victims remained conscious. One mortal was lifted by the spine after his back had been peeled open. The Necron tore the vertebral column free and shook the body from it like meat from a hook. Another Flayed One thrust its hands into a sorcerer's abdomen. It pulled outward. Intestines spilled across the deck. The creature wrapped them around its shoulders as decoration, while the sorcerer tried to hold his body closed. Horkos fought without memory. The black staff broke Necron limbs. His Inferno pistol melted metal skulls. He moved with instincts older than the identity he had erased. A Flayed One lunged. Horkos caught its wrist and tore the arm free. The machine's other claw raked his breastplate. He drove the severed limb through its head. The Necron collapsed. Then it attacked him from a moment before its death. Time stuttered. The same corridor existed with different corpses. Horkos died in one. He stepped around the killing blow in another. Memories returned as wounds. Prospero, the Rubric, Magnus, Ormuzd. Ahzek Ahriman reassembled himself while fighting. He saw Setek at the center of every contradiction. He understood the key. Not completely. Enough. Ahriman reached through the temporal fractures. He found the moment Setek first touched the mechanism. He found the moment before the chronomancer decided betrayal. He found the interval between intention and action, a space too small for ordinary thought. Ahriman entered it. Setek turned. For the first time, surprise altered the perfect machine voice. You cannot exist here. I have existed in worse places. The key surrounded them. No armies, no bridge, no time beyond the instant. Setek raised his staff. Ahriman spoke the chronomancer's titles backward. Not true names, coordinates within history. Each title fixed Setek more tightly to the single moment. The Necron attacked. Ahriman allowed the blow to land in futures that no longer connected to him. He drove the black staff through Setek's chest. The necrodermis split. Green light erupted. Setek laughed. You cannot kill what can restore every prior state. I am not killing you. Ahriman closed the key. The chronomancer's body became part of the mechanism. Setek attempted to reverse the act. There was no later moment from which to reach backward. No earlier moment that did not now lead into the cage. The key sealed around him. His voice faded into the geometry. Biological vermin. Ahriman stood before the mechanism. The pyrodaemon burned across history. He saw its beginning. The second rubric, Hecaton igniting. The first pattern transferring from living sorcerer to rubricae. He could not undo the ritual without restoring Magnus's incompleteness and risking the destruction of everything that followed. He could remove the contagion. Ahriman entered the key. Time became a library. Moments stood like books. He walked among them. Every step cost memory. Ctesias vanished more completely. Ignis became a silent figure whose name Ahriman struggled to retain. The fortress war passed into a possibility that both had and had not occurred. Ahriman reached the instant after the second rubric collapsed. Hecaton had not yet begun to burn. The new pattern existed as an unrealized line within the spell. Ahriman cut it. The Pyrodaemon screamed from every future where it had lived. Blue-white fire filled the library of time. Ahriman held the black staff with both hands and erased the contagion's first recognition of itself. The futures collapsed. He struck the ground upon Sortiarius. The valley of glass surrounded him. The second rubric had ended moments earlier. Magnus stood distant within his restored fortress. Rubricae remained silent. Sorcerers gathered amid the wreckage, waiting for a disaster that no longer arrived. Hecaton stood among them, living, breathing. He looked toward Ahriman. "My lord." Ahriman stared at him. No fire appeared. Across the valley, no rubricae erupted. The Pyrodaemon had never existed, yet absence left scars. Ignis was gone. Catesius was gone. The Hecaton existed in orbit, damaged by battles no one aboard could fully remember. Mahekta remained near Ahriman, his soulless presence proof that erased events had not vanished cleanly. Ahriman searched his memories. Pieces were missing. Ormuzd's face remained, but the sound of his childhood laughter had disappeared. He remembered Tiska's libraries, but not the scent of the gardens after rain. He knew Catesius had sacrificed himself. He could no longer remember the demonologist's voice. The losses could not be restored. The key had taken payment in identity. Magnus's awareness turned toward him from across the demon world. Ahriman felt his father recognize that something had changed. He did not remain to explain. The prodigal sons fled Sortiarius. Their vessels translated before Magnus could close the paths around the world. The Hecaton entered the warp carrying damaged rubricae, exhausted sorcerers and gaps in history that no archive could fill. Mahekta stood beside Ahriman upon the command deck. "The fire is gone," the pariah said. "Yes." "The dead remain dead." "Yes." "The dust remains dust." Ahriman looked through the oculus into the screaming colors of the immaterium. "Yes." "Then what did you win?" Ahriman did not answer. He had prevented a curse created by his own attempt at salvation. He had lost allies who understood his failures better than most. He had surrendered pieces of memory to preserve a legion that remained imprisoned inside armor. Victory had become another name for limiting catastrophe. The Book of Magnus opened upon the command lectern. Its pages turned. A symbol appeared. A path shaped like a laughing mask. Beyond it waited an impossible repository concealed within the webway, guarded by those who understood chaos as an ancient enemy rather than a source of power. The Black Library. Ahriman placed one hand upon the page. He had sought gene lore, soulcraft, Necron chronomancy, and the lost writings of Callimachus. Each path had ended in manipulation, sacrifice, or failure. The Eldari possessed knowledge of souls severed from bodies. They guarded texts concerning gods, reincarnation, and the preservation of the dead. They would not share it. That was immaterial. Ahriman closed the book. Set a course for the nearest stable webway breach. The helmsman hesitated. "My lord, destination." Ahriman looked toward the mask fading from the page. The Black Library. The Hecaton turned within the warp. Behind it, erased fires still cast shadows across time. Ahead waited another forbidden door. Ahriman had lost certainty, allies and fragments of the man he had once been. He still possessed purpose. It was the one part of him no god, father, or failure had ever needed to restore. The first Eldari vessel died without ever knowing it had been hunted. It moved between hidden way stations beyond the margins of imperial charts, its wraithbone hull slipping through a region of space where no human navigator would willingly have guided a ship. Pale sails gathered the pressure of distant suns. Spirit stones glimmered beneath the vessel's skin. No engine flame betrayed its passage. To mortal instruments, it was a phantom. To Ahzek Ahriman, it was a thought moving through a place where no thought should have been. He had followed that thought for 11 years, 3 months, and a sequence of days that contradicted one another, depending upon which chronometer aboard the Hecaton was consulted. The prodigal sons waited beyond the edge of the system. Their ships had silenced reactors and hidden their warp signatures beneath the death dream of a murdered astropathic choir. Thousands of mortal crew hung suspended inside psychic coffins, their fear harvested and woven into a veil around the fleet. Rubricae stood in darkened embarkation vaults with inferno bolt guns held across their breastplates. Ahriman watched the Eldari vessel through the eyes of a demon bound inside the void. The creature had once fed upon lost travelers. Now its true name was written across the interior of a silver sphere held in Ctesias's dead hand. Ahriman still remembered that hand. The face and voice of the demonologist had become less certain. The key of infinity had taken pieces of them. Ahriman retained the knowledge of Ctesias's sacrifice without possessing every memory required to grieve it. He found that efficient. He hated himself for finding it efficient. The Eldari vessel approached the hidden way station. Ahriman saw the future divide. In one path, it detected the prodigal sons and fled. In another, it reached a webway portal before his fleet could close. In a third, it was destroyed by gunfire and took its secrets with it. He rejected all three. "Begin," he said. No weapon fired. The dead astropaths opened their mouths inside their coffins. Their final screams entered the void. The Eldari vessel shuddered. Its spirit stones lit in alarm. The wraithbone hull flexed as the psychic death cries struck it from every direction. The pilot attempted to turn toward the way station. Ahriman reached through the vessel's infinity circuit. He touched the dead. The souls within recoiled from him. Their terror became the bridge. The Hecaton emerged from concealment. Lances fired, not at the vessel, at the space before it. The beams intersected and tore open a temporary wound in reality. A wall of burning ether formed across the Eldari ship's escape route. Its pilot turned precisely as Ahriman had foreseen. The prodigal son's cruisers closed from either flank. Boarding torpedoes struck the wraithbone hull. The vessel screamed. Its voice was psychic rather than mechanical, the cry of a living structure wounded by iron. Sections of the hull folded around the impacts. Eldari defenders gathered in pale corridors, while Rubricae breached through walls that bled luminous sap. Inferno bolts filled the passageways. An Eldari warrior moved faster than mortal vision, blade flashing as he cut the arm from the first Rubric Marine. Dust streamed from the severed joint. The empty warrior turned without pain and fired at point-blank range. The bolt passed through the Eldari's chest. It detonated behind the breastbone. The warrior's torso opened. Bone, organs, and armor fragments struck the curved walls. Blood ran across the wraithbone, and the vessel drank it. More defenders came. The Rubricae advanced. They did not hurry. They did not need to. Every retreat path had already been selected by Ahriman. The surviving Eldari reached the navigation chamber and began erasing their charts. A seer placed both hands upon a crystalline console and ordered the vessel's spirit to destroy itself. Ahriman entered his mind. The seer perceived him as a faceless giant clothed in stars. "You will not take the road," the Eldari said. The words carried into Ahriman's thoughts without passing through the air. I require only the memory of it. The seer attempted suicide. Ahriman prevented the command from reaching his heart. The Eldari tried to erase his own mind. Ahriman reached deeper. He found the hidden route, not the Black Library itself, a gate leading toward one of the outer labyrinths. He also found the seer's children. Their faces were memories. Ahriman placed them within the path of a psychic blade. "Yield the root," he said. "They are dead." "Yes, you cannot harm them." Memory is an afterlife of lesser permanence. The seer's resolve broke. Ahriman took the root. Then he removed the seer's knowledge that his children had ever existed. The Eldari collapsed. He did not scream. He simply ceased resisting and stared into nothing while Rubrikai entered the chamber. Ahriman ordered the vessel destroyed. The root remained. The witness did not. That was how the hunt continued. A hidden archive beneath a maiden world gave him the name of a gatekeeper. A captured Corsair prince surrendered a sequence of runes after Ahriman forced him to experience his entire bloodline, dying through the same wound. A spirit seer on a dead craft world survived long enough to tell him that the Black Library did not occupy one place. It occupied refusal. It existed wherever knowledge of chaos had been preserved from those who would misuse it. Ahriman admired the irony. He did not accept the judgment. The Eldari had hidden knowledge while the galaxy burned beneath the consequences of ignorance. They called secrecy wisdom because they had appointed themselves its guardians. Magnus had done the same. The Emperor had done the same. Ahriman had buried brothers because fathers believed withheld truth safer than dangerous understanding. He would not ask permission from another dying civilization. Arcadia possessed an ancient library hidden beneath a continent of ochre stone. The world's human rulers believed the structure to be an imperial reliquary. They had built cities around its entrances, raised cathedrals above its sealed chambers, and executed generations of scholars for attempting to open doors that predated mankind's arrival. Beneath those cities lay Eldari architecture. Beneath that architecture waited a map. The prodigal sons attacked during a solar eclipse. Cultists rose in the lower settlements before the fleet arrived. They opened defense bunkers, murdered astropathic choirs, and replaced targeting data with rituals designed to draw demons into the planetary Auspex network. Orbital guns fired upon false targets. Ahriman's vessels descended unchallenged. The Blood Ravens arrived before the first city fell. Their strike cruiser entered the system with engines burning at combat strength. Thunderhawks launched while the vessel's shields still flared from translation. Drop pods struck the library precincts ahead of the Prodigal Sons' main assault. They did not defend the cities. They defended the relic. Ahriman recognized the logic. The Blood Ravens fought with the hunger of archivists and the flexibility of warriors accustomed to recovering knowledge under impossible conditions. Tactical squads established firing lines among the reliquary towers. Devastators occupied high ground. Assault elements waited out of sight, positioned to strike where the enemy committed most heavily. They did not meet strength with strength. They shifted, adapted, preserved the objective. Ahriman respected them enough to kill them carefully. Rubrikai advanced through the western processional avenue. Heavy bolter fire struck their kine shields. The barriers flared blue. Mass reactive rounds burst against them in storms of metal and fire. The Blood Ravens changed ammunition. Kraken penetrator rounds found weaknesses in the outer shield layers. One shell passed through and struck a Rubric Marine's helm. The enchanted plate burst. Dust streamed from the broken faceplate. carrying a whisper that had once been a warrior's cry. The Rubricae returned fire. Inferno bolts struck the Loyalists' barricades. Stone became molten glass. A blood raven disappeared from the waist upward when a round detonated beneath his ribcage. The lower body remained standing for a moment, blood pumping from the severed torso across the marble behind him. Another warrior raised his bolter after an inferno round melted his left arm into his breastplate. He fired until a second shell entered the throat seal and turned his head into burning fragments inside the helm. The Loyalists withdrew by squads, not flight, controlled displacement. Ahriman watched through the eyes of his Rubricae. "They are drawing us inward," Sorcerer Kota said through the communion. "Yes." "Ambush?" "Several." "Do we avoid them?" "No." Kota hesitated. Ahriman showed him the future. The Rubricae entered the first kill zone. Blood ravens attacked from the upper galleries and concealed transepts. Plasma fire struck from both sides. A squad of Terminators teleported behind the formation, storm bolters firing into the sorcerers controlling the dustbound warriors. Ahriman permitted the encirclement. The Loyalists closed. Then the floor beneath them opened. The cultists had spent 6 months carving an invocation into the city's foundations. Blood ravens fell into a chamber filled with bound warp fire. Their armor seals ruptured. One warrior emerged from the blaze with molten eyeballs running down his face. Another tore off his own helm and screamed as something inside the fire crawled beneath his skin. The prodigal sons advanced through the surviving formation. The second ambush never occurred. Ahriman had killed the squad assigned to it 3 hours before the eclipse, within a future they had not yet reached. The ancient library opened beneath the battle. Wraithbone corridors unfolded through human foundations. Pale arches rose from the ground. Statues of long-dead Eldari heroes turned their sightless faces toward the fighting. Then laughter entered the city. The Harlequins arrived without ships. They stepped from impossible doorways, from shadows cast by burning towers, and from reflections in pools of blood. Their masks smiled, wept, or stared without expression. Colors moved across their armor. Ribbons and coats streamed around them despite the stillness of the air. They did not charge. They began a performance. A troop crossed the battlefield as though each bolter shell, sword stroke, and death had been rehearsed centuries earlier. A harlequin vaulted over a rubric. Marine's fire landed upon the warrior's shoulders and drove a monofilament weapon into the neck joint. The filament unwound inside the armor. Ceramite split. Dust erupted in a spiral. The harlequin landed behind the collapsing suit and bowed to no visible audience. Another dancer passed among cultists. A kiss touched the chest of the first mortal. The man convulsed. His body inflated from within as the weapon's monofilament wire expanded through organs and blood vessels. Skin split along the arms and throat. The wire burst outward, carrying red tissue and shards of bone. The harlequin spun beneath the spray. A third killed 3 blood ravens in a sequence that resembled comedy. The first lost his weapon. The second struck the first by mistake. The third turned to warn them and received a blade through both eye lenses. The troop laughed. Loyalist and traitor died together. The harlequins cared only that none reached the library. Ahriman entered the battle. He saw their movements in branching futures. He fired before they arrived. The first inferno bolt crossed empty air. A harlequin stepped into its path and died. The round entered the mask and detonated. The head vanished. The dancer's body completed another 2 steps before falling. Ahriman struck the position where the second would land. The black staff broke the harlequin's spine in mid-leap. Armor folded. Ribs passed through both lungs. The body struck the ground at Ahriman's feet, fingers still shaping the final gesture of the dance. The third changed direction. The future altered. Ahriman changed with it. His pistol fired. The Harlequin twisted. The shot missed. That should not have been possible. Ahriman saw the Shadowseer standing beyond the battle. Mist coiled around the Eldari Psyker. The mirrored mask reflected futures rather than faces. Every prediction Ahriman read divided into decoys. He saw the Harlequin advance left, right, above, behind. He saw the dancer already dead. He saw himself struck. He saw no attack at all. Weaponized possibility filled the battlefield. Ahriman's Corvidae sight became an open wound fed with lies. The Shadowseer bowed. Ahriman lowered his pistol. He closed his foresight. The next Harlequin came from his right. Ahriman killed it through sound. The scrape of a boot. The whisper of displaced air. The black staff struck the dancer across the chest. The blow tore the torso open. Organs and fractured ribs spun across the library steps. Another attacked from behind. Ahriman turned without prophecy and caught the blade against his staff. The Harlequin's mask showed a laughing face. "You have closed your eye," the Eldari said. "I possess others." Ahriman broke the dancer's wrist. He seized the Harlequin by the throat and lifted. The Eldari drove a blade through his side. Ahriman tightened his grip. The neck snapped. He threw the body toward the Shadowseer. It became birds before landing. The Shadowseer's voice came from every direction. "The blind king seeks the book that names his chains." Ahriman raised the black staff. "And the dying jester guards a library he cannot use." The city fractured into false futures. Towers stood and fell simultaneously. Blood ravens advanced through positions where they had already died. Rubricae marched beneath skies of different colours. The ancient library opened 9 entrances, only one of which possessed substance. Ahriman attacked all of them. The prodigal sons divided. Some entered false paths and vanished into the webway. Others died beneath Harlequin blades. Ahriman accepted the losses. Every false route removed one lie from the Shadowseer's design. The true entrance remained. He crossed its threshold while Arcadia burned behind him. Inquisitor Bronislaw Chevak waited inside a chamber lined with books that had no shadows. He appeared older than death. His body carried the evidence of journeys no sane man should have survived. Robes concealed armor, wounds and devices of uncertain origin. His eyes contained intelligence sharpened by fear and knowledge. He held no weapon. Ahriman knew better. "You took longer than expected," Chevak said. "You expected me. I have expected you in several places. Most of them proved disappointing." The chamber doors closed. Harlequin laughter faded beyond them. Ahriman examined the Inquisitor's mind. Layers, hundreds. Memories arranged like rooms within a fortress, each guarded by false identities, copied personalities and traps constructed from forbidden knowledge. "You have seen the Black Library," Ahriman said. Chevak smiled. "I have seen many libraries. You have walked its galleries. I have walked corridors that resented my shoes." Ahriman approached. "Give me the path." "No. You understand what I will do. I understand several versions." The black staff touched the floor. Ahriman entered Chevak's mind. He found terror. Not the real terror. A memory of the throne world built from Chevak's childhood teachings. Cathedrals covered continents. The emperor's face watched from every wall. A younger Chevak knelt before an altar. Ahriman tore the scene apart. Behind it waited an Eldari garden. Chevak walked beneath silver trees while a Harlequin spoke beside him. Ahriman seized the conversation. The words became serpents. They entered his hands and bit through the gauntlets. Poison travelled into memory. Ahriman burned it out. Chevak's voice echoed through the mindscape. You consume every answer. Knowledge unused is waste. You have mistaken possession for understanding. Ahriman opened another layer. He found a map. Webway routes spread across darkness. He followed the central path. It ended inside the mouth of a demon. The creature closed its jaws around his projected consciousness. Ahriman destroyed it. The map vanished. False. He opened another memory. Chevak dying upon an unnamed world. Another showed him escaping the Black Library with the tome Labyrinthus. A third showed him being permitted to leave. A fourth showed that he had never escaped at all. Every stolen truth carried a contradiction. Ahriman forced deeper. Chevak began bleeding in the material chamber. Blood ran from his nose and ears. His left eye filled red. He remained standing. You built these memories, Ahriman said. I built some. Which? The ones you trust. Ahriman tore away an entire decade. Chevak screamed. The memory collapsed into images of dead worlds and inquisitorial purges. Names, faces, and secrets poured into Ahriman. Some were genuine. Others carried psychic barbs that opened wounds in his defenses. He continued. Chevak lost the face of his first mentor. Then the sound of his own name. Then the memory of a world he had condemned. The Inquisitor's body convulsed. His teeth cracked together. Blood filled his mouth. Still he smiled. You require me alive, he gasped. No. You require what I know intact. For the present. Chevak laughed blood across his teeth. Ahriman found the path, a symbol concealed behind the memory of an Eldari song. The route entered the webway, passed through 3 sealed gates and approached a region where geometry ceased accepting intrusion, the Black Library. Ahriman seized it. The path changed. It curled around itself. A trap. He withdrew before the memory closed. Chevak fell to one knee. You almost had it, the Inquisitor said. Ahriman looked down at him. You intended me to find that route. I intended you to wonder. The chamber trembled. Harlequins had begun collapsing the approach. Ahriman placed one hand upon Chevak's head. The Inquisitor stared up. You cannot break me before they arrive. I do not need to. Ahriman removed the memory of the interrogation. Chevak's expression emptied. For an instant, he no longer knew why he knelt before a traitor sorcerer. Ahriman entered the confusion and found the route before the traps rebuilt. He withdrew with it. Chevak recovered. Recognition returned. Then anger. Clever. No. Necessary. You always say that. Ahriman left him alive. Not from mercy. Chevak's survival would force the Harlequins to protect, move, and use him again. A living map remained more useful than a corpse. The Black Library refused Ahriman's body. Its outer wards met him within the webway and turned every step into return. Corridors folded. Doors opened behind him. Rubricae marched for days only to emerge at the point where they had begun. The Harlequins hunted through the labyrinth. They struck and vanished. Ahriman changed tactics. He did not attempt entry in flesh. He constructed a simulacrum. The vessel was shaped from memory, shadow, and a portion of his own soul divided beneath 9 wards. It wore his image without weight. The black staff remained in his physical hands, but its reflection travelled with the projection. Ahriman's body sat within a ritual chamber aboard the Hecaton. Hermetic parchment surrounded him. Each sheet had been prepared from the skin of psychers born during eclipses and cured in the blood of demon hosts. Quills moved above them, waiting. The simulacrum entered the labyrinth. Harlequin wards searched for flesh. They found none. Runes tested identity. Ahriman divided his name. The projection passed. He saw galleries beyond the reach of ordinary space, books written upon living souls, crystals containing the final moments of extinct species, masks that remembered gods, demon names preserved inside flames that could never consume their vessels. The knowledge was immeasurable. For one moment, desire almost broke his discipline. He wanted all of it. Every shelf, every sealed chamber, every answer denied by Father, Emperor, and Xenos Guardian. He forced the simulacrum onward. The parchment around his body began filling. Quills scratched at impossible speed. Blood ink formed maps, symbols, and phrases that changed when read. The Harlequins noticed. The labyrinth convulsed. A solitaire appeared before the simulacrum. No mask covered its face. Ahriman saw nothing there that belonged to a living being. The dancer moved. The projection died in 9 futures. Ahriman abandoned 8. In the 9th, he stepped backward into a wall that became a corridor. The solitaire followed without crossing the distance between them. A blade entered the simulacrum's chest. Ahriman felt the wound upon his physical body. Blood filled his lungs aboard the hecaton. He forced the projection to remain intact. The quills continued. One parchment sheet filled with a map. The tome Labyrinthus. Not the whole work. A surviving pattern. Roots hidden behind roots. Ways into regions of the webway sealed by the Eldari. Approaches that touch the Black Library without reaching its heart. The solitaire struck again. The simulacrum came apart. Ahriman returned to his body with a scream held behind clenched teeth. The ritual chamber exploded. Parchment flew. Several sheets ignited. Ahriman seized the one containing the tome Labyrinthus and forced the flames away. The map survived. He had not conquered the Black Library. He had touched its outer knowledge and stolen one path. Partial victory remained victory. The Harlequins closed the routes after him. Webway corridors sealed behind walls of living bone. Gates twisted into loops. The prodigal sons found themselves divided across passages leading nowhere. Ahriman retaliated. He used the stolen map to identify intersections the Harlequins considered stable. He folded one route through another and trapped an entire troop inside a closed passage. The Eldari ran. Every direction returned them to the same chamber. Time passed there without sequence. Harlequins found the bodies of their future selves lying beside doors they had not opened. Ahriman left them within the loop. The Shadow Seer who had fought him upon Arcadia found a different path and struck the hecaton through a gate opened inside its armory. Rubrique fought Harlequins through narrow decks. Inferno fire turned corridors into furnaces. Monofilament weapons cut dust-filled warriors apart. Mortal crew died in heaps. Some sliced so finely their bodies remained standing until the ship moved, and they collapsed into cubes of meat and armor. Neither side achieved mastery. The Harlequins denied Ahriman the library's heart. Ahriman denied them clean expulsion. They wounded one another across a maze neither had created. Then Magnus called. The summons entered every reflective surface aboard the hecaton. The Crimson King's eye appeared in polished armor, blood, glass, and the sightless lenses of dead servitors. Ahriman stood before the command oculus. Magnus looked at him from within the void. "Return, my son." The title was bait. Ahriman heard the hook beneath it. "You banished me. I recall you. That is not forgiveness." "No." "Then speak accurately." Magnus's eye narrowed. "Return, exile." There was the blade. Ahriman almost smiled. "What do you require, father?" The word struck precisely where he intended. Magnus's image burned brighter. The wolves gather around Fenris. The Imperium prepares for its final convulsions. The old debt will be collected. You do not require me for vengeance. I require the paths you have stolen. Ahriman touched the parchment containing the tome Labyrinthus. Magnus knew. Of course he knew. And what do I receive? Access to the Legion. You mean command beneath your authority. I mean the opportunity to stand among your brothers rather than hunt their ruins. Ahriman considered the offer. Magnus needed his brilliance. Ahriman needed the massed strength of the reunited Thousand Sons. Sortiarius held archives, sorcerers and rubricae beyond the reach of the prodigal sons alone. Neither trusted the other. Trust had ceased to matter between them long ago. I will come, Ahriman said. Magnus vanished from the reflections. The harlequin laughter aboard the Hecaton stopped. The siege of the Fenris system began beneath a sky filled with vengeance. Thousand suns, fleets entered real space in waves of psychic fire. Demon vessels followed, their hulls formed from bone, brass, and living hatred. Cult armies crowded transport decks. Rubricae stood in ranks without number, while exalted sorcerers prepared rites designed before the Great Crusade. Fenris and its neighboring worlds armed. Space wolves raised shields, recalled packs, and sent calls for aid through the storm. Their fortresses opened armories containing relics carried since the days when Leman Russ had walked among them. Old hatred became strategy. Magnus did not seek only military victory. He sought to transform memory into a weapon. Prospero's burning echoed through every ritual. Names of dead Thousand Sons were spoken over invasion coordinates. Rubricae descended through fire toward the sons of the Legion that had destroyed Tisca. Worlds burned for a crime committed 10,000 years before their populations had been born. Ahriman stood beside Magnus upon the command platform of the Photep. The planet of sorcerers had come with them through the warp, appearing above the Fenris system like a malignant star. Sortiarius bled impossible light across space. Magnus towered above every sorcerer present. His wings filled half the platform. His eye regarded the tactical projections spread beneath them. Ahriman wore the blue and gold armor taken from Aemon. The black staff rested in one hand. The tome Labyrinthus hovered open before him. A commander of the Rahati looked toward Ahriman with open hostility. The exile presumes to stand at the Crimson King's right hand. Magnus answered without turning. My son stands where I require him. The title returned. Ahriman studied the map. The western approach is warded. The Rahati commander laughed. Our augurs detect no barrier. Your augurs are correct. The sorcerer stiffened. Ahriman continued. The barrier exists 9 minutes ahead of us. Proceed upon the present vector, and 3 transports will emerge inside it. Their occupants will fuse with the ward structure. You expect us to redirect a battle group on your foresight? No, I expect Magnus to decide whether your pride outweighs 1,200 warriors. The Crimson King looked toward the Rahati. Alter course. The order was obeyed. 9 minutes later, the concealed ward activated across the original approach. Imperial ships emerged from behind it. The position that should have become a trap lay exposed. Ahriman used the tome Labyrinthus. He opened a psychic approach through a folded region adjacent to the webway. Thousand Suns vessels translated across a distance impossible in real space and emerged behind the defenders. Lances fired. Imperial escorts broke apart. One frigate lost its prow and turned through its own atmosphere, bodies and machinery spilling from the wound. Another ship's reactor detonated before its captain understood that the enemy had crossed a route no navigator knew existed. Magnus watched. You have been productive in exile. You made necessity my tutor. You make accusations sound like gratitude. You hear what serves you. The Crimson King's mouth curved. Take care, son. Ahriman looked up at him. Or what, father? Silence spread across the platform. The gathered sorcerers looked away. Magnus's eye burned with wrath. Then he laughed. Not warmly, but neither did he kill Ahriman. The invasion descended. Rubricae entered Fenrisian strongholds through gates cut by sorcery. Space wolves met them in halls carved from black stone and ice. The wolves fought with pack discipline and murderous speed. Grey-armoured warriors closed through inferno fire, accepting death to bring frost blades and chain weapons into reach. They called one another by pack name, marked kills with runic oaths, and dragged wounded brothers away whenever survival remained possible. They hated the Thousand Sons. The hatred was not abstract. It had been inherited like gene seed. A space wolf drove a frost axe through a rubric marine's helm. The enchanted blade split the crest and faceplate. Dust exploded across the warrior's armor. The wolf inhaled it through a damaged respirator. The dust carried a fragment of the rubricae's bound soul. The space wolf began screaming in two voices. 1,000 suns. Sorcerer seized the moment and burned him from within. Blue flame poured from the wolf's eyes. His organs became cinders, while his armor remained standing. Elsewhere, Fenrisian artillery fired into demonic formations advancing across frozen plains. Shells opened craters filled with burning ichor. Demons died and reformed inside the blood of mortal defenders. Wolves charged through them with blades bearing runes older than the Imperium's official histories. Ahriman directed the Legion's approaches. He tore open psychic corridors through storm systems. He used the tome Labyrinthus to bring Rubricae into fortresses from below, from above, and from spaces between chambers. He redirected enemy reserves by placing false sagas into the minds of rune priests, making them believe key battles had already begun elsewhere. The rune priests resisted. Their power moved through Fenrisian tradition, world spirit, and discipline. They raised storms against the sorcerers. Ice formed across Rubricae armor. Lightning shattered demon engines. Ahriman did not dismiss them as primitives. Wordmake had taught him that mistake. He attacked their foundations instead. He altered the memories carried within runic tokens. A wardstone remembered the wrong oath and failed. A staff carved from the bones of a Fenrisian beast turned against its wielder when Ahriman awakened the creature's final terror within it. The rune priest died with spectral fangs closing around his soul. Magnus entered battle above Fenris. His presence turned the sky red. Mountains trembled beneath his descent. Seas rose. Demons gathered around him in shapes built from the fears of worlds. Space wolves fired every weapon that could reach. Magnus walked through orbital bombardment. Kind shields the size of cities flared around him. Missiles exploded against their surfaces. Lancefire tore open the clouds. The demon Primarch raised one hand and redirected a burning vessel into the defenders' lines. The ship struck the planet. The impact erased fortresses, armies, and generations of inherited hatred beneath a continent of fire. Ahriman watched from the Photep. Magnus's vengeance had achieved grand scale. It remained vengeance. That distinction mattered to no one dying below. The Crimson King returned to the command platform after the primary ritual completed. His armor carried burning scars. Warp fire moved across his wings. The western wards fell, Magnus said, as predicted. The rune priests resisted longer than expected. By you. Magnus looked at him. Do not confuse usefulness with immunity. I do not. You stand here because I permit it. I stand here because you required the paths. The tome Labyrinthus turned a page between them. Magnus's eye moved toward it. Ahriman closed the book. The Primarch smiled. You guard your scraps like a starving scholar. You taught me that fathers take what sons fail to protect. The smile disappeared. For a moment, the platform held only the sound of distant war. Then Magnus turned toward the projections. The Legion will require new structures after this campaign. Ahriman understood the implication. Magnus was not offering forgiveness. He was acknowledging value. The Rahati will resist me. They resist everything that threatens their proximity to power. And you? Magnus looked down upon him. I have always resisted you. That was not my question. No. Magnus spread one hand, above the tactical display. Symbols representing Thousand Suns formations gathered around Ahriman's position. Not all. Enough. Command the next convergence, the Primarch said. Ahriman studied the forces transferred to him. Rubricae, sorcerers, vessels, cult armies, the authority of a legion commander without restoration of title, power without reconciliation, proximity without trust. He had become too useful to discard. That was not acceptance. It was more durable. Ahriman inclined his head. As you command. Magnus's eye narrowed at the apparent obedience. Ahriman turned toward the gathered officers. Reform the eastern spearhead. The first wave will remain material. The second will enter through the hidden approach indicated by the tome. Demon elements are to be held until the rune priests commit. The Rahati commander who had challenged him earlier stepped forward. By whose authority? Ahriman looked toward Magnus. The Crimson King said nothing. He did not need to. The Rahati bowed. Ahriman felt the shape of his new place within the Legion. He remained the exile. He remained the author of the rubric. He remained the son Magnus could neither forgive nor safely destroy. Yet warriors answered him. Fleets moved at his word. The silent dead turned their helms when his mind touched theirs. He stood beside his father without kneeling inwardly. He commanded his brothers, while remaining condemned for saving them. He had stolen a path from the Laughing God's labyrinth and carried it into the war of the Crimson King. The Black Library remained beyond his grasp. Chevak remained alive. The Harlequins still watched from sealed roads. Nothing was resolved. Ahriman preferred it that way. An unresolved problem could still be mastered. He looked down upon the burning Fenris system. Millions died beneath consequences born on Prospero. Space wolves, Thousand Suns, demons and mortals fed ancient hatred with new blood. Magnus called it vengeance. The Imperium called it war. Ahriman saw another door. Beyond the fighting waited reunited archives, restored authority, and access to every surviving fragment of the 15th Legion's knowledge. Magnus believed he had recalled a useful exile. The Rahati believed they had gained a dangerous rival. The Rubricae believed nothing. Ahriman placed one gauntlet upon the tome Labyrinthus. The next hidden route opened. He smiled behind his helm. The Laughing God had built a maze to keep monsters from forbidden knowledge. Magnus had built a legion from suns he could not control. The Emperor had built an imperium from secrets. Every labyrinth possessed an architect. Every architect believed the center secure. Ahzek Ahriman had spent 10,000 years proving them wrong. 999 captives knelt upon the floor of the webway chamber. They had been arranged according to function rather than rank. Astropaths occupied the outermost ring, their empty eye sockets covered by discs of hammered silver. Sanctioned psychers formed the second. Eldari corsairs, captured alive during raids upon hidden routes, knelt within the third beneath collars of black iron. The remaining circles contained navigators, witches, cult prophets, imperial savants, and mortals whose bloodlines carried minute psychic mutations useful to the working. Each captive had been numbered. Ahriman had removed their names. Names created emotional interference. Names suggested history, personhood, and obligations that possessed no place within the ritual. A variable required properties, not a childhood. The first captive represented direction. The second represented distance. The ninth represented transformation. The 81st represented recursion. The final captive represented the unobserved possibility from which all other outcomes might be changed. Symbols covered the floor beneath their knees. Some had been written in blood. Others were carved into the webway's pale substance, making the ancient passage bleed light around the cuts. Rubricae stood at every entrance. Their inferno bolt guns remained level. Cold radiance burned behind their eye lenses. Dust moved inside their sealed armor with the faint sound of sand crossing a tomb floor. Ahriman walked between the circles. The captives watched him. Some prayed, some cursed. Some stared with the tranquility of minds already broken by what they had seen in the prodigal. Sons, holds. One Eldari captive raised his head. Blood ran from beneath the iron collar around his throat. You will not find them. Ahriman continued walking. The labyrinth is not a location, the captive said. It is a judgment. Ahriman stopped. The Black Library's guardians have repeated that claim. They were correct. Correctness does not make the judgment binding. The Eldari laughed, despite the blood filling his mouth. You still think every locked gate exists to honor the hand that opens it. No, some exist to delay the inevitable. Ahriman moved on. Mehector stood outside the final circle. The pariah's presence pressed against the ritual like a flaw in a lens. Captives nearest him trembled, vomited, or lost consciousness. The lesser demons bound within brass vessels around the chamber had fallen silent. Several had torn themselves apart attempting to escape the null's proximity. Mehector looked toward the kneeling prisoners. You could kill them more quickly. Speed is not the purpose. They are fuel. They are components. That distinction matters to you. It affects the result. Ahriman reached the center of the design. The black staff struck the floor. The Book of Magnus opened in the air before him. The Inari will pass through Psyche Delta, he said. They believe the route concealed. It was. Before I learned of it. The eyes behind Mehector's colorless gaze showed neither admiration nor fear. You learned what they intended you to learn. Possibly. And you continue. Yes. The pariah looked toward the final captive. Then perhaps you have already lost. Ahriman lifted one hand. The first soul left its body. The captive did not scream immediately. His flesh remained kneeling while a translucent shape rose from it, mouth opening in disbelief. Ahriman drew the soul into the nearest symbol. Light entered the carved line. The body collapsed. The second soul followed, then the third. The ritual advanced according to sequence. Captives began screaming before their turn arrived. Some pulled against their restraints until wire cut through wrists and ankles. One astropath tore both hands free, leaving skin and fingers inside the shackles. He crawled across the circle upon bleeding stumps. A rubric marine stepped forward. Its boot descended upon the astropath's back. The spine broke with a sound like dry wood. The warrior returned to position. Ahriman continued the extraction. Souls rose in an ordered spiral. They did not pass peacefully. The ritual hooks caught them at the moment of separation. Memories tore free. Personalities unraveled. Some souls became light. Others resisted until Ahriman divided them into usable properties: fear, direction, grief, memory of home, memory of death. The first 100 captives died quietly compared with those who followed. As psychic pressure increased, bodies ruptured before their souls could be removed. Eyes burst, teeth cracked. Blood ran from ears, mouths, and nostrils. A navigator's third eye opened beneath its bandages and emitted a beam of black light that burned through 3 prisoners before a rubric marine shot the navigator through the skull. The Inferno round detonated. Bone and brain covered the ritual circle. Ahriman adjusted the corresponding variable and continued. By the time the final soul was taken, the chamber floor had become a shallow lake of blood. Bodies lay collapsed within the circles. Some remained kneeling because their restraints held them upright. Others had opened during death, ribs and organs arranged around them by the stresses of the working. 999 souls burned within the design. No hymn praised Tzeentch, no supplicant begged divine favor. Ahriman did not kneel. He calculated. The ritual found Psyche Delta. The webway subrealm unfolded beyond the chamber as a wound shaped like a doorway. Ahriman entered with the rubricae behind him. Psyche Delta had once been a place of transit. Now it resembled the inside of a broken thought. Corridors curved around regions of unreality, visible through splits in the walls. Stars drifted beyond openings narrower than a human hand. A demon the size of a continent pressed one eye against a fracture and watched the armies moving within. Ancient Eldari structures rose from platforms, suspended over nothing. Bridges crossed gulfs filled with memories. Statues without faces held blades over doorways leading into several destinations at once. The Inari waited among them. They did not resemble a conventional army. Eldari warriors stood in disciplined formations, yet death moved through their ranks as an ally rather than a threat. Soulstones glimmered. Revenant energies clung to weapons and armor. The spirits of the fallen gathered near them without the panic Ahriman had learned to expect from Eldari dead exposed to the warp. At their center stood Ivrain. The emissary of Inead wore authority more naturally than armor. Death surrounded her, but it did not diminish her. It gathered at her hands, followed her footsteps, and whispered through the air whenever she breathed. Beside her waited the Vizarch. He stood like a blade that had chosen the shape of a warrior. Armor concealed his face. His sword carried the accumulated weight of countless dead. Behind them moved the Incarna. Ahriman's Corvidae sight recoiled. The Avatar did not occupy one future. It existed wherever death permitted it to arrive. Its body shifted between beauty and nightmare, grace and predation. Horns curved from its skull. Its eyes shone with the promise that ending and transformation might be the same act viewed from opposite sides. Ahriman had faced greater demons. He had spoken with fragments of gods. The authority within the Incarn felt different. The warp's predators consumed death. This being commanded it. The distinction made the Inari more valuable than fleets, planets, or entire civilizations. Ivrain regarded him across the suspended platform. Ahzek Ahriman. Her voice carried through the chamber without amplification. "You know my name," he said. "Your dead speak it often." The Rubricae raised their weapons. The Vizarch drew his sword. "You trespass upon a road that rejects you," he said. Ahriman examined the psychic structure surrounding them. "The road rejected me before. I revised the relationship." The Incarnate turned toward him. Ahriman felt thousands of dead Thousand Sons stir within their armor. Dust whispered. Ivrain heard it. Her expression changed. Not pity. Recognition. "You carry a cemetery," she said. "I carry my legion. You command its grave." Blue fire gathered around the black staff. "Those descriptions are not mutually exclusive." Ivrain raised one hand. The dead moved. Eldari spirits poured from soul stones and weapons, forming luminous warriors around the Inari ranks. The floor beneath them filled with flowers made from pale flame. Each bloom opened upon the memory of a death. Ahriman transmitted one command. The prodigal sons attacked. Inferno bolts crossed Psychedelta. Inari warriors moved before the first round struck. They scattered through gates, vaulted over barriers, and fired shard weapons in return. Monomolecular discs entered cultist bodies and passed through armor, bone, and organs. A mortal fell apart while running. His upper body separated into sections that slid across one another before spilling onto the floor. His intestines collapsed into the gaps like wet rope. Rubricae advanced in silence. Inferno rounds struck Eldari armor and burned through it. One warrior's chest became a furnace. Molten ribs protruded from the wound. He fell, but his soul rose before Slanesh could claim it and joined the pale host around Ivrain. Death strengthened them. Ahriman recognized the tactical problem. Every slain warrior added another weapon to the Inari's spiritual formation. He changed the command. "Bind souls, do not release them." Thousand Sons. Sorcerers lifted their staves. The next Eldari to die did not rise. Chains of blue light seized his departing soul and dragged it toward a waiting vessel. The spirit screamed. Ivrain turned. The anger in her face changed the air. The vessel shattered before the soul reached it. The released spirit entered an Eldari blade. The weapon ignited with white fire and cut through a rubric marine from shoulder to hip. Dust erupted from the divided armor. The two halves continued firing until the controlling sorcerer redirected his attention elsewhere. Demons entered Psychedelta. They came through the openings in the walls, drawn by the sacrificed souls and the presence of the Incarn. Winged predators descended upon the bridges. Serpentine forms coiled around pillars. Screaming faces emerged from the floor beneath the Inari. The Incarni moved. It did not cross the distance to the first demon. It appeared where the creature died. Its blade passed through the demon's center. The entity split into two storms of dissolving flesh. Warp ichor rained across the platform, burning holes through Eldari and Thousand Sons alike. The Visarch entered the Rubricae. His sword cut enchanted ceramite with each stroke. Helms fell, arms separated. Breastplates opened to reveal emptiness and ash. The dust moved around him. For a moment, an old Thousand Sons instinct surfaced within a shattered suit. The warrior seized the Vizarch's ankle. The Eldari looked down. Ahriman saw the future. He fired. The Inferno bolt struck the position the Vizarch would occupy after cutting free. The Eldari warrior twisted aside. The shell grazed his pauldron and turned part of the armor molten. He looked toward Ahriman. The acknowledgement between them contained no respect, only revised threat. Ivrain reached Ahriman through a path made from the deaths between them. One moment she stood beside the Incarn. The next, her blade touched the black staff. The impact carried no great physical force. Ahriman felt his ancestors die. He felt the first implanted warriors of the 15th Legion awaken upon terror. He felt Ormuzd's heart stop. He felt Prospero's dead rise through memory. Ivrain's power moved backward through lineage. Ahriman forced her away with a burst of psychic fire. She crossed her arms before her face. The flames opened around her and passed harmlessly into the void beyond the walls. "You believe death is a lock," she said. "It possesses mechanisms. You killed worlds searching for the key. I would kill more. I know." The Incarn appeared behind Ahriman. His foresight gave no warning. The Avatar's blade descended. Ahriman divided his body across several possible positions. The weapon passed through one image. Another lost an arm. A third died. He chose the future in which the black staff caught the blow. The collision split the platform. A gulf opened beneath both armies. Rubrikai and Inari fell together. Some vanished into unreality. Others struck fragments of broken architecture suspended below and burst apart. Ahriman withdrew. The Incarn followed through the death of a nearby sorcerer. The Thousand Suns' body opened from within. Ribs and armor peeled apart. The Avatar emerged through the dying warrior's soul, leaving the corpse folded around an absence. Ahriman saw the structure of Psychodelta. Its walls held the subrealm apart from the raw warp. Its routes protected travelers from the endless hunger beyond them. Protection was a condition. Conditions could be withdrawn. The black staff struck the broken platform. The power of the 999 sacrificed souls passed into the webway's foundations. Ahriman spoke the subrealm's hidden coordinates. Psychodelta convulsed. The walls opened. Unreality poured through. Demons were torn outward first. Their bodies stretched into threads of screaming color and vanished into the abyss. Inari warriors seized railings, broken pillars and one another. Several lost their grip. The void took them. Their souls flared as the protective structure failed. Ivrain, the Visarch, and the Incarne stood together. Ahriman closed one hand. The platform beneath the triumvirate separated from the webway. It drifted into the raw warp. The Inari ranks cried out. The Visarch drove his blade into the fragment to anchor himself. Ivrain raised wards against the psychic storm. The Incarn surrounded them, its form stretched by forces that could unmake greater demons. Ahriman held them beyond safety. He had won. One gesture would release the remaining wards. The warp would take them. Perhaps the Incarni could survive. Ivrain and the Visarch would not. Ivrain looked past Ahriman, toward the Rubrikai. She smiled. Ahriman felt the change before he understood it. Ivrain reached into death, not the deaths around her, the death bound within the Thousand Suns. Several Rubrikai stopped firing. Their armor shook. Dust rose inside them. Ahriman's control vanished. He turned. Blue and gold breastplates opened. Ash poured outward, then reversed. Individual grains drew together. Dust became marrow. Marrow became bone. Tendons wound around reconstructed joints. Organs formed from red light. Hearts appeared inside empty rib cages and began to beat. Flesh grew. Skin closed. Living eyes opened behind helm lenses. 1,000 Sun drew breath for the first time in millennia. The sound crossed the battlefield. Ahriman forgot the Inari. He forgot the demons, the webway, and every tactical calculation. The restored warrior fell to one knee. His gauntlets touched the floor, as if testing whether matter still possessed solidity. Ahzek. The voice was human, not a whisper. not dust moving inside ceramite. A living brother spoke his name. Others awakened beside him. They tore off their helms. Faces appeared. Some Ahriman recognized. Others had been lost so long that recognition came only through the blood of Magnus and the architecture of old memories. One touched his own face. Another laughed. A third began screaming in joy, grief or terror too immense to distinguish. Ahriman stood absolutely still. His composure did not break into tears. It narrowed into total fixation. Every thought converged upon the restored warriors. Proof, not theory, not prophecy, not a bargain offered by a demon. Flesh had returned. Souls had awakened. The rubric could be reversed. Ivrain's voice reached him from beyond the collapsing platform. "Return us!" Ahriman turned toward her. The Vizark stared at him with open hatred. The Incarn continued holding the raw warp at bay. Ivrain extended one hand. "Restore the path, and I will show you what death remembers of your legion." Ahriman saw the futures. In one, he destroyed the Inari. In another, the Incarni escaped and pursued him through the webway. In another, the restored Thousand Suns survived. Nothing else mattered. He withdrew the spell. Psychedelta's walls closed. The platform carrying the Inari triumvirate returned to the protected route. Demons struck the reformed barriers and burned away. Inari warriors gathered around their leaders. Ahriman did not raise his weapon. "Teach me," he said. It was not a plea. It was a command stripped of everything that made command possible. Ivrain looked toward the restored Thousand Suns. "You have searched for salvation through every form of damnation. I have found proof. You have found desire. I returned you." "Yes." Her expression became cold. "You did." Ivrain moved one hand. The restored warriors rose from the platform. Ahriman reached for them. Too late. The webway opened beneath their feet. The first brother fell. His living hand closed upon empty air. Another called Ahriman's name as the abyss took him. The third struck the edge of the opening and clung there, fingers gouging lines through ancient material. Ahriman crossed the battlefield. The black staff fell from his grasp. He seized the warrior's wrist. Living flesh pressed against his gauntlet. The brother looked up at him, fear-filled eyes that had been dust for 10,000 years. "Do not let go." Ahriman tightened his grip. Ivrain's power struck. The edge beneath the warrior's hand dissolved. He fell. Ahriman followed. He did not calculate. He did not choose between futures. He dived into the abyss after his brothers. The raw warp seized them all. Bodies stretched. Armor opened. Souls burned against currents made from hunger and madness. Ahriman reached for the nearest warrior. Their fingers almost touched. The brother was torn sideways. A mouth larger than a fortress opened in the darkness and swallowed him. Ahriman screamed. Not from pain, from refusal. He drove himself deeper, following the remaining souls. The black staff returned to his hand through force of will. Wards formed around him. Demons gathered, sensing the arch-sorcerer's desperation. Above, the Inari withdrew. The Visarch watched Ahriman fall. Ivrain closed the path. Psychedelta vanished. The prodigal sons were left leaderless amid the broken subrealm, while the Inari escaped with their purpose achieved. Ahriman found no living brother in the abyss, only fading traces. Flesh became dust again. Names dissolved. The proof remained inside his memory. That was enough to keep him alive. It was also enough to ensure he would never stop. The Great Rift divided the galaxy. The Cicatrix Maledictum spread from one end of the Imperium to the other, severing roots, drowning worlds beneath warp storms, and extinguishing the Astronomicon across vast regions of space. Reality weakened. Demons manifested without ritual. Astropathic messages arrived as the screams of future generations. Imperial vessels translated into systems centuries after their intended arrival. Planets believed themselves abandoned and turned to whatever powers answered prayers most quickly. Ahriman moved through the fracture like a predator through tall grass. The Inari became a new axis within every calculation. Where had Ivrain learned to restore the Rubricae? What relationship existed between Inead and souls bound by the rubric? Could death rebuild gene seed? Could the Incarn be bound? Could a god be dissected into usable principles? The questions produced wars. Ahriman struck worlds scattered across both halves of the divided Imperium. Observatories vanished. Shrine archives burned. Inquisitorial fortresses opened their cells to find every prisoner dead and every memory extracted. Adeptus Mechanicus vaults lost data concerning resurrection, necrodermis, soul transference, and forbidden experiments performed during the dark age of technology. Imperial fleets pursued him. They arrived after his departure. Sometimes they found only ruins. Sometimes they found populations still alive, but stripped of every memory relating to the object Ahriman had taken. Sometimes they found worlds reduced to glass so completely that no investigator could determine where the search had begun. The Thousand Suns went to war upon a scale unseen since the heresy. At Mordian, the darkness became a weapon. Cult armies rose beneath streets laid with parade ground precision. Demons entered barracks through polished boots and reflective medals. The disciplined regiments of the Iron Guard formed firing lines beneath skies filled with impossible constellations. They fired by rank. Lass beams crossed the night in perfect volleys. Cultists died by the thousand. Their bodies filled avenues and drainage channels. Officers continued issuing commands, while warp-born illusions transformed buildings into cliffs, mouths and spirals descending into other worlds. Exalted sorcerers led the assault. Rubricae advanced through disciplined fire. Demon hosts broke against fortified positions. Arcane engines crossed the city on limbs made from brass and bone, their weapons projecting curses rather than shells. One engine opened its maw. Every shadow within a regiment stood upright. The shadows attacked their owners. Men strangled upon darkness wearing the shapes of their own hands. Others were dragged flat against the ground and crushed until blood spread beneath them. Mordian tanks fired into continent-spanning illusions. Entire armored columns pursued false armies across planes that did not exist. When the vision ended, the vehicles found themselves driving through their own support lines. Ahriman was one commander among many. He did not own every blade, demon or cult army. Magnus's war extended beyond any single sun. Rehati, exalted sorcerers and covens with their own rivalries, fought beneath the Crimson King's greater design. Yet wherever forbidden knowledge appeared, Ahriman came. He opened approaches others could not see. He used the Tome Labyrinthus to move Rubricae through sealed space. He entered the minds of captured officers and forced them to issue authentic orders, directing reserves into slaughter. He stood beneath the enormous illusions and regarded Mordian as another experiment. The campaign consumed armies. He left with 3 pages from a sealed astropathic record. The pages mentioned Inead once. That justified the dead. Years later, or earlier according to the clocks aboard the Hecaton, Ahriman returned to Seratum. The archive world still burned. Continents had become blackened scars. Seas boiled beneath veils of ash. The towers Ahriman had ordered destroyed in his first assault lay across the landscape like the ribs of dead giants. The vault beneath Transit District Heliocrates had survived. Its deepest chamber remained sealed against radiation, fire, and the collapse of the cities above. Ahriman entered alone, except for Kaket. The sorcerer followed several paces behind, his armor marked by new campaigns. The left side of his helm had been replaced after a Mordian Lascanon struck him. Flesh beneath the repair had never healed correctly. Ahriman opened the preserved text. The hereditary memory taken from Savant Helican Voss supplied the final cipher. Symbols appeared above the archive slab. A treatise upon the restoration of souls severed from bodies. The work described reincorporation, reconstruction, the reattachment of identity to matter. Ahriman read every line. He compared them with the rubric, Ivrain's Act, the Book of Magnus, and the fragments of Callimachus. The text was useless. Its method required a metaphysical condition that had ceased to exist before humanity's first cities rose upon terror. The author had written for a species whose souls divided naturally across several bodies. Nothing within it applied to the thousand suns. Kaket waited. The silence lengthened. Ahriman closed the archive. Kaket's posture changed by a fraction. He expected anger. Perhaps the black staff driven through the slab. Perhaps the city's ruins reduced to finer ash. Perhaps his own death, because he had witnessed another failure. Ahriman turned. Cross-referenced the original provenance. Kaket hesitated. "My lord?" The text entered Seratum's archives through 6 known collectors. Identify every world visited by those bloodlines. The records are incomplete. Then reconstruct them. That may require planetary gene tithes, administratum census vaults, and access to sealed inquisitorial holdings. Yes. Kaket looked toward the useless text. How broad a search? Another 100 worlds. The sorcerer remained silent. Ahriman watched him calculate the cost. Wars, raids, worlds isolated from Imperial reinforcement. Millions dead if the operations remained precise. Billions if they did not. Kaket bowed. "As you command." Ahriman left the chamber. No anger touched him. Failure was information. One disproven method removed a line from the equation. Another 100 worlds would supply more. The dead had not been wasted if their deaths narrowed the path. Outside the vault, Rubricae waited beneath a sky of ash. Their armor bore scars from 10,000 years of war. Some carried replacement limbs taken from brothers destroyed beyond repair. Others wore helms blackened upon Prospero, Terra, Fenris, Mordian, and worlds whose names no archive retained. Ahriman walked among them. One warrior stood apart. Its left pauldron carried the faded markings of the old Fifth Fellowship. A crack crossed the helm where a space wolf's blade had struck during the burning of Prospero. Ahriman knew the armor. He knew the dust inside it. "Menace," he said. The rubric marine turned its helm. No voice answered. Ahriman stepped closer. Menace had once debated him beneath the colonnades of Tizca. He had possessed an irritating habit of pausing before the final word of every argument, as though leaving room for reality to contradict him. He had laughed at Ahriman's first appointment to the Corvidae, not mockingly, with the joy of a brother who had never doubted the outcome. Ahriman remembered the shape of the laugh. He could no longer remember its sound. "Do you know me?" he asked. The rubric marine remained still. Dust shifted within the breastplate. A whisper passed through the armor. It might have been his name. It might have been only ash moving around the remains of a soul. Ahriman placed one hand upon Menace's pauldron. I saw them restored. The burning lenses reflected his helm. Flesh, blood, memory, they spoke. Menace said nothing. Ivrain believed taking them from me would end the matter. The whisper continued. She proved the cure exists. Ahriman looked across the silent ranks. Brothers, automata, tombs that marched. Every atrocity had begun with the refusal to leave them this way. Every failure had produced another road. He had bargained with demons, defied Magnus, butchered worlds, violated minds, consumed bloodlines, and reached into the architecture of time. He had attacked the Black Library, stolen paths from the webway, and used the dead as numbers within equations. He had repeated his errors with increasing comprehension. He understood the pattern. He rejected its conclusion. I will save you, he said. No warrior answered. I will burn the Imperium if its ashes contain the necessary truth. I will open the Black Library and strip every secret from its walls. I will bind the Inari, enslave death and force their unborn god to surrender what it knows. The black staff darkened beside him. If Magnus opposes me, I will oppose Magnus. The eyes of the Rubricae burned in the ash storm. If the warp itself resists, I will change the warp. Menes remained silent. Ahriman tightened his hand upon the pauldron. I will not accept this as final. The promise crossed the dead world. It entered the warp. Something heard. Not Magnus, not Ivrain, not the dust-bound souls waiting within their armor. Far beyond Seratum, behind curtains of possibility and laughter, an intelligence of countless eyes watched Ahzek Ahriman renew the vow that had shaped every ruin of his life. The arch-sorcerer believed the quest proved his freedom. He believed persistence distinguished him from the servants who knelt and worshipped. He believed that one final answer waited beyond the next murdered world. The Rubricae stood around him like the walls of an eternal prison. Ahriman looked upon them and saw only brothers awaiting salvation. The god of change saw the chain. And because that chain was made from hope, Ahzek Ahriman would never willingly break it.